Young people are sitting at the farthest table of a small, cozy cafe. The atmosphere there looks quite pleasant. The guy decides to start a conversation, but he is clearly nervous because he constantly looks around and cannot concentrate. The girl looks at the young man sternly and calmly tells him that she already knows everything and there is no need to hide anything anymore. The guy thinks about what he heard, feels very excited, his hands are shaking, and even the glass with the drink is shaking treacherously. The young man answers the girl in a cold tone that she should not think about it and clearly does not intend to go into details. After this, he casts a direct, determined look at the girl and carefully watches how she reacts to this. At this moment, the sound of a cinematic clapperboard is heard, and almost immediately the director's voice is heard, announcing that the scene has been filmed. The director thanks the actors for a job well done, but at the same time notes that they could have used a little more restraint. There is a young man nearby who is carefully rereading the script with a serious face and full concentration. He reflects that the actress should not have said such phrases at all, and should not have even thought about it. Suddenly, he is greatly surprised and catches himself thinking that he has unconsciously done it again, as he has many times before. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by an actress who approaches him, says hello, and calls him Mr. Screenwriter. The girl introduces herself and says that her name is Minso, and then suggests that the guy just call her sister. Minso had long wanted to get to know this young man better, but as expected, it turned out to be difficult. The guy thinks there is no point in getting closer to him, and instead suggests that the girl communicate better with other actors. The actress tells the guy that he is an absolute drama king, and adds that her manager told her that she should get along with him. Sung-kyun has written 6 dramas, none of which have ever dropped below 15% in viewer ratings, with the highest being 30%. The guy says that he is a little embarrassed by such attention to his person, and doubtfully asks again whether the manager really asked the girl about this. The guy believes that the actress has already outgrown the boundaries of top idols and will soon become a first-class actor. Minso declares that the young man is flattering her, after which they both begin to laugh heartily and sincerely. The girl says that she still has many shortcomings as an actor, but the young man does not agree with this. He says that from the very first moment he saw her performance, he immediately liked it and remembered it. He remembers the moment when Minso was standing under the bright spotlights, and that's when he realized that an idol has to be good at everything. Sung-kyun recalls that her performance in that episode was really impressive and left a strong impression. It was her acting that caught his attention, and it was only thanks to Minso's involvement that his previous work eventually became a real hit. In response to this, the girl quietly laughs and says that in fact it's not about her at all, but about the fact that the guy wrote the script well. She thanks Sung-kyun and says that she appeared in these works as a cameo solely thanks to him. The girl says that the rumors turned out to be true, and that it is really very difficult to get close to the guy, to which he replies that it seems that they have already become close. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the director, who asks the young man how he liked the take he just filmed. The man notices a girl nearby and immediately asks about her condition, showing that he is monitoring her well-being. Minso is full of joy and energy, and she smiles as she reports that she is in a good mood as always. The director compliments the girl, says that she is as irresistible as always, and asks her to try harder in the next scenes. Sung-kyun's expression suddenly changes, and he becomes deeply immersed in his own thoughts for a long time. The young man begins to think that something is clearly bothering the girl, even if she doesn't show it. The girl notices his intense gaze and, in turn, begins to look at him closely, waiting for an explanation. Sung-kyun says that it's nothing serious, and he's just thinking, but the girl doesn't believe him and voices her suspicions. She claims that the guy thinks that she has some problems and does not want to talk about it. The girl admits that she started with music, but from the very beginning, she dreamed of becoming an actress and developing in this direction. She recalls the moment when the young man first chose her to play this important role. Sung-kyun said that he would not film this drama unless Minso was in it and insisted on this condition. The girl says that she considers herself a lucky person because it was thanks to this that she was able to realize her dream of becoming an actress. The guy enjoys watching the girl sincerely radiate joy, and he thinks that everything worked out thanks to her leading role. Minso looks at the young man carefully and wonders why the screenwriter who made her dream come true looks unhappy. The young man begins to worry and replies that he considers himself quite successful without wanting to go into details. The young people are immersed in a special atmosphere. The girl comes to the conclusion that the guy is clearly hiding some important part of the truth. Minso starts to laugh quietly and says that Mr. Screenwriter is not telling the truth and is trying to embellish his situation. The girl is very surprised when she learns from the young man that he studied acting in college. Sungyun recalls that he was not really good at acting and always ranked last in terms of skills. It was because of this that he left acting, became disillusioned with himself, and decided to realize himself in other professional fields. Their conversation is interrupted by the director, who loudly informs the girl that everything is ready for filming the next take. She replies that she will be ready soon and confidently walks toward the set. Sungyun watches the girl with a thoughtful look, not taking his eyes off her and thinking about something of his own. Minso casts an attentive glance at the guy and thinks that he is clearly not telling the whole story and looks really sad. Sungyun believes that he made the right decision because being an actor for him is just an empty and unrealistic dream. Preparations for the next take begin. Sungyun carefully and intently reads the script. The director loudly counts down the seconds until filming begins and demands that everyone be fully prepared for the next take. Minso stops a man walking down the street, addresses him politely as Mr. Prosecutor, and asks him to listen to her. The guy stops, looks at the girl in surprise, and asks how exactly he can be useful to her. Minso says that they urgently need to talk and it would be preferable to do it over a cup of coffee, after which she asks the man what kind of coffee he prefers. The prosecutor replies that he likes Americano. The girl says that she also likes this coffee and notices that its taste changes greatly in different coffee shops. After this, the prosecutor coldly answers the next question, turns around abruptly, and immediately walks away without saying anything unnecessary. The actress remains standing alone in place, trying her best to convey intense sadness and sorrow in her performance. Suddenly, something goes wrong during the filming process. The girl hears a strange sound and the voice of the director, who asks what's wrong. A multi-ton truck suddenly crashes into the film set fence at high speed. The members of the film crew are shocked by what is happening. They start to run in different directions and do not understand what is happening. Minso remains motionless, unable to move from shock, and watches as the multi-ton machine approaches her. The next moment, Sungyun appears next to the girl. He grabs her and tries to push her to a safe side. The girl experiences intense fear and does not fully understand what is happening around her at this critical moment. Sungyun hugs the girl tightly. He is clearly very worried and does not want anything terrible to happen to her. A moment later, a loud sound of impact is heard, and the guy's consciousness plunges into darkness. Little Sungyun walks with his mother along the dark village road, staying close to her. A woman asks her little son if he is afraid to walk along such a dark road at night. Sungyun is afraid of the dark, but confidently tells his mother that he is not afraid at all and feels fine. The woman knows her son well and thinks that he is most likely just pretending and is actually afraid. Sungyun tries to prove the opposite, but does not have time to finish the sentence and suddenly falls silent in the middle of it. He looks closely at his mother's face, who suddenly turns around and reveals herself to be the actress Minso. The girl starts laughing loudly, calls the guy Mr. Screenwriter, and claims that he is lying. She tells little Sungyun that he is actually quite a weak actor, and that there is nothing surprising about it. Sungyun gradually regains consciousness, slowly opening his eyes and looking around the hospital room he found himself in. The guy remembers how the emergency services transported him to the hospital after an accident on the set. Sungyun admits that he did indeed lie and cannot honestly call his life successful and full of satisfaction. He believes that he was wrong to give up his dream, because even though he became a screenwriter, he still doesn't seem truly happy. Sungyun remembers Minso telling him he was successful enough and now realizes it was a lie. He believes that he realized too late that his life began with acting and was supposed to end with it. The guy slowly begins to lose consciousness, plunging into darkness, and finally thinks about how good it would be to get another chance. Sungyun comes to his senses again and remembers his last thought that this time he must not miss the opportunity given to him. The teacher asks a question about what kind of clouds the student is in. Sungyun reacts sharply, screaming loudly. The girl sitting next to him watches his reaction in surprise and cannot understand why he is behaving so strangely. Sungyun looks at himself in amazement and realizes that he is in the university theater hall, not understanding how he got there. He asks why he is here, because all he remembers is the moment when a truck was rushing towards him. The guy notices a phone lying on the floor, quickly picks it up, and frantically looks at the screen. The date he sees on his phone shocks him because it should be 2035. Sungyun tries his best to suppress the growing fear and internal panic, as he still cannot understand what has happened to him. Tearing his gaze away from the phone screen, he says with noticeable effort a phrase about what is happening. The guy is unable to cope with the growing confusion. He continues to stand in place, still in a state of complete confusion, not understanding what exactly is happening around him. The teacher turns to the boy again, demanding to explain what he is doing in his classroom and why he is not answering questions. The man insists on an immediate answer, his voice becoming more and more insistent and irritated. The entire audience turns their attention to Sungyun, but the guy still can't come to his senses and utter even a word. This teacher, the same professor of the acting department who once made Sungyun give up his dream. Sungyun frantically gathers his thoughts, trying to find at least some words to justify himself to the professor. Meanwhile, the man continues to scold him, reproaching him for his inability to concentrate and lack of talent. Sungyun lowers his head and apologizes, saying that something like this will not happen again. A young man sitting next to him decides to tease Sungyun, saying that he must have fallen asleep in class again. This student, Yaoishan, who became a star immediately after his debut, had an easy path from the start thanks to his position. This guy was definitely born with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never had to face any real challenges. His success quickly faded due to drug and drunk driving scandals that ruined his career. Yaoishan mockingly asks why Sungyun is so absent-minded and unable to concentrate on his studies. The guy is extremely disgusted by this arrogant behavior and feels disgusted by people like Yaoishan. The professor announces that the next test will be a team performance and the students must choose a leader. Sungyun decides that he shouldn't approach those who ignore or despise him. He will act alone. He thinks that no matter what the result is, he will still not get any reward, and it does not matter. The teacher asks if there are any students who would like to become a team leader. Sungyun, realizing that he has nothing left to lose, raises his hand and declares his desire to take over the leadership. Those around him look at him in surprise, because before he had never shown any initiative or determination. The boy remembers how he rushed to save Minso, and then for the first time he realized that he had to act without thinking. It was at that moment that he decided that his true path was acting, and for that, he should not retreat. The teacher asks again with genuine disbelief if Sungyun is confident that he can handle the task. Sungyun confidently states that he will do his best. After which, the teacher congratulates him on his decision and officially declares him the leader of the #1 team. That night, Sungyun can't sleep for a long time because he is still wondering if he is really going through a regression, and although the situation seems inexplicable, he is sure that he must find a way out. Sungyun comes to the realization that he is in the real world and believes that he is not so stupid as to miss the opportunity given to him a second time. With 8 scripts to review in just 2 days, he knows how challenging it is. But thanks to 10 years of experience as a screenwriter, he begins to delve into the meaning of each text. Sungyun comes to the conclusion that the project must evoke real emotions in the viewers. The boy begins to study a script called Pierrot's Tears. This is a heartbreaking love story between Pierrot and the beautiful Leona. But Sungyun himself dreams of playing not the protagonist, but his friend named James. James had been in true love with Leona for many years, hiding his feelings. Because she was his best friend's wife, this internal struggle touched Sungyun. The young man can't shake off the desire to play James, but he doesn't yet know how to get this role. James tried his best not to show his true emotions, but he watched the lovers closely for a long time, trying to maintain a detached appearance. The guy works hard to get deeper into his role and understand what kind of feelings his character might have experienced in a similar situation. He carefully reads the lines and begins to imagine the voice and intonation with which this character might speak. Sung-gyun delves into the thoughts that James has and how he can express them on stage. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly finds himself surrounded on all sides by pitch darkness and wonders where he is. In this strange emptiness, a bright glow suddenly appears, breaking the silence and darkness of the surrounding space. The young man, with surprise and alarm, notices a strange book in front of him as if it had appeared out of nowhere. He comes closer and takes it in his hands in surprise, after which he realizes that in front of him is the script of Pierrot's Tears. Sung-gyun opens the pages of the strange book and is astonished to find that they are all completely blank. These thoughts are interrupted by a sudden flash of bright light. Suddenly, huge doors appear in front of the young man, the design of which completely matches the style of the mysterious book. He wonders warily if someone is deliberately trying to push him into going inside. He approaches the doors with excitement, grabs the handle, and opens them with a sharp movement, after which a blinding stream of bright light bursts out from the opening. The light is so powerful and bright that Sung-hyun is forced to close his eyes and cover his face with his hands. He takes a slow step forward, trying to overcome the feeling of anxiety that this sudden outburst brought on. When he opens his eyes, he is surprised to find himself in the middle of a forest and is confused as to how he got there. Two young men appear in front of him, asking with obvious concern in their voices if everything is okay with him. The guy in response only silently and carefully looks at them, not rushing to answer and not changing his facial expression. Sung-gyun experiences an unknown feeling and finds himself thinking that he has never felt anything like this before, which makes him sigh heavily. As he tries to make sense of what is happening, a wave of sadness washes over him, and he feels a burning pain begin to flare up in his chest. At this point, Pierrot turns to him and asks if he is okay, clearly concerned about his condition. Sung-gyun confidently answers in the affirmative, after which he suddenly asks not to be invited to the wedding. Pierrot cannot understand the reason for his friend's strange request, and asks him again in surprise, trying to clarify the situation. Sung-gyun becomes so immersed in his own feelings that he stops hearing everything around him, including the worried voices of those around him. Leona comes closer and asks about Sung-hyun's condition with tenderness in her voice, but he just breathes heavily and tries to fight the overwhelming emotions. The guy forces out a calm answer, assuring the girl that he is fine, while his heart is breaking with love. The wedding day arrives. The bride and groom are beaming with happiness, dressed in their formal attire, and exchanging joyful glances. Sung-gyun hides to the side and watches from afar, his thoughts immersed in heavy sadness, and his eyes gradually fill with tears. He walks up to the tree and punches its trunk with rage, feeling his emotions pour out. He leans against the tree trunk, feeling the internal tension growing, which he can no longer hide. Tears stream down his face as he finally allows himself to feel the full pain of his unrequited love for Leona. The next second, reality suddenly returns. Sung-hyun falls to the ground with a dull sound and looks around the surrounding area in complete confusion. Overwhelmed with fear, he tries to understand what happened and why events took such a strange and inexplicable turn. The guy looks at his hand, which he has violently hit against the tree bark, and with unexpected clarity, he realizes that what he has just experienced was not just a fantasy, but a deep, absolute immersion in the role. Sung-gyun looks at the wall with the dent from his punch and admits with inner delight that he has never achieved such a perfect connection with the actor's image before. He thinks about theatrical methods, comparing what he experienced with Stanislavski's technique, but is internally convinced that such a thing cannot be explained by simple regression or fantasy. The image of Yawishan, whose arrogant behavior and disdainful looks always caused him irritation and inner resistance, appeared in his mind. Sung-gyun feels a thrill running through his body, turning into a joyful tremor, because now he is sure that all this is happening in reality, and this is what gives him strength. Although his memory is still fragmentary, he clearly recalls important moments that were associated with the successes and recognition he achieved in competitions in the past. Memories of awards and applause from the audience boost his self-confidence and make him believe that any goals are achievable if he puts in enough effort. He thinks about the future and suddenly thinks that such breakthroughs in art can raise the general level of interest in Korean culture and cause its value to grow. The teacher interrupts his train of thought by asking the entire audience if they have had time to familiarize themselves with the materials of the scenarios that were given out earlier. Sunghyun looks away in embarrassment, that strange feeling that he knows more than he remembers, and that part of his knowledge is sealed inside him again. As he tries to concentrate, the professor announces the start of the analysis and demonstration of a new scenario called Gelato. With each word the teacher says, previously scattered memories begin to form in Sunghyun's head, and he feels how individual images take on meaning. He learns the structure of the exam and understands that this place, as before, is intended to identify real acting talents that are worthy of a debut. One of the students approaches the guy and with a sincere smile says that his performance made a great impression, and this makes him feel warm inside. Sunghyun thanks the girl for her support, trying to remain calm, although inside he is filled with joy and anticipation of a new step forward. He notices a young man standing next to him with an approving look and begins to understand that this could be the beginning of the very opportunity he has been dreaming of. The guy feels anticipation growing in his chest, because the situation is much simpler than he imagined, and this strengthens his confidence in his own abilities. The teacher announces to the students that they urgently need to form groups and prepare well for the upcoming task. Sunghyun understands that such harsh pressure is not an academic joke. Sunghyun can't help but notice how irritated and attentively Yawishan is looking at him, and it makes him feel uneasy inside. He wonders why, of all the possible options, fate brought him together with this particular person, whose attitude towards him has always been almost hostile. At first, the guy feels a little nervous, but almost instantly he pulls himself together, remembering that he is now responsible for everything he was and has become over the past 13 years. Trying to establish contact, he asks his classmates about the script, but they show no enthusiasm and continue to sit in sullen silence. Yawishan, in turn, is surprised to note that no one has even opened the scripts, and clearly doubts their motivation and level of preparation. Sunghyun slowly reaches out to one of the scripts lying on the table, while Yawishan carefully watches his every move. Soon Yawishan reveals his chosen scenario, stating that he is settling on Pierrot's tears. After which he invites the group to understand the text before starting work. Sunghyun considers this to be a lucky coincidence, and immediately joins in the conversation, asking his classmates for their opinions on the play. The discussion suddenly becomes lively. The students agree that the characters are interesting, and everyone looks forward to the creative process. One of the girls cautiously notes that although she likes the idea, she's still unsure about some aspects of the play and would like to understand it better. Sunghyun decides to turn the conversation into a practical direction and asks the group about which roles they would like to play in the production. One of the students confidently declares that he will play exclusively Pierrot, and, in his opinion, no arguments are required. The girl with a soft smile admits that she prefers sensual images, so she would like to try herself in the role of Leona. The remaining members of the group quickly distribute the remaining roles, some choosing the role of the Count, while others agree to participate in secondary scenes. Once all the roles have been cast, Sunghyun reflects on the fact that no one present has expressed a desire to play James, and this causes him great inner turmoil. The guy touches the keys of his laptop and, thinking about the situation, comes to the conclusion that the problem that has arisen needs to be solved as soon as possible. He slowly looks around at those around him, assessing each one and trying to figure out which of them could best handle the chosen role. The guy comes to the understanding that even among the world's top actors, one bad scene can ruin everything, which is why they were united into groups. Yawishan turns to one of his classmates and asks if he is truly confident in his ability to handle the lead role. He leans a little closer, and in a restrained but insistent voice declares that he himself intends to get this role. More than an hour has passed since the discussion began, and the students are still arguing and cannot finally agree on the distribution of roles. The guy realizes that Yawishan is not going to back down, and so he gives in to him, deciding that it is easier to agree than to continue the conflict. He turns to Yaoi-shan and says that he is handing over the lead role to him, as he believes that he might be able to do even better. Sung-gyun realizes that almost all the roles have already been taken, after which he calmly declares that he will take on James, and asks if there are any objections. Yaoi-shan continues to read the script intently, and sullenly replies that he doesn't care at all about Sung-gyun's choice. Sung-gyun thinks that at the moment his rival's influence in the group is really too great, and it might become a problem. The students look at each other, not fully understanding how to react, and discuss what is happening in low voices. One of the girls decides to speak out and says that since this is a group effort, everyone should try their best so as not to let the others down. Sung-gyun fills in the necessary data in the scenario design table and asks the group to get to work, since all the roles have now been assigned. The next day he returns to the familiar theater studio and suddenly realizes how long it has been since he was in this place, which evokes nostalgic feelings in him. The young man looks around the deserted hall and feels growing disappointment. He sits down right on the floor, deciding not to waste time, and once again carefully runs his eyes over the lines of the script. The guy takes notes in the margins, trying to figure out the scene where James sincerely congratulates the newlyweds, which causes him internal bewilderment. He begins to mentally embody the character, experiencing his emotions and re-experiencing the character's conflicting experiences. The young man realizes that he can get a high grade if he simply follows the original script, but he is not going to do that. Sung-gyun decides to turn an ordinary school assignment into a truly deep, mature theatrical work. He excitedly begins to make edits to the text, thinking about how important this first performance is for him, which could change everything. Sung-gyun concludes that in Chapter 4, the character's behavior appears unconvincing and contradicts his inner state. He imagines how the hero should act in this scene, and is convinced that he should feel not joy, but pain and regret. Sung-gyun dives into James's experiences so deeply that real tears appear on his face, adding hints of guilt and remorse to the character. This level of emotional involvement exhausts him, and with a sigh, the guy decides to take a short break. He accidentally notices that the book in his hands is no longer empty, and suddenly realizes that text has appeared on its pages, which was not there before. He begins to carefully turn the pages of the book, and is amazed to notice that it reflects absolutely all the changes that he himself made to the script. The guy is very confused, and tries unsuccessfully to understand the reason for what is happening around him. He is particularly struck by the fact that inside the book he finds a note, apparently made in his own hand. He suddenly finds himself back in complete darkness, with the same door glowing brightly in the middle, and he believes that he now has the opportunity to rehearse his role once again. Sung-gyun finds himself in a new reality and slowly comes to his senses, realizing that he is once again among the trees, in an unfamiliar but very realistic forest. His old friend runs to meet him, loudly calling his name and looking extremely excited. Sung-gyun tries to stay calm and collect his thoughts, as he still can't believe how real everything is happening. Pierrot finally stops, breathing heavily, and through his ragged breath says how tired he is. Sung-gyun asks his friend in bewilderment why he came here and how he could leave his bride alone on such an important day. The guy replies that the singer who was supposed to perform the wedding song fell off his horse on the way to the ceremony. Sung-gyun begins to worry about how the wedding ceremony will go now, without the main musical moment. Pierrot's response stuns him when he asks Sung-gyun to perform the wedding song in place of the failed singer. Pierrot repeats his request, and with a smile asks what could be strange about singing for a friend. Sung-gyun is very tense at the thought, since he initially had no desire to attend this wedding, let alone sing. Suddenly, he notices a bright, blinding light flashing behind him, so strong that it is impossible to immediately understand its source. The young man mechanically closes his eyes with his hands, then slowly opens them, trying to see what exactly is in front of him. A moment later, he makes out the figure of Yaoi-shan standing next to him, who, slightly mockingly, asks what he is doing here. Sung-gyun realizes that he is back in a theater audience, and calmly replies that he was just rehearsing a little alone. The guy adds that he takes the upcoming test very seriously, and sincerely wants everything to go as well as possible. Yaoishan begins to quip with a grin, wondering if his classmate is really capable of rehearsing any kind of role at all. He asks with displeasure if Sung-hyun is still not ready for the final screening and wonders how much more time he will need. Sung-hyun replies that he plans to approach the matter thoughtfully and estimates that he will need about 1 or 2 hours to prepare. Yaoishan states that by this point it will be too late, and he does so with cold confidence in his voice. The young man says that he can wait only 30 minutes, not seeing anything special in it. Sung-hyun asks if the guy really wants him to leave so he can practice alone in peace. Yaoishan replies that everything is obvious, and immediately asks the guy who, in his opinion, is the best actor in their class. Sung-hyun escalates the conversation and asks why his classmate thinks it has to be him. Yaoishan backs away in fear. Sung-hyun asks if the guy really thinks he's special compared to others. Sung-hyun thinks this is just ridiculous and looks at it with the eyes of someone who has reached the top of the professional world. He angrily tells Yaoishan that his acting skills are third-rate and not worthy of respect. Yaoishan says that this is not funny at all and accuses the guy of not having even a shred of conscience. Sung-hyun asks in response what kind of conscience the young man is talking about, since he knows everything perfectly well himself. Yaoishan barely holds back his irritation and says that he has to deal with idiots like him. To this, the guy demands to listen to him carefully and states that he is the one who is forced to deal with people like Yaoishan. The atmosphere gets tense, and Yaoishan asks the guy if he wants to know what the professor told him after class. He reports that, in the professor's opinion, only thanks to him will the group be able to perform well on the mission. Sung-hyun gives his interlocutor a sharp look and thinks to himself that he will still see how it all ends. At this moment, the doors of the auditorium open, and a young man looks in, feeling happy that someone has already arrived. The young people fall silent and stop arguing with each other so as not to make unnecessary noise. Sung-hyun greets his fellow students with a gentle nod and asks everyone in a subdued tone to come into the hall to participate in the rehearsal. His classmates ask with a hint of doubt in their voices if they are disturbing him, but Sung-hyun calmly replies that they had previously agreed to rehearse together, and therefore suggests that everyone try their best. Yaoishan can hardly contain his growing anger at the young man acting like a true leader. He looks down at the pages and thinks with grim determination that he will certainly find a way to take revenge in the near future. The guy squeezes the text in his hand, mentally promising himself that his revenge will be cruel, cold-blooded, and completely serious. Yaoishan turns to the students who have entered and, with feigned casualness, announces that the two of them were just about to begin rehearsal. He immediately asks the guys if they would mind joining them. The students are enthusiastic about the proposal, are genuinely happy about the idea of a joint rehearsal, and consider this a successful development of events. Sung-hyun quickly realizes that his opponent is thus trying to set him up in front of the others, and internally accepts this challenge. He is determined not to give in to this confrontation, internally gathering his strength for further action. After all, he is deeply convinced that the best thing that speaks about a writer is always his own work. Sung-hyun looks at the young man carefully, mentally confirming that the loudest thing about a student is his level of preparation. He casts a determined and cold gaze at Yaoishan, thinking that a true actor is revealed in the process of acting. The guy suddenly asks the surprised Yaoishan if he is sure that he can handle the role assigned to him. Sung-hyun hopes that everything will be revealed soon, and then the whole group will realize that his opponent simply lacks real skills. Yaoishan, without losing any confidence, suggests that they proceed to the 5th chapter, the wedding scene, without delay, so as not to waste precious time. Many students thought the situation was obvious, because from the moment they walked in, they realized that these two were clearly in a personal confrontation. Sung-hyun finds the situation rather comical and reflects that a talented guy with a nasty character and a good-natured, but not very strong actor are currently fighting in front of the entire group. Yaoishan, raising his voice, declares that they don't have time for unnecessary preparations, and adds that if the opponent is not ready, he should leave right now. Sungyun confidently replies that he doesn't see any problem with that and suggests starting rehearsal right away. He picks up the book with the script, clutches it tightly, and thinks about what else he will watch, who will ultimately emerge victorious. Clutching the book as if everything depended on it, Sungyun takes a step forward and suddenly finds himself in complete pitch darkness. He closes his eyes, concentrates, and soon sees a brightly shining portal in front of him, flashing right in the void. Yoishin is genuinely surprised by his classmates' behavior and begins to wonder what he is actually doing now. Yoishin steps into character without hesitation, makes a confident move forward, and loudly greets the character named James. Sungyun turns to the guy playing the role of Pierrot and asks him in a reserved manner to accept his sincere congratulations. The young man gets into character and says that James is getting married very soon, which starts to irritate Yoishin. Yoishin feels a strange tension from his opponent's acting, and it seems to him that something unusual is happening to the young man's voice. He is amazed to the limit and thinks that what is happening is impossible because the opponent's voice sounds almost exactly like James's voice. Yoishin pulls himself together, manages to keep the thread of the action going, and continues to play his role with the same intensity. Without letting himself get out of character, he replies that James himself should get married sooner rather than later. Sungyun mentally notes that his opponent's voice is indeed unusual, and perhaps that is why all the teachers like him so much. After this, he has an unexpected guess, which he intends to definitely check and implement right in the process. Yoishin continues the acting scene and asks if James is really happy. Sungyun enthusiastically declares that he himself will soon get married and finally find his long-awaited happiness. The other students watch the scene being played out by their classmates with curiosity and some amazement. Yoishin abruptly breaks away from his role and sarcastically says that no girl in her right mind would agree to marry someone like him. Lowering his voice to an almost inaudible whisper, he says that he will never lose to an opponent in what he considers his element. Sungyun remains completely unperturbed. He is confident in himself and answers that he is not entirely sure about this. He suddenly starts laughing loudly and says that his only wish is to simply find the right person. Yoishin is becoming more and more tense because he can no longer recognize his former classmate, who used to be insecure and suspicious, and now in front of him stands a guy who can easily get out of any difficult situation. The rehearsal continues. The guys from the group suddenly start applauding the young actors, considering what they saw to be beyond all expectations. They start praising Sungyun for his impressive acting and are surprised to ask if he has a tutor. The guys ask him to teach them. Yoishin feels extremely awkward, as he did not expect such a turn of events, much less such a development of the situation. His confusion and fear quickly give way to aggression and anger, which he is no longer able to contain. The next day, the teacher announces to the entire group that the lesson is over, thus concluding the educational process for the day. One of the students asks Sungyun if he is going to continue rehearsing in the hall today, and he answers in the affirmative. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the professor's loud voice, who addresses Sungyun by name. The teacher asks the young man to come into his office for a minute, without explaining the reason for the call. Sungyun is genuinely surprised by the unexpected request, and tries to guess what topic the teacher wants to talk to him about. The professor remains silent, giving no explanation, and looks at the guy sternly and distrustfully, as if he had already decided something. At the appointed time, Sungyun comes to the teacher's office and knocks loudly on the door. From behind the door comes the professor's voice, which allows entry, and then the young man slowly and carefully opens the door. Unexpectedly, the teacher greets him with a friendly smile and politely invites him to take the empty chair opposite. Then he calmly asks if everything is going well with the test preparation. Sungyun doesn't understand what exactly the professor means, and guesses that perhaps Yoishin complained about him. The professor taps his finger on the script in front of him and says that he heard about the recent conflict between him and Yoishin. He offers his help if the guys can't find the right balance, but the guy replies that he can handle the role of leader himself. Sungyun tells the teacher that he really intends to achieve the best result by relying only on his own strength. This statement causes the professor obvious surprise, especially the fact that the guy wants to achieve everything on his own without seeking support. The boy believes that he should definitely have the opportunity to show his abilities, and carefully asks the professor if he can be frank with him. The professor reports that he has been watching the boy for a long time and recognizes his efforts, but regretfully notes the lack of acting talent that cannot be compensated for by hard work alone. The man openly admits that this is precisely why he always made excessive demands on the guy, and at one time said a lot of unnecessary offensive words to him, which he now slightly regrets. He points his finger sharply at Sung-hyun and categorically states that he is completely incapable of uniting the team, and his abilities are significantly inferior to the talents of the other students in the course. Sung-hyun is convinced that the professor is wrong about his acting skills, but most of all he wants to prove to the teacher his worth as a group leader. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, suddenly adds that, despite all the shortcomings, he is looking forward to their performance and hopes for a pleasant surprise. Sung-hyun bows respectfully to the professor, thanks him for his criticism, and firmly promises to give his all on stage. The young man looks forward to the moment when everyone will see him from a completely new side and finally reconsider their opinion of his abilities. A girl from the troupe is noticeably nervous before the performance. Sung-hyun takes on the role of a mentor, convincing her that the excitement only gets in the way and that she just needs to repeat what worked well during rehearsals. After his words, the girl looks questioningly at the guy and asks if he himself is nervous, because the upcoming performance is extremely important for his reputation. Sung-hyun thinks about this question for a moment, his gaze involuntarily sliding along the front row, stopping at the stern face of the professor, and he finds himself thinking that he is much more nervous than he expected. Sung-hyun knows he has to perform flawlessly in front of the entire audience, but a vague feeling tells him that his racing heart is not just caused by stage fright. Meanwhile, the girls are backstage heatedly debating whether to invite their parents to the performance, and ultimately come to the conclusion that their presence will only increase the excitement and create additional pressure. Sung-hyun takes a deep breath, trying to pull himself together, and continues to scan the audience, carefully looking into the faces of those present, looking for familiar faces. Among the audience, his attention is drawn to an unfamiliar young man who is making some notes in his notebook with concentration and obvious interest. Suddenly, Sung-hyun is amazed to recognize this guy as a famous screenwriter who is famous for the fact that any work he puts his hand to invariably becomes a hit. A satisfied smile appears on Sung-hyun's face, and he feels that today could be a turning point in his career, as he has finally found the one he has been looking for so long. One of the girls comes on stage and announces to the audience that they are now going to see a wonderful performance that the group has prepared in record time. The young actors come out on stage, and it becomes noticeable how the girl in their cast is shaking with excitement, barely holding back the approaching panic. Sung-hyun reads the script with concentration, and at that moment the reality around him seems to dissolve, giving way to absolute darkness and silence. He mentally runs through all the notes and corrections he made to the script just the day before, checking to make sure he didn't miss anything at the last minute. Having calmed down internally, Sung-hyun completely transforms into his character, feeling the boundaries between him and the role begin to blur. Suddenly, massive doors materialize in front of him, from which a blinding light begins to break through, filling everything around with radiance. Sung-hyun turns to his friend and asks with a hint of irony if he really wants him to sing at their upcoming wedding. Piero plaintively asks the young man to fulfill his request, since he considers the guy the only person who can help him, and there is genuine despair in his voice. Sung-hyun is completely immersed in his role and feels a strong pain. As if he was stabbed in the heart, he cannot push away this feeling of loss. The young man believes that, despite this, he must still come to terms with it, because he no longer has any other choice, and there is no point in resisting. The bride slowly approaches the altar. The guy understands that this is his only choice, and now nothing can be changed. Suddenly, Leona turns sharply and casts a piercing glance to the side, as if at that moment she realized something important and irreparable. She notices James, now played by Sung-hyun, among the guests and freezes for a moment because she didn't expect to see him. The young man is determined that he will succeed because he changed the ending, and now everything should go differently. One of the girls studies the script and thinks that she will soon find out whether James loves the girl or not, because there must be something important hidden in these lines. Sungyun confirms that this is indeed the case. These two young people have loved each other secretly since their youth, not daring to admit it. The girl states that the ending of this story is very complicated, and it should not be a war for love, because feelings should not turn into a battle. The relationship between James and Leona is very complicated. They liked each other from a young age, but were never able to admit it. James was hesitant to take the first step because he constantly doubted himself and was waiting for some special moment. Eventually, Leona got tired of the languid expectations and her dreams, because she realized that waiting any longer was like slowly disappearing. The girl thought about it for a very long time and finally decided to leave the young man because she could not stand the uncertainty any longer. Her choice fell on Piero, and she chose to be with him because she saw in his eyes the confidence that she had been lacking all this time. Sungyun looks closely at the bride and wonders what kind of feelings this character had. Sungyun continues to look at the girl and begins to feel a very strong, oppressive nostalgia. This feeling seems to envelop everything around, leaving not a single thought without a shadow of loss. The newlyweds hold each other's hands as music starts playing, and Sungyun sings a famous song called Hello and Goodbye. This song was not chosen by chance. It is a farewell to a failed love, and in its words, one can feel the weight of lost hopes. The young man continues his beautiful performance of the song, while the newlyweds move around the stage in a slow dance. The audience is greatly surprised because the current scene shows Pierrot's unhappy marriage, and the meaning of what is happening becomes especially clear. It is at this moment that the character named James expresses his true feelings to the girl for the first time, without hiding anything anymore. The last words of the song end, and the stage plunges into semi-darkness, with only 2 spotlights brightly illuminating the actors. Tears appear on viewers' faces as they hear Sungyun wish the newlyweds to be happy together. The professor takes off his glasses and looks closely at the performance. He clearly did not expect this and is surprised by what he saw. Sungyun plays his role realistically. He reaches out to the girl and says the word goodbye. The newlyweds stop their dance and freeze in place. They look closely at the guy, not knowing how to react. Bitter tears appear in Leona's eyes. The girl begins to experience severe mental suffering, as if everything inside her is being torn apart. Sungyun falls silent and lowers his head, tears falling from his face onto the floor. At this moment, he looks especially lonely. The scene ends, and the entire room falls into an oppressive silence. The professor reports that he really enjoyed the performance, especially the last scene, which went beyond his expectations. The comrade happily congratulates Sungyun and asks the young man how he did it, because he looks simply incredible on stage. The test is over. The students begin to discuss what they saw. Many gave in to emotions and cried at the final song. Sungyun watches this from the sidelines and thinks that it seems like everyone noticed his performance and felt it. Sungyun looks at his hand and realizes that on stage, while playing this role, he gave his all without reserve. The young man clenches his fist tightly. Now he wants to experience these feelings again. Yawishin feels very irritated and envious. He does not understand how the young man managed to achieve such success. Sungyun is silent for a moment, then replies that he doesn't know why this happened and can't find an explanation. Sungyun believes that he was too immersed in the performance and therefore acted as if he lived it. Yawishin is unable to contain his irritation. He pushes aside the student standing nearby and walks away. Suddenly, Sungyun hears someone calling him Mr. Actor and turns towards the voice, not knowing what to expect. A young man approaches him and asks if he can find out Sungyun's name. Suddenly, another agent pushes him away, asks the guy if he is busy, and offers to go for tea to talk, after which he introduces himself as being from LD Entertainment. The guy makes the assumption that Sungyun probably knows about their company, and therefore wants to get straight to the point. Another agent approaches him from behind and asks if he has completely lost his manners, reproaching him for his haste and pressure. The agent reports that he approached the actor first, to which the competitor objects, saying that in their field, there is no concept of a queue. Sung-yun looks at the 2 business cards given to him by the agents and thinks about how they came right after the first performance. So impressed were they by the acting. The guy looks at the agents arguing and thinks that these are not the people he needs. At that moment, a stranger approaches him, greets him loudly, and asks the guy if he is the same actor, Sung-yun. The man introduces himself as a company representative and says that he works for GK Entertainment. The company representative hands over a business card, and Sung-hyun realizes that this is the person he needs. This guy from GK Entertainment is the main manager of the acting team, and his reputation speaks for itself. Any actor under his direction achieves excellent results in the very first film in a short time and reaches a new level. And soon, thanks to his work, the actors begin to shine, becoming noticeable in the industry and self-confident. Sung-yun tells the manager that he is new to the field and would be very happy to cooperate with him. The man states that the guy has good acting skills, to which the woman asks if this guy's really suitable. After which they exchange phrases and immerse themselves in their thoughts, trying to come to a balanced decision. Sung-yun carefully watches how the admissions committee members talk to each other and feels that they have some hesitation. Despite this, all the candidates they chose were destined to succeed, and each was given a chance to prove themselves. The actor who received the award thanks his manager from the stage, who always believed in him and always supported him, even in difficult moments. Sung-yun imagines himself in his place. He thanks everyone for their support. Tears of joy appear in his eyes. The manager of this famous company has become a legend in the field of management thanks to his talents, but even such legends need the perfect moment. However, despite this, the manager is confused and clearly very worried about what is happening, as he feels that something is going wrong. He looks around and thinks that it looks like he won't be able to find a nugget in this place, although he hoped otherwise. The manager is determined to find a talented newcomer in this audience. He believes that it is almost impossible to find a good actor here. However, he soon becomes distracted from his thoughts and begins to watch the performance attentively. The manager was immediately captivated by the young man on stage with his charismatic, impossible-to-miss voice. He watches Sung-hyun play attentively and thinks that he seems to have found him, the one he has been looking for all this time. The manager immediately starts calling the boss and eagerly explains that he has found an outstanding talent, his voice trembling with excitement. He excitedly reports that he found a real nugget. The boss asks the guy if he got drunk today in broad daylight. To which the manager replies that today he watched student performances, and among these young guys, there is a very good actor. Sung-hyun thoughtfully looks at the company's business card in his hands, and slowly realizes that a new life may open up before him. At this point, the manager tells the boss that he is about to sign an A-class contract, to which the boss asks if the guy is crazy. Such contracts are only offered to famous and recognized actors. The man replies that he will still sign the contract because this guy is simply amazing and he is willing to take the risk. The manager tries to calm the boss down. He states that he takes full responsibility and will bring the young man into the company. Representatives of other companies continue to argue loudly and are already planning to go outside and talk like men in order to resolve the issue by force. Sung-hyun is pulled out of his thoughts as he hears someone calling his name, the voice sounding clearly interested. He turns around to see the manager approaching him, smiling, with confidence and determination in his eyes. The man greets and states that he is a representative of GK Entertainment. After which, he hands the young man a business card and asks if they could talk a little. The woman is very surprised by this decision because the company can immediately allocate a role in a decent miniseries, which in itself is rare. They start talking among themselves and think that Sung-hyun can now not worry about the future, and ask not to forget them and to treat them to beef fillet sometime. A classmate congratulates Sung-hyun and asks if the young man has decided on his choice of company. A couple of days later, he meets with the manager. The man tries to explain the confusing contract and offers to tell everything point by point from the very beginning. Sung-hyun slowly sips his tea from his mug and says that there is absolutely no need to do that since he already understands everything. The guy recalls that he has 10 years of experience, even though he worked as a screenwriter and not an actor. He believes that there is no need to even read into the small details, because this is an actor's contract, and even a cursory inspection makes it clear how fantastic the conditions offered to a newcomer are. The young man asks the manager if this contract is really for a newbie because it looks too generous. The manager is clearly pleased that the guy is interested in the conditions and says that they are very good for a beginner, especially in his situation. After which, the man begins to get a little nervous and tries to collect his thoughts in order to say everything properly. He gets up from the table and decisively declares that he will do everything to ensure that the actor can play the role he wants, regardless of the genre. Sungyun tells the manager not to worry and assures him that he will sign the contract because he trusts his words. Such a quick decision surprises the man. He clearly did not expect the guy to agree to the conditions without even discussing them. A second later, a satisfied smile appears on his face, because he expected the negotiations to be very long and difficult. Sungyun, in turn, is glad that he will be working with famous actors, and the contract conditions are also some of the best. The manager happily states that he would be happy to collaborate with Sungyun because he believes in his potential and sincerely admires his performance. The guy responds that he is grateful to the man and reminds him that perhaps these words should have been said to him and not the other way around. After which, they firmly shake hands and hope for a long, fruitful cooperation based on respect and trust. After all the issues are resolved, Sungyun takes his leave and informs the manager that he is going to leave. Before leaving, the manager says that if the guy has time, it would be nice to come to their office to continue the conversation. Sungyun agrees to the offer. The manager proudly tells that their company occupies one of the largest buildings in the city. They go up to the 4th floor of the building, where the rehearsal room is located, after which the manager asks what genres the young man prefers. He thinks that Sungyun would be perfect for a romantic comedy because he is a young man and quite attractive. Sungyun has an interesting thought and thinks about whether to ask him this question. Finally, the young man makes up his mind and asks if he can see all the currently available scenarios. This surprises the manager, to which the guy replies that he just likes reading scripts, and this was his debut work as an actor. The man says that the script will be very large and asks if it will be a big burden for the guy. Sungyun says that this is not the case. He wants to be careful in choosing a job that will make him shine. They go into a small room where they can look at and analyze other people's work to get an idea of artistic approaches. The man admits that this is his hobby, and he spends a lot of time in this room, studying other people's ideas. He thinks about it and decides that this could teach the young man a lot as an actor, especially if he starts with good material. The manager says that there is another audiovisual room nearby, at which point a girl enters the room. Sungyun instantly turns around and freezes in amazement. It seems he recognized this girl and can't believe it. The young man tries to hide his excitement, after which he greets the actress Minso, trying to speak as calmly as possible. The girl is also surprised and excited. She says hi to the guy. Sungyun is at a loss for words and says that they thought they were alone in the room, to which the girl replies that she also thought there was no one there. Sungyun looks closely at the actress and finds himself thinking that although she is younger, she looks exactly the same as she did in the future. She asks the guy if he is by any chance a fan of hers, since the guy knows her. There is a slight mockery in her voice. Sungyun proudly states that he listened to her new album, which delights the girl and makes her smile sincerely. Minso starts laughing heartily, then leans over and thanks the guy for liking the album. Sungyun continues to shower the actress with compliments, saying that he enjoyed the performance and music videos and hopes that things will get even better in the future. Minso asks a question. She's interested in whether the guy is by any chance in the acting team because he speaks very confidently. The young man says that this is his first contract, to which Minso thinks and says that she also initially wanted to become an actress. The girl says that she can't play and ended up becoming a singer, which the manager categorically disagrees with. He tells her that this is not true. Little things come together to form a character. Sungyun asks the girl what she means by not being able to act and thinks that her acting is great even now. Sungyun finds himself thinking that he can now read a character's emotions, like a person who just looked happy. However, there may actually be darkness behind these emotions, and this ability to see deeper makes a difference. The manager continues to assure the girl that she will succeed, which makes her laugh lightly and makes her a little embarrassed. Minso says she will think about it, and if she decides to do something serious, she will of course first contact the manager. She then turns to Sung-yun and asks him to give her the phone. Sung-yun, without thinking, takes out his phone and, hiding his excitement, hands it to the girl, trying not to show his emotions. After which he notices that the manager has fallen silent and is looking at him intently, as if he suspects or evaluates something. Minso writes her number on the guy's phone and then asks permission if she can call him brother. Sung-yun freezes in place. He looks at the girl and is enchanted by her beauty. The guy is unable to answer anything right away. A moment later, he comes to his senses, takes the phone, and tells the actress that, of course, she can call him that. Minso laughs and smiles cheerfully. She waves goodbye to the young people and says that they will see each other again. When the girl leaves, the manager quietly says that this is just some kind of fantasy. The guy doesn't understand what's going on, but the manager immediately explains to the young man that he is 1 in a million. He reports that only the manager and the CEO have the actress's number, and admires how devilishly charming the young man is. Sung-yun is lost in his thoughts, which greatly surprises the manager, and he asks the young man what's wrong with him. Sung-yun is distracted from his thoughts. He apologizes and says that he got a little distracted. Several days pass. The manager quietly knocks on the door and carefully enters the director's office, as if not wanting to disturb the silence. After him, Sung-hyun enters the room. The manager introduces the new talented actor to the director. The director says that he is glad to see the young man. Sung-hyun extends his hand to him and says his name. The director says that he knows that the guy wanted to see a lot of scripts. Sung-hyun at this moment thinks that this man has not changed at all in 10 years. The director points to a folder lying on his desk and says that he chose it himself. The manager does not understand what his boss is planning and asks the man about it again, expecting a more precise explanation. The director says that he chose the script himself. Sung-hyun is a little confused, but out of politeness, he thanks the man. Sung-hyun begins to think that perhaps this company has some dubious goals, and this makes him wary. It's not a very pleasant situation for a first meeting, but Sung-hyun believes that he needs to do everything to make everyone recognize his abilities. The director hands over the script and says that others are still in development, so for now, he can recommend this one. Sung-hyun begins to skim, read the script titled The Prince Who Lives in the Basement, and thinks that some of the characters are pretty good. The actions are also quite interesting, but the young man suddenly declares that he will not be able to work with this scenario. The director asks in amazement why the guy decided so, to which Sung-hyun replies that this work is plagiarism. Sung-hyun already knows that after some time this work will be considered plagiarism from a creative competition, and he clearly remembers how the author made excuses. It was a big scandal, evidence was found, and a professional writer was proven to be involved in copyright infringement. There was a lot of hype and controversy surrounding a miniseries called The Prince Who Lives in the Basement, which caused a lot of discussion about copyright on foreign services. Many fans doubted that the actors knew about this in advance, and therefore they were completely and painfully disappointed. Sung-hyun is very clear that a real actor should never start his career with something like this. The director's reaction, unaware of the truth, seems natural, since the scenario itself promises a very tempting prospect. The manager asks his boss not to be nervous, who also doesn't know that a few months after the broadcast, a huge scandal will begin. Sung-hyun tells the men that he is confident that they have decent jobs, and hopes that they will understand his decision. The leader and manager begin actively reviewing other scenarios in an attempt to find a more suitable project. Sung-hyun is also actively involved in the selection process, and carefully immerses himself in reading every available option. After some time, the director sums up what is happening, and says that among what is available, there are indeed some good options. The manager hands the young man one of the scripts and asks with interest what he thinks about this particular job. The guy looks closely at the folder lying in front of him on the table and wonders what exactly is in it. He begins to read a story about an orphanage where all sorts of corruption reigned, and is imperceptibly immersed in an atmosphere of darkness. He begins to vividly imagine and keenly feel the experiences of two boys who have gone through many trials together. When these kids grew up and left the orphanage, they chose completely different paths in life. Several years later, the director of the orphanage who had abused them decided to run for president of the country. The script then progresses to two men, covered in scars from their wounds, taking the former director prisoner in order to restore justice. A satisfied smile appears on Sung-hyun's face as he thinks it is a well-thought-out script with interesting characters. Sung-hyun begins to vividly imagine one of the brothers, a confident, determined guy full of inner strength. There is a characteristic gleam in his eyes because he believes that he is capable of playing this role perfectly. Sung-hyun begins to clearly imagine the image of his character and thinks about what his voice could be like. The man turns and throws a phrase at his brother about leaving the past on him and starting to live a new, bright life. Sung-hyun is still impressed by the script he read and firmly believes that this is the job that suits him. He turns to the manager and asks the surprised man if he could tell him more about this particular job. The manager says that it's an old project and he doesn't remember all the details, but he says that the total production cost was about 3 billion won and clarifies that 2 supporting roles are still available. Sung-hyun believes that this is quite a good figure for a debut film, especially considering its current circumstances. He asks the manager if the role of one of the brothers is available, to which the manager replies that it is indeed. Sung-hyun doesn't think twice about his decision and immediately tells his manager that he is determined to participate. The young man tells the surprised man that he wants to get the role of one of the brothers in this project. The manager is a little surprised by such a decisive decision, but he agrees and says that he can organize everything. The head of the studio suddenly comes to the door and informs those present that he has urgent business. The manager hurries after the leader and tells the guy that it's time for him to leave too, as he needs to prepare for the audition and casting. Before leaving, he reports that the manager felt uncomfortable because he was afraid that the manager would not be able to persuade the guy. Sung-hyun wonders why the director was nervous, since no one knows yet that his proposed work will be embroiled in a plagiarism scandal. The manager says that it is understandable why the boss is angry. They gave up successful production work and chose a small company project. The man believes that they made the right choice and sincerely hopes that in the future, they will certainly have the success they deserve. Sung-hyun believes that he not only got a great role, but also met a truly good person. The guy thanks the manager and understands that the feelings that arise when getting to know the job gradually accumulate and shape the future. Sung-hyun immerses himself in reading because he feels he has a responsibility to understand his character more deeply. He is extremely interested in why the men in the scene said those particular words to his brother. The guy realizes that not everything is written in the script, and at times, he will have to extract the character's emotions exclusively from within. He understands that this process will be about creating his own best qualities that will set him apart from other candidates. Sung-hyun is confident that his edits will make the character feel like a full-fledged individual. He believes that everything depends on interpretation, his character will be a little different, and the guy believes that the character he created will be better than all the others. Sung-hyun believes that this is how one role after another will become his, and he makes a confident step into the Korean entertainment industry. He enters a room where activity is in full swing, with a large number of candidates in the corridors. Sung-hyun is thinking about the fact that there are many more people willing to participate than he expected when someone calls his name. The young man notices a manager next to him, who asks him with a smile if he is confident in himself. Sung-hyun strongly states that he is, of course, confident in himself and thinks that he will perform at the highest level as always. The administrator calls out Sung-hyun's serial number, and the manager wishes the young man good luck. Sung-hyun slowly gets up and follows the administrator into the audition room. He enters a huge office where several members of the jury are already waiting for him and greet him warmly. Sung-hyun politely returns their greeting and takes a slow, confident step forward. The jury members inform the guy that he can act impromptu and choose a scene at his own discretion. Sung-hyun is happy with this offer, choosing the 17th. The jury members find this witty because the guy is number 17 and he chooses scene 17, which describes the brothers' school years and their fight on the roof. The young men find themselves completely exhausted and simultaneously fall onto the roof of the building, unable to continue the fight. Sungyun gets into character and tells his brother that he has won, but at that moment he himself is wondering what his character is feeling: anger, relief, or perhaps affection. The boy tells his brother that he does not agree with this at all and considers the victory claim to be incorrect. Sungyun dives even deeper into the role and tells his brother that he is the one who has the more battered and beaten look. The brothers hug, after which they begin to laugh together and wonder in bewilderment what they have done here. One of the brothers declares that he can no longer fight and suggests that they have a duel next time to choose the real winner. Sungyun imagines his brother standing next to him and thinks about how his character might have felt at that moment. Sungyun finishes his performance, and a heavy, dense silence falls over the room. However, a moment later the jury members begin to discuss the young man. One of them thinks that it was amazing. The second jury member expresses the opinion that the guy is not bad, but he played the role not according to the script. At this point, the girl sitting on the jury becomes lost in thought and agrees that the role was indeed not played according to the script, but she is left with a strange feeling. She remains silent and looks attentively, with some kind of inner concentration, at the young man. Sungyun begins to become visibly nervous and wonders if his acting technique didn't work. Suddenly, the girl raises her hand and asks the young man if she can make one request of him. The girl asks if Sungyun would be willing to perform the scene again so she can appreciate it anew. Sungyun knows from his past life that this girl is a leading writer in the noir genre, a recognized professional. However, she did not want to stop within the framework of just one genre, and she tried with all her might to achieve something more. This is how her new work was born, in which special attention is paid to the most thoughtful character. This character had a secondary status and, according to the industry, did not have much significance, which is why experienced and famous actors did not show interest in the offered role. The girl sent the script to many actors, but almost all of them refused and claimed that the character was too complex. Now, she clearly realizes that a young talent has emerged who is capable of fully revealing the character of this hero. She is genuinely surprised and cannot understand how the newcomer managed to penetrate so deeply into the essence of her character. She continues to watch Sungyun closely and begins to feel how the boy is gradually turning into her hero. In scene 21, Sungyun's character witnesses all the corrupt political activities of the director. After this, the man resolutely sets out to find his brother in order to share the whole truth with him. They meet on the roof of a building. Sungyun tells his brother that he is the only one he can trust. Sungyun tells his brother that it is unacceptable to allow this devil, the director of the orphanage, to remain free. Further on in the scenario, his brother, guided by friendship, makes a decision and deliberately goes to prison. Sungyun looks at his hands and thinks with painful clarity that they are stained with blood. Sungyun tells his brother that their hands will never be washed clean and suggests that they deal with this bastard together. The man tells his surprised brother that there aren't many people in Korea who could be stronger than them. He is determined and says that they simply have to do this for the sake of justice and for the sake of their country. One of the judges is very surprised when he watches Sungyun's acting and exclaims that it is amazing. He admires how Sungyun has turned a simple listening experience into a real, tangible reality. Having played his role, the young man turns and slowly heads towards the exit. The girl turns to the senior manager and reports her categorical condition. She directly says that she refuses to make a film unless Sungyun is involved in it. The guy is in a state of shock, as if he has actually become a completely different person and believes that this is the magical power of the book. The manager turns to the girl and calmly informs her that he completely agrees with her. He adds that the issue has not yet been finally resolved, but all differences will be resolved next week. Sungyun turns around and looks closely at the jury members standing in front of him. After a few seconds, he bows low and loudly thanks them for the trust they have placed in him. The girl is still in a state of great surprise after watching Sungyun's acting. She hands the young man a business card and offers him to share his opinion about the drama if he wishes. The girl adds that he can feel free to call her anytime he wants. Sungyun thanks the woman and reflects on how this writer never changes the script without complete confidence in the person. The manager watches what is happening and comes to the conclusion that the young actor apparently really liked this woman. In his past life, Sungyun didn't see the need to remember this writer's name, but now everything has changed. Sungyun believes that if the woman continues to create such attractive scripts, her name will have a huge impact on his filmography. Sungyun leaves the office and is immediately approached by the manager, who asks how the audition went and what feelings he had. Sungyun casually replies that everything seemed to go well, but the manager asks him to explain what it means to be well. After this, the guy surprises the manager by saying that the writer invited him to share his opinion about the work with her. The manager can't believe what he heard and asks the guy if he misheard by accident. Sungyun smiles faintly and thinks that in the future he will be able to surprise this man more than once. Sungyun leaves, but the manager tries to catch up with him and asks him to tell him more about everything that happened. Time flies by after listening, as if it had never happened. Sungyun listens to the workers' conversations. One man asks another who this guy is. He replies that he doesn't know, but says that the man is clearly not random. The guy hears people talking about him as a newbie who is probably being trained by a big agency. Sungyun mooses that he should have arrived earlier and had time to meet everyone beforehand. The young man greets those around him and says that he would be pleased to work with them. The members of the film crew believe that the guy is quite handsome, and if he plays the role well, he will definitely become famous. Sungyun continues to bow and thinks that the first impression was probably positive. The guy notices a writer standing nearby. The woman is the first to greet him. He shakes her hand firmly and sincerely thanks her for the excellent role she has given him. The young man's performance deeply touched the woman, although she does not yet know that all her future films will be truly unique. There is a stranger sitting in the corner of the room. He does not interfere, but only silently and attentively watches the conversation between Sungyun and the writer. This guy started with minor roles and managed to star in more than 50 films. He is sincerely surprised that such a serious role was entrusted to a newcomer, after which he wonders if the writer is his friend. His thoughts are interrupted by the touch of a girl who says that she would be very worried in his place because this newcomer could gradually take away his position. The girl claims that the newcomer has already become good friends with the writer, and, it seems, the entire film crew liked him. She demands that the guy take everything more seriously, because the newcomer was entrusted with a major project already in his debut work, and this indicates that he has really decent skills. Uncensored thanks the girl and begins to wonder why there is always so much jealousy and tension between actors. He continues to observe the conversation and realizes that he is a truly serious competitor. He himself had to spend 10 years in minor roles before he got any noticeable place in the industry. The guy remembers how much he had to go through, including the time when one of the directors angrily threw a script right at his head. The director then yelled at Uncensored and demanded to know why he even came to the set. Was it just for fun? And then demanded that he act properly. Despite all the humiliations, the guy tirelessly pushed through the problems and moved forward only for the opportunity to one day get a truly worthy role. And now, suddenly, some newcomer appears on his path, who, apparently, got everything only thanks to connections. At this point, the leader's voice is heard, suggesting that we take a 10-minute break and then begin reading the script. Uncensored heads towards the exit and deliberately bumps into Sungyun with his shoulder, causing him to become very confused and not understand what is happening. Sungyun is genuinely surprised by the actor's behavior and wonders what people are capable of in order to achieve their goals. Uncensored gives the guy an arrogant look and is convinced that this newcomer will never be able to push him aside. Sungyun notices a man who is greeted with friendliness by everyone around him, who greets him and bows low. This man turned out to be a former theater actor, who, in the opinion of many, even in comparison with 10 million actors, remains the most outstanding. Sungyun can't take his eyes off him because his energy and charisma are truly impressive. The guy continues to look at the man and realizes that he has never felt such a powerful and mesmerizing aura before. Suddenly, the actor turns and casts an attentive glance at the young man, as if assessing him. He then slowly turns around and walks leisurely towards Sung-hyun. The guy thinks for a moment that the man is going to say hello to him, but he walks past as if he doesn't notice him at all. Instead, the actor greets the writer and begins a sweet and warm conversation with her, expressing hope for a long and productive collaboration and asking the girl not to hesitate to make comments if necessary. The writer smiles and says that there will be no need for this because the man is a first-class and experienced actor. After this, the actor points to Sung-hyun and asks who this guy is. The girl explains that he is a new actor who recently joined the project and plays an important role. Sung-hyun bows slightly and calmly states his name, adding that he would be happy to work with everyone. This statement caused genuine surprise in the actor. He clearly did not expect that such a serious, albeit secondary role would be entrusted to a newcomer. At one time, the man himself was going to take part in a worthy project, but the offer from this writer turned out to be much more significant. After reading the script, he immediately picked up the phone and called the writer, declaring his desire to take part in this project. The auditions went smoothly, and thanks to his experience, the actor got the role he had chosen without any problems. However, after some time, the assistant reported that the writer considered his acting interpretation too excessive. The man was extremely indignant because he believed that he was able to reveal the character deeply and multifacetedly, and this is the most important thing. However, the writer noted that this approach would make it difficult to achieve harmony between characters and balance within a scene. The woman thinks that the key problem lies in the lack of harmony because the whole picture should be perceived as a single whole. The woman tells Sung-hyun that after listening to his ideas, she decided to forego excessive details in the setting and instead focus on accurately conveying the connection to the place where the character grew up. She believes that an outside perspective helps structure scenes, and the guy was right when he pointed out that this approach will make the characters look alive. The actor watches the writer and thinks that she doesn't seem to trust his opinion, while she attaches importance to every word of this newcomer. At some point, the man loses control, says goodbye with irritation, and wishes everyone good luck. At the exit, he is met by one of the members of the film crew and happily greets him, not knowing that the actor is in a bad mood. Sung-hyun remains calm on the outside, but watches the famous actor closely, deciding that he is clearly a wayward person. The woman notices what the guy is thinking about and says that although the actor is talented, he is too stubborn and very difficult to work with. Sung-hyun knows there is a disagreement between them and says that writers and actors always have different views on how to develop a character. The discussion continues, and gradually everyone begins to understand that the filming process will be much more difficult than it seemed. The leader sums up the meeting. He says that he is glad to see everyone and informs them that they will spend the coming months together. The writer says she has made her decision and will work with the film crew until the very end of filming. The film crew reacts to her words with enthusiasm, supports her, and begins to applaud loudly. Kim Jo-ho is loudly encouraging everyone to give it their all and show what they are truly capable of. Hyun Sin-chuk is trying to improve relations with the actor and says that he will make every effort, because for him, this is the first leading role in such a serious project. Sung-hyun once again clarifies the schedule and informs that he has been assigned a very important, albeit secondary role. The writer watches the two men and thinks that Sung-hyun is polite, but confident enough that with every glance he gives, it becomes harder to perceive him as a newbie. Sung-hyun believes that now is the perfect time to move on to a truly in-depth analysis of the script, as he firmly believes that the success of this film must be ensured at all costs. He is confident that the main character has excellent skills coupled with an attractive appearance, and this will be the key to success. Hyun San-chuk begins answering questions with lines from the script, singing a line about how sad it is to leave without saying goodbye. The actress jokingly tells Hyun Sin-chuk that she doesn't seem like his type at all. Sung-hyun admits to himself that the actor's flirting is truly spectacular, and viewers will definitely be impressed. The actress asks Hyun Sanchok with a smile if he doesn't like a modest and submissive woman. Hyun Sanchok gently places his hand on hers and quietly says that he is not interested in that type of guy at all. The actors instantly get into character and begin to act out a scene in a bar in which the woman admits that she likes the way he looks at her. Hyun Sanchok grabs the girl's face. At this moment, she thinks about how much he turns her on. Sungyeon knows that the script calls for a kiss later, but at this stage of the rehearsal, there won't be one. He quickly skims the text and suddenly realizes that a scene with his participation is about to begin. Sungyeon fully immerses himself in the role. His character interacts with influential people and learns that the director of the orphanage is going to run for president. After this, his character gets drunk, and in this state, he is attacked by a gang of hooligans. A group of bandits approaches a young man. One of them hits the asphalt with a pipe and threatens to talk. Hyun Sanchok instantly comes to his senses, realizing that a serious fight is about to happen. The hooligans demand an explanation from him, saying that it was because of him that they once ended up in prison. Hyun Sanchok calmly and defiantly replies that there is nothing unusual about this, because criminals should be behind bars. One of the bandits decides to teach the young man a lesson by force, rushes at him, and raises his hand to strike. Sungkyun remains motionless and watches with cold blood as the enraged bandit quickly approaches him. Suddenly, a crushing kick lands on the attacking bandit's arm. The bandit screams and grabs his injured arm, falls to the ground, and his comrades start looking around in panic. The stranger asks the hooligans with contempt how they dared to raise their hand against a respected person. Hyun Sanchok's eyes widen in complete amazement, as he clearly didn't expect such an impressive and profound level of acting. The stranger continues his lecture and asks where these people have lost their upbringing and basic manners. Hyun Sanchok is still dumbfounded and studies the young man closely, trying to understand the source of his acting skills. He realizes that anyone can read lines and analyze character, but not everyone is capable of real transformation. Sunghyun is completely focused on getting into character and doesn't even notice the admiring glances of others. He feels that with this level of immersion, no one will be able to push him into secondary positions. The man begins to feel growing nervous as the stranger casts a determined look at him that combines force, confidence, and inner threat. Hyun Sanchok lowers his head and admits to his interlocutor that he feels great shame in front of him. Sunghyun responds by suggesting that they put such thoughts aside and focus on fighting the antagonist together for the sake of the country's future. Hyun Sanchok notices people sitting nearby and guesses that they are deeply impressed by the newcomer's performance. When the scenario study is completed, the leader expresses gratitude to the entire group for their excellent work. Sunghyun leans back in his chair, showing fatigue after an emotionally charged rehearsal. Hyun Sanchok looks at the young man from under his brows, trying to understand what is so special about him. The manager leans towards Sunghyun and whispers to him that Hyun Sanchok seems to be afraid of him. Sunghyun is shocked by this statement because he knew that the actor did not like him, but he did not expect that the situation would go this far. Sunghyun tells his manager that he would like to ask him for a favor regarding the upcoming filming. The guy asks to speak to the manager alone before starting work, and this request causes genuine surprise in the manager. The man wonders what could have alarmed the young actor, because filming also has a human side, the relationships between colleagues. Sunghyun believes that if hostility is not dealt with in advance, it will inevitably affect the quality of the team play. He believes that tense relationships between actors can ruin the atmosphere of the stage, especially if they have to play close friends. The guy leaves the room, but suddenly hears someone calling his name. Hyun Sanchok greets him in a respectful tone, calling him senior and saying that he is glad to meet him. Sunghyun replies that he can get him a drink if he needs anything, but Hyun Sanchok refuses to help. Hyun Sanchok adds that if he wants to be friends, then he should say it directly, without unnecessary words. Sunghyun looks at the guy carefully, pauses, and waits for what will happen next. Hyun Sanchok reports that it is difficult to find a common language with him, and this should be kept in mind right away. Then he suddenly laughs loudly and admits that he had just made a joke. Hyun Sen-chuk suggests exchanging phone numbers, but Sung-hyun notices that he is laughing without sincerity. Sung-hyun says that the idea is good and starts to take his phone out of his pocket. He hands the actor his phone and thinks about how he's trying to appear relaxed. Sung-hyun watches Hyun Sen-chuk closely and realizes that lying with gestures is pointless. He sees everything. Hyun Sen-chuk starts saying that they will have a lot of work soon and praises the guy for the way he reads his lines. He approaches Sung-hyun and whispers that he is afraid that all eyes on the set will be on him. Sung-hyun remains silent and plunges into heavy thoughts, trying to understand the true motives of his senior colleague's behavior. The actor suggests that he relax, then with a smile on his face, he says that he is ready to give useful advice as a more experienced professional. Hyun Sen-chuk starts talking about how the main character should always remain in the foreground at the end of the story. He wonders what will happen if, at some point, the audience's attention suddenly switches to his friend. The actor believes that the public will be confused, because a little-known person should not steal the spotlight. Sung-hyun believes that such a development could be a great opportunity to adjust the script, and he is convinced that the degree of an actor's involvement depends on the importance of the character in a particular scene. Sung-hyun emphasizes that you have to give it your all, even if you're playing a minor role. At this moment, a waitress approaches Hyun Sen-chuk and hands him a cup of coffee with an apology. The actor can barely contain his irritation, and in his thoughts, he is convinced that Sung-hyun will not be able to outshine the main character. Hyun Sen-chuk ends his speech by insisting that the guy not try to stand out and think about the big picture. Sung-hyun smiles back and says he understands what you mean. The actor nods and notes that he has nothing more to add and can only hope that the words reach the addressee. He puts on an important look and emphasizes that he is saying all this solely for the sake of Sung-hyun's own future. The guy smiles back, but internally he thinks that such comments will not be able to shake his resolve and make him back down. Sung-hyun emphasizes that he understands the importance of balance in the frame and knows how to prevent a secondary character from getting lost behind the main one. The actor suddenly freezes. An expression of surprise appears on his face. He clearly did not expect to hear such words. Hyun Sen-chuk stops talking and watches the young man closely, assessing his mood. He glances at Sung-hyun's reflection in his cup and thinks that this upstart is going to get his comeuppance. As the first day of filming begins, Sung-hyun hears someone calling his name loudly. He turns around to see Kim Jo-ho, who is currently explaining to the girl how much Sung-hyun was annoying one of the guys. Kim Jo-ho laughs loudly and says that Sung-hyun is a very sociable and nice person, not at all like most of the youth today. The man still can't believe that this young man managed to impress the entire film crew already at the script reading stage. The men agree that this guy has a great future because he has not only talent, but also a unique approach to analyzing characters. Sung-hyun bows and greets the famous actor with respect. The man asks if this is really his debut role in a movie. He gently strokes the boy's head and says with a kind smile that he is really talented and he is always ready to help him. Then Kim Jo-ho starts laughing loudly and generously allows him to address him as a comrade without any ceremony. He hugs Sung-hyun and then asks if he has any plans after filming and mentions a restaurant with great shark fin soup. Sung-hyun notices Hyun Sen-chuk's evil gaze from the side and realizes that he is clearly jealous because the older actor liked him. The director's voice is heard, announcing the start of filming and asking all the participants to immediately take their places. Sung-hyun decides to put aside all extraneous thoughts, since the most important thing now is to focus on working on the film. Another day of filming begins, and in the first scene, the actors had to show the dramatic split in the relationship between Kim Jo-ho and Hyun Sen-chuk. This seemingly insignificant episode unexpectedly became a turning point, after which the man began to perceive the young man with open hostility. Hyun Sen-chuk gets into character and displays a bright anger, sharply asking if the man really was using him solely as a way to make money. One of the friends asks the young man if he remembers the old teacher who has been actively written about in the newspapers lately. One of them laughs loudly and asks the guy how long it has been since they last saw each other. Hyun Sen-chuk maintains his actorly concentration and indignantly demands an explanation from his friends as to whether they really think he should cover up the theft. Kim Jo-ho gives the young man a hard look from under his brows, while the latter raises his voice and desperately declares that he would never do such a thing. Hyun San-chok tries to leave the room, but the man blocks his way and says forcefully that the young man still has a lot to learn. Sung-hyun carefully watches the scene and mentally acknowledges that acting experience is not really a formal thing, but a very tangible one. He notes to himself that he is able to capture even the subtlest emotional nuances that actors convey while performing their roles, at which point he hears the director's voice announcing the end of the take. The director announces the transition to the next scene without a pause, and Sung-hyun begins to feel that now is his turn to prove himself. Sung-hyun heads towards the doorway to enter the frame, and instantly becomes completely immersed in his character. According to the script, the young people opened a private school, and just 2 months later, one of them was already seriously thinking about leaving. Sung-hyun gets into character and thinks that his secondary character seems easy and understandable to him, not requiring much effort. In a deliberately rude voice, the boy asks Hyun San-chok to stop hiding anything and tell him straight out what really happened. The camera then pans to a wall where photographs of 2 young brothers are displayed, symbolizing important memories. Hyun San-chok approaches his brother with a confession that he entered Seoul University, which completely changed his life direction. Sung-hyun remarks with a caustic intonation that his brother really managed to change his fate, because it was from this university that those guys were. Hyun San-chok continues to confidently lead the stage, telling his brother that he has already met the director and that he is not interested in those guys at all. Sung-hyun was genuinely surprised because the phrase that was spoken did not match the approved script at all. Hyun San-chok starts to smirk contentedly, as he understands perfectly well that even the most promising newcomer would panic in a situation like this. He instantly registers how Sung-hyun's expression suddenly changed, and mentally confirms the gap between their acting levels. However, Sung-hyun maintains his composure, pauses, and still tries to answer without letting himself lose his temper. Hyun San-chok feels a growing joy that is becoming increasingly difficult for him to hide, because he is sure that this upstart will finally understand his place. Sung-hyun, in turn, does not allow himself to be drawn into the provocation, continues to perform the scene, and claims that those guys are not such cunning scumbags as the old man likes. He adds with complete confidence that these young people are in fact absolutely the same as he is. The camera begins to pan around the actors, creating an immersive effect, and after a few moments the director's voice is heard announcing the end of the scene. The director, clearly agitated, asks Sung-hyun to avoid improvising in the future if it doesn't fit his character. Hyun San-chok bows deeply to the director as a sign of respect, before politely apologizing for his light ad-libbing. After this, Hyun San-chok gives Sung-hyun a dirty look, making it clear that he doesn't intend to stop there. Sung-hyun understands everything perfectly well and begins to think about what kind of petty ways this guy is going to set him up. He considers such behavior to be childish and frivolous, deciding to respond to it solely with his acting skills. After a short break, filming resumes and the crew begins working on the next scene. The director's loud voice can be heard in the studio, clearly giving the camera crew the order to start filming. Because of Hyun San-chok's previous prank, the entire scene was ruined and the crew had to reshoot it. However, now the young man's energy had slightly died down, and he played the scene strictly according to the approved script. By adhering to the text, the scene was successfully completed without significant difficulties or delays. The next scene turned out to be more complex. It was started many times, and individual fragments were reshot dozens of times until the desired result was achieved. The director was sincerely happy. He expressed gratitude and praised the actors, calling them real good guys. Sung-hyun is genuinely confused as to why his stage partner is showing such hostility towards him. The guy can't even imagine how hard it will be for him if he is suddenly relegated to secondary roles. Hyun San-chok withdraws into himself, realizing that his attempt to frame Sung-hyun with improvisation has completely failed. A short break begins, and just as Sung-hyun is about to leave the stage, someone loudly calls his name. Kim Jo-ho gives the young man a friendly hug and says approvingly that his reaction to the improvisation was really good. The young man politely thanks for the praise, but honestly admits that it was probably a little obvious that he was a little confused. Kim Jo-ho pauses for a moment, then asks the young man curiously what happened to his partner. The man believes that Hyun San-chok gave Sung-hyun a great acting test to find out what he is really capable of. The guy assures that this is not the case at all, after which he thinks for a moment, pondering his partner's words. Sung-hyun says his partner advised him to play more freely, and he responded by showing his best. This confession leaves Kim Jo-ho very surprised, and he can't hide the emotions that appear on his face. The man is genuinely interested in what is happening and asks to tell him more, but the guy promises to do it later, after filming. Kim Jo-ho is in a great mood and bids the young man a warm farewell as he himself must move on to the next scene. While filming continues, makeup artists do not waste time and perform their important and difficult work with full dedication. Sung-hyun slowly opens the door and walks into the room where the makeup artists are preparing the actors for work. He looks closely at his reflection in the mirror and thinks that the suit really suits him. The makeup artists notice the young man, greet him with a smile, and invite him to come closer. The guy sits down in a chair and notes to himself that the hustle and bustle of a film set is already very familiar to him. He watches the makeup artist at work and thinks about how time is always running out in movies and TV series. As the makeup artists continue their work, Sung-hyun reflects on how expensive it is to spend just one day on set. His appearance gradually changes, and he mentally prepares himself to show a flawless game. The next scene will be a group one, and he understands that any mistake could lead to a complete reshoot. The assistant director gives a clear command to all participants to get ready, as filming is about to begin. The events move to the banquet hall, where a variety of snacks and drinks are neatly laid out on a huge table. Kim Jo-ho begins to play his part, takes a sip from his glass and says with a heavy expression that there is almost no time left, adding that with age his patience is becoming less and less. He approaches Hyun San-chok and asks if he really got into Seoul University, clearly intending to develop the scene in an unconventional way. Instead of the expected severity, Kim Jo-ho begins to praise the young man, which causes him obvious surprise because he expected a completely different reaction. Kim Jo-ho loudly declares that the boy has taken a serious step into adulthood, but reminds that he has no parents, which means no one can support him. Hyun San-chok is increasingly surprised as he realizes that the actor is clearly improvising, since there was not a word about parents in the script. Kim Jo-ho continues to play by his own logic, and wonders if the guy is really ready to settle for a small academy, when much broader opportunities are opening up before him. Hyun San-chok starts to get very nervous. He is confused and does not know what to say, because all the lines do not sound according to the script, and the man continues to develop this scene. Kim Jo-ho, with a grim expression, says that he wants his people to one day subjugate all of South Korea, which completely confuses the guy. Hyun San-chok can't hide his irritation. He doesn't know how to react, because the rest of the actors act as if they completely forgot about the script. Kim Jo-ho theatrically drains his glass before lowering his voice and announcing that he has something to say, adding even more tension to the scene. He loudly places the glass on the table and with a heavy intonation declares that he has warmed a snake on his chest, after which he again grabs the glass and squeezes it tightly. Hyun San-chok realizes that he is supposed to throw the glass at him according to the script, but Sung-hyun suddenly appears in the frame and intercepts the object, disrupting the flow of the scene. Kim Jo-ho starts to get very nervous, as he did not expect the young man's intervention, since this gesture should have belonged to his hero. The film crew continues their work, but is visibly shocked by what is happening, as the scene goes far beyond the planned script. Hyun San-chok tries his best to maintain an outward calm, although inside he feels completely out of sorts. Sung-hyun, on the contrary, acts confidently and decisively, despite the complete improvisation and the fact that everything develops outside of a pre-approved script. Despite what is happening, The cameraman remains calm and continues filming the scene, without interrupting the process even in conditions of complete improvisation. Uncensored looks closely at his colleagues and ponders what exactly they had planned and why everything didn't go according to plan. Kim Jo-ho gives him a sharp look, as if asking if he enjoys watching someone act outside of their scripted lines. Sung-hyun understands everything without words and comes to the conclusion that the actor, having sympathy for him, decided to take revenge on Uncensored for his past antics. The film crew is in a state of great surprise. The assistant director asks for instructions on whether to stop filming. The director's answer stuns him, as he, without taking his eyes off the stage, confidently orders him to continue. Sung-hyun feels like everything is heading towards a successful take, and he mentally rejoices at how spontaneously the scene is coming together. Kim Jo-ho suddenly turns to Sung-hyun and asks if he thinks they're crazy, making it clear that this is part of a new move. The man deliberately changes the order of the lines, claiming that the boy will not be able to survive in this world alone. There are newspapers on the table, one of which is about how a child from the orphanage received the highest score on the entrance exam. Kim Jo-ho, despite the positive article, states that the boy cannot cope alone, even if the shelter prepares him for independent life. He starts laughing loudly and mockingly declares that the young man simply has no chance of existing independently. Kim Jo-ho decides to push harder and reminds the boy of his brother, who still remains within the walls of the orphanage. He realizes that he has found his weak spot, because his brother is the closest person and the only true friend for Sung-hyun. Uncensored suddenly decides to go beyond the text and unexpectedly hands over a glass, offering to pour him a drink. Kim Jo-ho gestures to stop the other actors who wanted to continue strictly according to the script, and says with a smile that he always knew the guy was smart. This scene deviated significantly from the original script, but each actor put in maximum effort and performed with full dedication. Despite the improvisations of the main characters, the secondary characters did not succumb to the emotional pressure and performed their roles flawlessly. Uncensored quickly drains his glass, hoping to contain his excitement as the other actors continue to maintain the tense scene. Sung-hyun comes to the conclusion that his partner has stood up to the test and used the same move against him that started it all. Even taking into account the complete improvisation, the scene was successfully completed, and the entire filming episode went without a hitch. After finishing work on the set, Sung-hyun heads to the apartment and asks the woman where the room registered in Kim Jo-ho's name is. Upon seeing Sung-hyun, the man greets him warmly and immediately invites him into the room, showing friendliness. He wonders if the guy found it quickly and if he had to wander around for a long time looking for the right room. Kim Jo-ho hands the young man a glass, much to his surprise, and immediately clarifies that there is no alcohol in it. The man explains that tomorrow will be a difficult day, and it is better not to drink in order to maintain clarity of mind and vigor. After this, he begins to praise Sung-hyun, admitting that he was amazed at how he took the glass. Kim Jo-ho says with undisguised admiration that the guy masterfully got into character and played the scene with real drama. Sung-hyun is a little nervous, and at first can't find the right words to respond to the flood of praise. The man continues to shower him with compliments, and says that if he doesn't want to fall behind such a genius, he must be on his guard all the time. Kim Jo-ho insists that he is completely serious, and emphasizes that he was literally absorbed in Sung-hyun's performance. The conversation is interrupted by a loud shout from a man in the next room, clearly irritated at being called unfit. Sung-hyun is aware that these are the halls where influential people from the film industry gather, and not everything that happens here is in public. He looks closely at Kim Jo-ho and finds himself thinking that this man has taught him a lot in a very short time. He comes to the conclusion that the scene turned out to be so drawn out solely because the man cleverly picked up on the improvised move. The guy sincerely thanks the master and emphasizes that the scene was a success thanks to the coordinated work of the entire team. Kim Jo-ho once again expresses admiration for the boy's acting talent and states that such a talent does not require mentors at all. They then continue to chat calmly, discussing the episode they filmed the day before and exchanging personal impressions. After filming ends, Hyun San-chok becomes overly irritable and demands an explanation as to why his scene was placed after the newcomers. The film crew tries to justify themselves by saying that such a decision was made solely due to the specifics of the location. No one expected that the actor would become so enraged and start behaving aggressively, even towards the technical workers. Sung-hyun wonders if it is really so difficult to maintain saneness and decorum, even during the filming process. He is distracted from these thoughts by the manager, who advises the young man to wait a little in the car. Sung-hyun understands that there is no time to waste, and that what is happening must be resolved as quickly and efficiently as possible. With an unpleasant feeling caused by the lead actor shouting at the crew members, he gets into the car, wanting to get off the set as quickly as possible. Kim Jo-ho is already in the car and asks if there are any filming events planned for tomorrow. He suggests that if he has a free day, they could have a dinner together and cheer up the whole team a little after a hard day's work. This proposal causes Sung-hyun unexpected surprise, and he cannot immediately contain his violent emotional reaction. A moment later, he happily agrees, finding the idea truly wonderful and timely. The director, also in the car, confirms that the entire team now supports Kim Jo-ho's proposal. Sung-hyun can hardly contain himself with joy, because such an atmosphere gives him a chance to realize his future plans. After thinking for a bit, the director agrees that if tomorrow goes smoothly, then a joint dinner is a great idea. Sung-hyun believes that having dinner together is a really great idea, because it is moments like these that help relieve tension and improve human relationships. He recalls how perfectly the table scene was played out, and notes with sincere admiration that the man handled it simply superbly. The crew members begin to gather in the cozy restaurant, and they happily greet Sung-hyun and say that they are very happy that he has arrived. The guy is a little surprised to see a writer among those gathered, to which she explains that she also visited the film set today. The woman says that after watching the video sent by the director, she simply could not resist and immediately decided to come. Sung-hyun pauses to think about what kind of video could have provoked such a reaction from the writer. She, anticipating his thoughts, says that it doesn't really matter what kind of video it was, because she was impressed by all the footage. She then takes a big sip of her drink and places the empty glass on the table with a loud thud. At this moment, the young man realizes that we are talking about the scene in which he improvised by picking up a glass. The woman shares her impressions and admits that while watching this scene, goosebumps ran through her body from the emotional intensity. She adds that she felt something special already at their first meeting, but now he has reached a completely different, higher level. The writer asks how he managed to get so deeply into the character, and receives the answer that this became possible thanks to the support of experienced colleagues. The young man adds that this is the result of daily practice and deep immersion in the book, although he understands that he cannot reveal the whole truth to her. The writer believes that he has great acting talent and is able to truly accurately convey the essence of her character. According to her, the guy has a rare combination of professionalism and special energy, and sometimes it even seems that he embodied the character better than she could have imagined. After pouring the drink into glasses, the woman smiles and offers everyone another drink, this time in honor of the film adaptation of her book, which she had long dreamed of seeing on screen. Taking a sip from her glass, the writer reflects on how such easy consent to a toast is the hallmark of true professionals. Sung-hyun briefly goes into his own thoughts, pondering what he heard, but the woman brings him back to reality by calling him by name. With complete confidence in her voice, she declares that she truly considers him a professional actor who managed to impress her to the depths of her soul. Sung-hyun is shocked by such recognition, and once again, he has absolutely no idea what to answer to sincere words of gratitude. After a few moments, he smiles slightly and, a little embarrassed, says that for now he is only trying to be a real actor. At this moment, Hyun San-chok hesitantly enters the restaurant. He apologizes for being late and refers to the heavy traffic jams in the city. The young man greets everyone present, demonstrating an emphatically formal tone, and greets everyone in a reserved manner. He admits that he didn't expect to see a writer here, and everyone notices how he deliberately chooses a place away from Sung-hyun. Hyun-Chok can barely contain his irritation and mentally reproaches himself for acting like a capricious child in front of his colleagues. All the guests are chatting quietly among themselves, maintaining a light atmosphere, while only Hyun-Chok continues to sit silently to the side. Someone present asks why the director hasn't arrived yet, assuming that he is most likely busy due to a busy work schedule. Sunghyun turns to Kim Jo-ho and asks if he would like something to drink, offering him a choice of beer or soju. The man gratefully replies that he is glad for such attention and thinks that now would be appropriate to drink a cold beer. He suggests forgetting about formalities and immediately turns to the writer with a smile, drawing her into conversation. The woman thanks him for his concern, but refuses the offered drink, cheerfully remarking that she prefers to drink straight from the bottle. She laughs loudly and explains that when she drinks from glasses, she gets drunk quickly, but now she wants to stay in shape longer. Sunghyun understands with a slight smile that the writer is deliberately maintaining the cheerful atmosphere of the evening, and doing so quite successfully. They exchange jokes and light remarks, while Hyun-Chok continues to sit silently on the sidelines, not participating in the general fun. Kim Jo-ho turns to the young man and asks what it is about him that has captivated the writer, causing everyone to laugh. Sunghyun calmly replies that the man seems to be exaggerating greatly, since he doesn't have any special secret. The writer, a little tipsy, confirms that the actor is really telling the truth and declares that he will truly shine in this film. The writer states that her words are neither a joke nor a compliment. She really means it. Kim Jo-ho feigns jealousy and asks why the woman admires only Sunghyun and not him. The writer counters that there is nothing wrong with her admiring her own character and does not see a problem with it. The man covers his face with his hands, reminding her that he too is one of her characters who cannot be ignored. Saying how nice it would be to be at least 20 years younger, he drains his glass of alcohol in one gulp. Those present continue to enjoy the joyful and friendly atmosphere, laughing and sharing stories, while Hyun-Chok sits silently to the side. Sunghyun can't hide his surprise, because the guy's behavior turns out to be much calmer than he expected in such a situation. Kim Jo-ho begins to talk about how it's important to do everything possible to ensure that no one is uncomfortable on set. He adds that in his opinion, Hyun-Chok's performance does not at all resemble that of a newbie, but looks quite professional. Hyun-Chok feels growing annoyed, especially after hearing that the senior actor intends to help his scene partner. When the man calls Sunghyun unusual, Hyun-Chok can no longer hold back his emotions and loudly puts his glass down on the table. Everyone immediately turns to look at him, and the conversation switches to the young man who has become the subject of discussion. One of the guests notices that despite his charisma and attractive appearance, Hyun-Chok can sometimes be downright rude. These words deeply affect the guy. He remains silent, but his tense face shows how excited he is. Sunghyun carefully studies his colleague's expression and watches with interest what his next move will be. In a quiet voice, the young man expresses the opinion that newcomers should always show respect and politeness towards older and more experienced actors. He then states that he feels Sunghyun doesn't always pull off the role and his gaze seems too slow and unsure. Sunghyun decides that he has jumped to conclusions prematurely, realizing that his partner is actually much less calm and composed than he previously thought. Kim Jo-ho asks to stop slandering the young man and explains to the guy that he understands the situation perfectly, assuring that Sunghyun certainly gets into character well, and his acting deserves respect. Hyun-Chok states that he can feel the difference in performance and asks the actor if he notices it, thereby expressing doubt in his partner's skill. Kim Jo-ho calls the young man a bore and wonders what's wrong with him, showing confusion and slight irritation at his behavior. Sunghyun didn't expect his partner to act like this. He apologizes to the man in case he hurt his feelings and admits that this is his first film, and also explains that he was probably nervous. The young man continues to apologize, promising to be more attentive and focused during work in the future, thereby demonstrating a serious attitude to the process. The man, in turn, asks to stop apologizing and not to destroy the pleasant atmosphere that has developed on the site, trying to maintain peace and mutual understanding among colleagues. This statement irritates Hyun Sanchuk, who escalates the conversation and states that it is extremely bad that many people around him did not feel that very difference and underestimated what was happening. The guy suddenly breaks into a loud scream, calling Sung-Yoon a freak and blaming him for the fact that because of his arrogant acting, many scenes turned out to be a failure and a failure. The man tries to calm the young man down, not understanding the reasons for his outburst, and then asks him to stop the conflict, noting that he is already drunk. Hyun Sanchuk responds by abruptly throwing the actor's hand away and asking why he is interrupting him if he has no idea what is happening and does not know the whole truth. Kim Jo-ho asks the guy why he allows himself to talk to him in such a tone, and those around him urge everyone to calm down and not stir up conflict. Hyun Sanchuk reacts angrily to these comments, demanding that they stop interfering in his conversation and calling Sung-Yoon a goat, wondering why everyone thinks he is the center of the universe. After this, he declares that he is the main character of the film and blames his partner for all the problems, placing all the blame for what is happening on him. Kim Jo-ho sharply remarks that instead of working hard on his role, this guy chose to stir up all this theatrical scandal on set and create unnecessary tension. Sung-Hyun thinks that the situation is getting out of control and notes that his partner has clearly forgotten that he was once a newbie learning to play. Sung-Hyun doesn't like this method of resolving the conflict, but he understands that this situation needs to be ended, because otherwise things will get out of control. He bows low and intends to take full responsibility in order to avoid accusations against the other members of the film crew and to keep the peace. The young man bows before the actor, addressing him with respect, calling him elder, and admitting that he is the one who is to blame for the problems that have arisen. The guy claims that the actor had previously called him green and advised him not to stand out on set, which caused him internal protest and discontent. Hyun Sanchuk becomes furious, believing that the young man is trying to show his superiority and present himself in a more favorable light. Sung-Hyun continues to bow low and asks the experienced actor to teach him his craft, thus showing his willingness to learn and respect for his colleague's experience. Hyun Sanchuk is no longer able to contain his anger and fury, and in his outburst he begins to insult the young man, resorting to personal attacks. Hyun Sanchuk admits that this sick freak pissed him off to the limit, after which, unable to contain his emotions, the young man hits Sung-Hyun in the face, and he falls to the floor. The writer starts screaming loudly, wondering how the guy could hit his partner in the face since they were filming, and asks if he's gone crazy. Everyone immediately rushes to Sung-Hyun, starts asking how the guy is feeling, and tries to get a look at his face. Sung-Hyun suffered a severe bruise and a serious cut, but he is completely calm. The company is in an uproar. The writer demands that they immediately call the manager and tell him everything about this situation. Hyun Sanchuk continues to stand still in place, still clenching his fist, and asks for forgiveness in a quiet voice. A new filming day begins, and everyone on set is talking about nothing but yesterday's incident. The assistant approaches the director and begins to quietly explain something in his ear. After listening to him, the director thinks about what he said for a bit, and then says that this is not a panacea. Hyun Sanchuk thinks about the fact that his partner has a serious injury on his face, and it will take him a long time to recover. He believes that the guy has a secondary role, and instead of waiting for his recovery, he will be replaced. He got hit in the face by accident, but he thinks it's even better, and he does everything just for the sake of the film. Suddenly, a look of surprise appears on his face as Sung-Hyun appears on the set and happily greets everyone present. The cameraman's assistant carefully examines the young man and comes to the conclusion that this natural look looks better than with makeup, after which he asks those around him if they agree with his opinion. Hyun Sanchuk, in turn, wonders why this scum is still on the set. Sung-Hyun slowly walks up to the young man sitting on the chair, stands in front of him, and remains completely silent. Hyun Sanchuk looks at the guy carefully and asks what he's up to, thinking that he wants to hit him back. Sung-Hyun continues to stand silently in front of the young man, who tries to provoke him and orders him to beat him immediately. He gets up from his chair and declares that if the fight is two-sided, it will be even better for him. At this moment, Sunghyun suddenly swings his hand, preparing to strike. Hyun San-chuk notices this and closes his eyes, clearly preparing to take the blow without resistance. The next second he experiences a strong shock, since the guy did not intend to hit him at all, but simply put his hand on his shoulder. Sunghyun tells his co-star that he will only fight in acting. The young man remembers the experienced actor and mentally thanks him, calling him senior. Hyun San-chuk is very surprised, as he clearly did not expect this outcome and thought that the guy would rush into a fight. Sunghyun turns around and walks away from the guy, thinking to himself at that moment how different they are. In contrast, Hyun San-chuk feels strong anger and resentment, believing that the guy is a showy brat. He turns and looks at his partner's back, declaring that he will beat the guy in acting. He immediately states how dare the young man talk to him about acting. Their conversation is interrupted by the loud voice of an assistant, who announces that filming is starting and asks everyone to take their places. Hyun San-chuk heads to take his seat and thinks that he will still see who will win in this confrontation. Scene number 52 begins. After graduating from law school, one of the brothers tries to break off a long-term relationship with a bad crowd. He is asked why he began to cooperate with the investigation into the director's fund, after which he is hit in the face. The man standing opposite insults the young man and accuses him of betraying them and engaging in espionage. He grabs the young man by the hair and says that he didn't like him from the start. Hyun San-chuk masterfully plays off his fear and claims that none of this is true. The man shouts angrily and states that all the facts point to the opposite, after which he demands that this comedy be stopped immediately. He deals another blow to Hyun San-chuk and demands that she not waste time and confess to everything. Hyun San-chuk wipes his split lips with his hand and asks the man if he had any dealings with the assistant director. The man tries to understand what the young man is talking about and asks what he means. The man grabs the guy by the tie and declares that no one will come to the aid of a scumbag like him. The guy smiles happily and says that in this case, it is better to think about yourself. After which, he tells the man that he knows about the machinations he committed behind the director's back. Hyun San-chuk visibly tenses up, but tries not to show it, as he knows that the scene will now continue with Sunghyun's participation. Scene number 53 begins. Sunghyun walks up to the door, puts his hand on the door handle, and begins to slowly open it. The assistant tells the director that the scene is not going according to the script again, as Sunghyun is going to enter the room before the scripted line. He suggests stopping filming and reshooting the take, but the director believes that this does not need to be done and asks to continue filming. He thinks that Sunghyun looks very harmonious despite the minor script violations. Sunghyun takes a deep breath, clears his mind of unnecessary thoughts, and begins to immerse himself in the role. He understands that now it is his turn and he must play perfectly. As filming continues, the man asks Hyun San-chuk why the director didn't do anything if he already knew about it. Hyun San-chuk tries to answer the man's question, but is interrupted by a loud sound. Sunghyun enters the room, dramatically opening the door with a strong kick. He goes inside and asks his brother if he is still alive. Hyun San-chuk tries to take revenge on the young man and deliberately disrupts the rhythm of his acting. Despite the script violations, the director is in high spirits, understanding how the guy is going to take over the initiative. Hyun San-chuk smiles faintly, silently calling his partner a fool and wondering what he will do now. Sunghyun doesn't feel the slightest bit of worry and continues to play his role, telling his brother that he's glad he's still alive. The criminals continue to act out their roles according to the script, rushing at the guy after the leader gives them the command. Sunghyun resolutely repels their attacks, delivering powerful punches to the bandits. One of the bandits realizes that he can't handle the guy with his bare hands and grabs a huge piece of metal pipe. He runs up to Sunghyun and raises a huge pipe to strike. Sunghyun tensely counts out the rhythm internally, so that he can parry the blow at the right time and do it cinematically, beautifully. The supporting actor slowly steps back, his face clearly showing fear, without taking his eyes off the young man. He shouts loudly and demandingly for him not to come any closer to him, clearly unable to cope with the emotions that have overwhelmed him. The man takes out a huge knife and, waving it, warns that he will kill the guy. Sung-kyun smiles widely in response and asks the bandit if he really thinks he will listen. He grabs the man by the arm and says that having a dangerous knife does not make a man stronger. The actor professionally plays out intense fear mixed with fierce hatred. Sung-kyun recites a memorized phrase, stating that only a strong person makes a knife a dangerous object. Hyun San-chok calls his partner trash and wonders how he was able to perform the scene, since he intentionally messed up the rhythm. The guy can't hide his surprise and thinks that this guy is not human at all. The filming of the next scene begins. The young people are moving in a car. The guy tells his brother that he should start a new life, since the drinking dens are clearly not for him. Hyun San-chuk acts out his concern and care for his brother by asking the young man how he is. Sung-kyun, according to the script, falls silent and becomes lost in thought, watching the lights of the huge night city outside the window. After this, Sung-kyun pompously declares that he too is going to find his own path. The director is extremely delighted and happily announces loudly that the scene has been filmed, thanks everyone for the work they have done, and calls everyone well done. A week of work passes, and Sung-kyun is happy to realize that the long filming is finally over. After this, the guy slowly looks around the set, as if trying to remember every detail of the surrounding space. He dives into memories of the past filming, recalling the atmosphere, emotions, and tense moments that accompanied the process. His thoughts are interrupted by Hyun San-chuk, who asks the young man not to delude himself and says that he is annoying him. The film crew is very surprised by the young man's actions, and this greatly changes their opinion of him. Sung-kyun wonders if Hyun San-chuk will refuse to act in the movie if he continues to act in it. He recalls the words of an experienced actor who said that one must be on guard so as not to be left behind by a brilliant newcomer. After this, he remembers the writer who said that his acting was impeccable and the guy would definitely shine in this film. Sung-kyun believes that he can make himself a good actor, but he needs to put in his full effort to do so. His thoughts are interrupted when someone calls his name loudly. The young man turns around sharply, seeing the smiling director nearby. The director suggests talking about the young man's filming being completed, but the guy believes that filming is only completed when the movie is released. The director says that the main material has already been filmed, and the guy can rest if he is tired from working overtime. The director asks to be sure to watch the gift from him and says that the guy deserves it. In the evening, when he comes home, the young man unpacks a large box to see what kind of gift it is. The man did not deceive, and the guy was brought a truly incredible gift. The latest model of Apple laptop. The action moves to the next day when the head of the company is stopped by the loud voice of the manager. The manager asks the supervisor to wait a bit and says that he definitely needs to see this. The man asks what's wrong, to which the manager replies that he was sent an email today. They look at the tablet screen together and open the necessary folders. After opening the right file, they begin to watch footage from the film, where Sung-kyun tells the bandit that the guys should understand their words. In the next scene, Sung-kyun suggests to his brother to destroy the director of the orphanage for the sake of the country. After this, the men watch a scene in which a guy says that it is not the knife that makes a person dangerous. After watching the footage, the director tells the manager that it is indeed decent acting. The prediction that this film would be a box office hit has come true, and the release trailer has instantly gone viral on social media. In the first half of the day, the video has gained almost 500,000 views, and the number of views continues to grow. In many places in the city, huge posters with the new film have already been hung, and many passers-by are taking pictures in front of them, drawing attention to the advertisement. The girls smile happily and pose for the camera, with a large poster of the new film in the background behind them. The new video made a great impression on viewers, winning their interest and positive feedback. The guy knows that the video with the main character has a lot of views, and therefore there is no need to worry about the future success of the film. The manager completely agrees with this statement and claims that the whole world must see this video. The manager cannot contain his emotions and states that he has not seen such a reaction from the company's leader for a long time. Sung-kyun responds by telling the manager that he needs to work even harder than before, which greatly surprises the man since he thought the guy's work was impeccable. Sunghyun smiles happily and says that it's just the beginning. He enters the elevator cabin, looks closely at the manager, and does not understand why he is sincerely surprised by his words. The manager breaks away from his thoughts after a moment, smiles and agrees that everything is really just beginning. The elevator doors close. The manager manages to tell the young man that he will call as soon as he has some free time and asks the guy to have a good rest. Finding himself alone in the elevator cabin, Sunghyun feels a pleasant sensation, but realizes that at times he can hardly control himself. A slight smile appears on his face, and he finds himself thinking that he wants to reach even greater heights in his career. As he climbs to the top floor, he thinks that it would be good if Lady Luck would give him a new chance. When the elevator reaches the desired floor, the doors open and the guy glances forward, a little surprised by what he sees. He sees in front of him a girl whom he clearly did not expect to meet in this place. Minso greets the young man and happily asks how he ended up here. The guy takes a little while to answer and then says that he came here to watch a movie. The girl asks if he minds if she watches a movie with him. The guy reminds her that earlier in the correspondence she talked about being busy. The girl happily declares that she just has some free time and, laughing merrily, asks the young man what movie he wants to watch. Sunghyun understands that with someone else he might feel uncomfortable, but with this girl he clearly feels comfortable. He begins to wonder why he feels a sense of comfort and inner balance when he is around Minso. The guy feels that it is in her presence that the world around him seems to slow down, becoming warm and safe. The 2 hours and 30 minutes of the film flew by unnoticed. After watching the film, the girl stretches with pleasure and says that it was really great. Sunghyun believes that watching masterpieces is always undoubtedly enjoyable. Minso smiles happily, after which she suggests that the guy watch another movie. Sunghyun tells the girl that it's already evening, to which she says that this is a bummer. Sunghyun smiles happily and suggests the girl to watch a movie tomorrow. Minso suddenly gets to his feet and reminds him that he will remember the guy's promise well. She is about to leave, but stops for a moment and says that she has one question that interests her very much. The girl asks him to remember the first time they met and asks the guy how he found out everything. This question makes Sunghyun nervous, so he tries not to show his feelings. Minso says that many people didn't notice it, but the guy was able to spot it right away. Sunghyun says that he just saw it, and this answer greatly surprises the girl. He recalls their meeting, when the girl said that she envied him because she once also wanted to become an actress. Sunghyun asks the girl not to bother her head with this, and then asks her to be careful and cautious on the way home. Unexpectedly, as they say goodbye, Minso asks the young man if he would like to take a photo together. She laughs loudly and says that this will be a great proof of their friendship. The girl asks the young man to stand closer to get a better angle for the photo. At that time, Sunghyun didn't know that the photo he took would cause a huge stir on the internet and social media. That night, the young man could not sleep for a long time, and as soon as he managed to do so, the phone rang. The guy picks up the phone and can't immediately wake up from sleep. The other person asks him what he did. After some time, the young man manages to overcome sleep, and he asks what's wrong, to which the interlocutor asks to look at what they write on the internet. Sunghyun dives into his phone and starts browsing the news and social media. He is greatly surprised to learn that his name has become the most frequently searched name. Sunghyun feels very excited and wonders what this is all about. The reason for all this is yesterday's photo of singer Minso, who was preparing to return to the stage with a mini-album and posted a new photo on Instagram. Sunghyun puts his phone aside and begins to think that he seems to be in serious trouble. The gossip fueled by the internet showed no signs of dying down, but there was no time to think about it. The action moves to a television talk show, where the heroes of the new film are guests today. The presenter begins to prepare questions in connection with the upcoming premiere of the film. She suggests moving directly to a discussion of the film and asks Hyun San-chak how he feels, since the guy played the leading role for the first time. The guy hesitates a little with his answer, and Kim Jo-ho comes to his aid, stating that this time the young man was more nervous than usual, but he did an excellent job. The man notes that even after 9 years in the industry, the young man remains very diligent. After this, the presenter announces that, in addition to these charming actors, there is another person worthy of attention. She introduces the audience to Sung-hyun, who plays a significant supporting role in the film. The girl claims that rumors have spread throughout the industry about the emergence of a genius nugget. She wants to know what exactly the guy did to win the hearts of viewers and how he became close to Mrs. Minso, who is known for her secrecy. The guy replies that they have only seen each other a couple of times, since they work in the same agency, but he thinks to himself that actors should be wary of scandals. The young man says that they were just spending time together as friends, to which the man asks why they don't date. The host changes the topic of conversation and turns to Kim Jo-ho, saying that she will now turn to the old-fashioned uncle. Sung-hyun suddenly realizes that the man acted very smartly. He skillfully changed the topic of conversation and saved the guy from uncomfortable questions. The young man is grateful to the man for such an act and believes that he must definitely be thanked in the future. Hyun San-chok is still tense and feels very uncomfortable. The guy watches the man closely. The presenter changes the subject again and says that she will move on to official questions. She says that she has seen actors quarreling after the broadcast more than once. She asks the actors what they can say about this. Kim Jo-ho suggests not to discuss this and moves straight to a detailed study of the characters. He suggests discussing who the main character is to him, which greatly surprises the audience. Sung-hyun also doesn't understand what the man is getting at and wonders what the topic is all about. Hyun San-chok remains tense and looks at both colleagues absent-mindedly. Sung-hyun states that Kim Jo-ho played the role of the main character well, and the man taught him a lot during filming, including how to be on the same page with everyone. Hyun San-chuk is very surprised to hear that the young man actually took over a lot from the man. The presenter starts laughing loudly and tells the guy that they have a very kind elder, and the young man has something to be proud of. There is a technical pause. The host reminds those present that, no matter what happens on stage or behind the scenes, everyone should smile at the camera. Numerous cameras turn in their direction, and the presenter says that these are the rules of existence in this world. Kim Jo-ho stretches with pleasure and says that after just 20 minutes of sitting, his whole body becomes numb. The young man says that health must be taken care of, to which the man suddenly offers to go with him to stunt school. The guy refuses, explaining that he is still a newbie and does not even know what his new role will be. In response, the man says that he was good today and calls him a comrade. Sung-hyun begins to sincerely thank the actor for helping him out of a difficult situation. Kim Jo-ho gracefully leaves the pavilion and says that they will see each other at the premiere. The young man bows deeply and thanks the actor again. At this moment, the manager comes up to him and tells him that it's time for them to leave too. Sung-hyun ponders for a moment, thinking that this could be harmful and that there is another better method. He is distracted from his thoughts when someone suddenly calls his name. He sees a girl in front of him who greets the guy and introduces herself as a journalist from an extremely famous publication. The young man immediately realizes that this is the same journalist who wrote about the incident with Minso. She hands the young man her business card, and he begins to think that the article itself places more emphasis on the actor. The guy respectfully calls the journalist Madam and tells her his name. The journalist shares her plans, stating that she wants to interview the young man and has allowed herself to meet him right now. The guy looks at the manager and understands that he is not at all against it. The man says that he still has some free time in his schedule. Sung-hyun is reluctant to agree and says he needs to contact management to clarify some things. The journalist, in turn, reports that the young man decided to do the right thing by agreeing to talk in person. The guy learns from the woman that many can distort information and spread rumors that he plays arrogantly and, due to his abilities, does not show respect for his elders. In addition, many people spread the opinion that a bright fire that burns very strongly quickly goes out. The journalist admits that these are exactly the kind of rumors that circulate about the young man in their circles. The guy finds out that Hyun San-chok supporters wrote to some journalists, and, as far as she knows, they are agreeing in advance to interview him. After that, she recalls a recent incident. Many believe that the newbie actor is trying to break into show business through the media and not through his own acting skills. The woman says that the public opinion of the guy leaves much to be desired, to which the young man asks why she tells him this then. Sungyun casts a determined look at the journalist and asks her for what purpose she wants to interview him. The woman pauses for a moment, then takes a deep breath and says that she needs the truth instead of rumors, and she trusts her intuition, which strives for the truth. The journalist says that her intuition has never let her down, and she has no doubt that the guy will achieve great success in acting. After this, she asks if he wants to continue the conversation on this topic. She continues to argue her position and asks the young man for permission to write a good article. The journalist extends her hand to the young man, to which the guy states that by helping him, the woman could get into trouble. The woman replies that she is a reporter, and it is her job to uncover the hidden. The young man catches the woman's desperate and eager to win gaze directed straight at him. He notices the manager giving him a thumbs up and reflects on how newcomers really are the lifeblood of the industry. After some thought, Sungyun agrees to an interview with the woman, despite his inner doubts and insecurities. He is particularly hurt by the woman's words that her colleagues had previously discouraged her from interviewing him. He comes to the conclusion that the news agency, known for its manipulation, is indeed capable of much. The manager, while driving the car, reports that, according to rumors, ill-wishers have become more active after the guy's latest role. Sungyun sighs heavily, after which he says that everything is now becoming absolutely clear and transparent to him. The manager apologizes to the young man, explaining that he is trying to do everything possible to ensure that he concentrates on work. After this, he admits that in this case, unfortunately, he cannot help his ward in any way, to which the young man states that the man is not to blame for what happened, and he understands everything perfectly. Sungyun asks when exactly the movie is coming out. The manager replies that it will be in a few weeks, after which the guy calmly says that they still have some time left before the movie comes out. He confidently states that in the time remaining, they must make maximum efforts and use all opportunities. The manager stops the car, turns back, and begins to look at the guy attentively and silently. He expresses noticeable surprise and tells the young man that despite his rookie status, he is simply incredible. He asks the guy whether he has always been such a calm and experienced person, because it seems as if what is happening does not bother him at all. Sungyun starts to laugh a little nervously. He claims that it is not so, and notes to himself that the man was indeed very insightful. It's not that he lacks anxiety, but that he simply doesn't see the point in rushing, preferring to wait until the film comes out. After all, only after the premiere will it become completely clear who exactly is the real main character in this story. During his vacation, Sungyun began to look through the scripts that various agencies began actively offering him, and he immersed himself in one of the stories in which a girl escapes through a dark forest, trying to survive at any cost. She was forced to flee from death every day, hiding from the collectors who never stopped pursuing her. It all starts when she is accidentally noticed by a woman who is connected to one of the best universities in Korea. The second main character is a man who grew up in the slums and became a national athlete who achieved recognition. Sungyun continues to read the script carefully, delving deeper into the emotional world of the characters depicted. He imagines a guy trying to pull a girl out of a cliff, loudly ordering her to hold on, and he himself emotionally experiences these moments. Sungyun concludes that the script was not bad, especially considering that its highest viewer rating was 9%. However, what is more important to him is that the theme of the love triangle has unexpectedly gained such widespread development. Of all the scripts he received this time, this was the only one that was in the romantic drama genre. Despite the fact that it was already late at night, the guy receives a message and is surprised to learn that a new article by the journalist has come out under the title, A Sudden Story, before the return to the stage of the singer Minso. The young man tries to call Minso and reflects on the fact that the girl is most likely also perplexed by this unexpected incident. He asks the girl not to pay attention to what is written on the internet and expresses his wish that she gets a good night's sleep, to which she replies that her new album will be released literally any minute. Sungyun is very surprised when he finds out that the last song, number 5, is dedicated to him, and the girl insists that he listen to it. The guy tries to understand why the song is dedicated to him and what it is about, but the girl replies that everything will become clear as soon as he listens to it. Sungkyun promises that he will definitely listen to it, and is perplexed by what is going on, since he is especially surprised that the rumors do not seem to bother Minso at all. Minso's first song, Sea in the Night, cemented her position as a true superstar who had achieved national recognition. Sungkyun watches the girl's rapidly growing rating and wonders if the official release of the new album has already taken place. The guy keeps his promise and listens to song number 5, in which the girl sings about how she also needs a reliable shoulder in moments of complete loneliness. The young man finds this song to be truly beautiful and immediately feels that real sincerity and warmth were put into it. He begins to imagine the main character from the new script, and in his mind, the words of a song sound, which sing that tired wings are no longer able to continue flying. He immerses himself deeper and deeper into the role and mentally extends his hand to the heroine, who, according to the song, one person will tell not to be sad in this endless universe. Sungkyun smiles at the girl with kindness on his face, as if telling her that he can really pull her out of even the deepest abyss. He continues to look at the girl with love and kindness, while the lyrics of Minso's song sound in his mind, evoking deep feelings in him. The girl gently presses herself against the young man's shoulder, and at that very moment she is overcome with calm and lightness, as if anxiety has disappeared. The young man wonders if Minso really thinks this way about him, and this thought occupies him more and more. The girl's numerous concerts quickly distract the public's attention from recent gossip, and the rumors dissolve in general admiration. She is in excellent spirits, radiating joy and optimism despite recent events. Sungkyun carefully looks through the newsfeed and is relieved to see that nothing more is written about them. Public interest is now focused on another topic, namely, what new role Kim Jo-ho will play. Sungkyun stretches and thinks that he has had enough rest, which means it's time to get back to work. While reviewing the received script, he notices 2 episodes that, in his opinion, need to be changed to improve the perception of the character. The young man rereads these episodes again and becomes more and more immersed in the image of the romantic hooligan he is about to play. Sungkyun clearly feels that the new hero's personality is very similar to the previous character, but is still not a complete copy. The difference between them is that the first character always acted according to his own convictions and principles, while the second one is guided solely by feelings for his beloved girl and acts for her sake. The young man is again plunged into pitch darkness. A door appears in front of him, which he opens, entering into a blinding radiance. The 5th scene begins, in which the girl is a representative of the national swimming team and receives an offer of training from the director. The coach watches the stopwatch closely, but unfortunately the test results are disastrous and do not meet the expected level. The coach expresses strong dissatisfaction and reports that her indicators are only slightly higher than the level of an ordinary person. The man counters this by reminding that the student came here on the personal recommendation of the director of the educational institution. The girl tries to catch her breath after a grueling run and despairingly realizes that she has failed her entrance exams. The coach sternly informs the girl that she must understand the significance of what happened and hints that it is time for her to return home. She goes into deep thought, processing her coach's words and trying to comprehend what returning home might mean for her. The man, without losing hope, tries to persuade the coach and, with anxiety in his voice, asks if there are any concessions or workarounds that would allow the girl to remain on the team. Suddenly, the girl gives in to the overwhelming emotions, abruptly gets to her feet and takes off, running away, bitter tears appearing in her eyes. After all, she thinks that she will never return to the place that she considers a real hell on earth. Eugene, completely exhausted, sits down on the porch and tries to catch her breath, unable to cope with the thoughts of how difficult her current life situation has turned out to be. She is haunted by the oppressive feeling that her whole life is an endless run, a run from death, from pain, from something that she cannot formulate in words. Suddenly, a young man appears next to her, silently hands her a bottle of water, and asks her to take at least a few sips. The girl instantly breaks away from her heavy thoughts and looks at the stranger in amazement, not understanding who he is and why he was nearby. She gratefully accepts the bottle of water from the young man's hands, smiling faintly in appreciation of his concern. Sunghyun gently tells the girl that she needs to cool down a bit, after which he suggests that she return home without hesitation, where it will be safer. He asks her why she even wants to get into a place where people are forced to run around feverishly, calling it an entrance standard. The young man mentally tries to feel the experiences of other secondary characters and does not understand who the leadership of this organization imagines itself to be. Sunghyun sighs heavily and says that this place is completely different from others she has been to, because it lacks even the slightest compassion. He pauses briefly, then says with sadness in his voice that this place suffocates everyone who enters it, and kills even the smallest hope for a bright future. Mutual understanding quickly develops between the young people, and they continue to talk, absorbed in the conversation, so that time flies by. After some time, the young man cautiously asks Eugene if it is true that she really does not remember anything that happened. He looks at her carefully and asks her to try to remember at least something, even the most insignificant fragments of memories. The young man tells her that she needs to tell the director that it was he who saved her when she fell into the sea. Eugene suddenly becomes noticeably nervous, stands up abruptly, and almost shouting, exclaims that she has already said this. She doesn't remember anything and can't say another word. She gradually calms down, after which she asks the young man not to bother her with these questions anymore, because she does not have the strength to return to what she has long been trying to forget. Eugene turns to the guy and tells him in a reserved tone that he wouldn't have lasted an hour in the place she had been in, where fear was a daily companion. The girl turns around and is about to leave, but the young man asks her to stay and promises that he will not bother her with questions anymore. However, his words do not make any impression on her. Eugene does not even stop and, without turning around, runs away. Sunghyun shouts loudly after her, begging her to stop, but she doesn't pay any attention to his words and only quickens her pace. That day, Eugene was running away from her problems again, like all the previous days, because it seems to her that if she stops, death will definitely catch up with her. Seeing this, the young man reacted instinctively. He rushes after her, grabs her by the shoulders, and hugs her tightly. They both lose their balance and begin to fall from a high cliff, not realizing what is happening. Sunghyun continues to read the script and becomes more and more emotional, experiencing the touching scenes as his own. The young man is especially touched by the moment when the two characters gradually become closer, despite their fear, because one of them has just graduated from school and is afraid of not having time to fulfill all his dreams. It was at this moment that his manager called him. Sunghyun, after greeting him, asked to find out details about the auditions for the scenario called Flight. The next day, Sunghyun arrives at the designated location at the exact time of the scheduled meeting, having prepared for the conversation in advance. He looks around the room carefully and notices a reporter who waves her hand in a friendly manner, inviting him to come closer. Sunghyun approaches and greets the woman, to which she gratefully replies that she is glad he responded so quickly and found the time. Sunghyun smiles reservedly and says that he is really glad to meet him, since he was at home anyway and wasting his time doing nothing. They start talking. The guy admits that this is the first time he has received such an invitation, and therefore he is seriously worried, not knowing how to behave. The woman asks if he has chosen the next project, after which she opens the menu and begins to study the items to order. She asks the young man what dishes he likes best. Sunghyun says that he is not at all picky and is ready to eat almost everything that appears on the table. The reporter turns out to be more picky about food, and asks the waitress to bring spring spaghetti with vongole and mushrooms, pizza margarita, and steak on lettuce leaves. Sunghyun smiles reservedly and remarks that this order is too big, considering there are only 2 people at the table. At this moment, the reporter suddenly gets distracted, waves her hand to someone, and warmly greets the guest who has just arrived. Sunghyun slowly turns his head toward the door to understand who exactly has just entered the room. A girl with a graceful gait appears at the threshold. She approaches the table and apologizes for being a little late. As she passes by, the girl meets Sunghyun's gaze, and he can't take his eyes off her, captivated by her presence. She says that the guy's face seems familiar to her, and he bows politely and immediately introduces himself. Hearing his name, The girl recognizes the young man's latest work and happily says that she absolutely loved the video with their characters. She adds that she was already planning to go to the film with his participation as soon as it was released. The young people begin to exchange polite phrases and smiles, quickly finding a common language, which begins to noticeably strain the female reporter, who is closely watching their conversation. The woman decides to interrupt this light flirtation, intervenes in the conversation, and officially introduces her companion to the young man as her own sister. Sungkyun feels a little surprised because the girl's name sounds unusually familiar to him, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. He thinks for a few seconds, and then with unexpected joy remembers that this very girl is the author of the script called Flight. The guy is genuinely happy about this unexpected meeting and how surprisingly small the world can be. The journalist, noticing that everyone's attention is now focused on her sister, decides to return the conversation to the purpose of their meeting and moves on to the business part. She says that she specifically organized this meeting to recommend a young man for participation in a project that her sister is working on. This unexpected information surprises and amazes Sunghyun so much that the guy simply cannot bring himself to believe that such a coincidence is a mere coincidence. The young people continue their casual and sweet conversation. The journalist says that her talented sister is indeed a very gifted and promising girl. After these words, the journalist reports that due to her sister's exceptionally high and strict demands, she liked almost none of the actors proposed by the director. Aram confirms her sister's words. She says with irritation that this irresponsible casting director constantly and methodically sends them exactly those mediocre actors that she doesn't like at all. The journalist deliberately pauses for a moment, after which she says with a smile that this is precisely why she recommended this young man to her sister. The guy is completely stunned and shocked by this unexpected offer. At the same time, the girl asks him to think seriously, if, of course, he has not yet finally decided on his new job. Sungkyun tries his best to keep it a secret, but he clearly understands that despite the suddenness of the situation, this is indeed a good opportunity. The guy enthusiastically tells the interested girl that he really likes this tempting offer and is ready to go through the upcoming audition. The girl suddenly starts laughing loudly and infectiously, after which she tells in detail that an influential production company needs a famous actor with a big name. The reporter understandably reports that the guy is undoubtedly a good and convincing actor, but reminds her that her talented sister's creative work is her very first serious work. The young man bitterly understands that mutually beneficial cooperation with him will most likely end up being extremely unlikely. Aram is not at all discouraged and continues to smile. She says that she will, of course, definitely have a second chance, after which she notes that this proposal sounds just great. Sunghyun begins to immerse himself in the image of his new hero and enthusiastically tells the girl that, nevertheless, they definitely should not miss this important chance. The girl is noticeably surprised when the young man sincerely says that he really wants to work with her on this interesting project and hopes to get the role. The reporter slowly approaches his younger sister and quietly tells her that she had previously reported that the girl would definitely not regret this meeting. Arim smiles joyfully and openly, and it seems that she really does not regret this unexpected acquaintance with a talented guy. The reporter raises his glass of wine and then tells the young men that he will keep his fingers crossed for them. The young people solemnly clink their filled glasses and gather to drink for good luck, after which their cozy gatherings continue pleasantly. Aram is noticeably tipsy from the wine and curiously asks her sister what about romance, because it should definitely be present somewhere in the plot. The older sister calmly states that completely different dramas about the social growth of modern youth are very popular now, and not simple love stories between ordinary high school students. After a long drinking session, the young people slowly walk out onto the cool street. The reporter looks thoughtfully at the starry sky and philosophically remarks that the viewer is always right. The woman says reasonably that if the viewer sincerely wants romance in the film, then it is absolutely necessary to give it to him. The guy completely agrees with this fair statement, because they really do work in the capricious show business, and the opinion of the public must be listened to carefully. The reporter begins to look closely and attentively at the young man, clearly thinking and pondering something seriously. A few seconds later, she thoughtfully tells the guy that when talking to him, she always feels like she is talking to an experienced writer and a professional screenwriter. Sung-gyun tries to turn it all into a lighthearted joke, but the woman insists that she is absolutely serious and firmly asserts that there is definitely something special about the guy. Aram suddenly intervenes in their conversation and happily informs them that the whole point is precisely that the young master really has a special attractive aura. The girl sincerely tells the guy that although he is a newbie, he is completely naturally relaxed, and she was also very pleased that he responded directly to his partner's malicious provocation during the recent filming. The reporter tenderly hugs his talkative sister and sternly says that she told her this in great confidence, and in such a situation, it would definitely be better to remain tactfully silent. Sung-gyun, in turn, mentally recalls the recent tense filming and his unpleasant confrontation on the set with an arrogant partner. The young man curiously asks the girl a logical question. How did she even find out about this incident if she very rarely visited their set? In response, the reporter honestly admits that she visited the set secretly and heard many times that Mr. Yun San-chok completely disliked the promising guy. Sung-gyun sincerely thanks the attentive reporter for her unexpected concern, to which the woman gently replies that the main thing is that the guy doesn't get angry with her. She sincerely wishes the young man good luck in the upcoming auditions and asks him to prove that her worldly insight is not at all wrong. Sung-gyun smiles warmly and bids farewell to the nice girls politely, wishing them a safe and successful journey home. He remains standing in the same place and thoughtfully watches as the cheerful girls slowly move away from him, animatedly discussing where they can continue this pleasant evening in an interesting way. Sung-gyun thinks this promising script is very good, and he truly enjoys this story of personal growth, written by a man who finds true happiness in the little things in life and lives a completely carefree life. The guy looks thoughtfully at the sky and begins to reflect on the fact that this work contains a pleasant pinch of sentimental youthful romance, and this is exactly the role he wants to be in. Several days pass, and the long-awaited date of casting of actors for a prestigious project called Flight arrives. The manager confidently informs the young man that he is the most impressive candidate of all, and will definitely pass the upcoming selection. Sung-gyun, in turn, is very determined. The guy firmly believes that in any case he will make every possible effort to achieve the goal. He looks around carefully and notices a large number of people gathered, after which the thought occurs to him that there were significantly more candidates than expected. The manager is genuinely amazed by the young man, because despite the impressive number of serious competitors, the guy looks completely self-confident. Sung-gyun continues to calmly look around the spacious room. Suddenly, his interested gaze stops on one noticeable young man. This talented young man's name is Paxson, and he is quite an experienced actor in the popular melodrama genre. His latest film has an impressive rating of 8%. Therefore, Sung-gyun decides to meet and try to establish friendly relations with this famous actor. Surprisingly, Paxson turns out to be quite a friendly and open person. He sincerely says that he is glad to meet him, and willingly reports that he has heard a lot about the young man. Sung-gyun politely thanks the experienced actor for the pleasant compliment, and kindly suggests that they immediately switch to informal conversation. Suddenly, Sung-gyun freezes in place as the actor suddenly reveals that he heard that the guy doesn't have a very good personality. He carefully tries to find out what exactly the actor means, to which he frankly says that many say that the guy's skills are not bad, but he is arrogant. Sung-gyun instantly falls into a deep sadness and disappointment, and he bitterly believes that everything is now crystal clear to him. Yun San-chok and this actor are old acquaintances and once studied in the same class at a prestigious university. Sung-gyun continues the difficult conversation with effort and politely asks the young man what role he decided to try out for. The actor confidently announces that he is interested in one of the leading roles, and the guy anxiously realizes that he has a small problem. Paxson arrogantly declares that in any case, this prestigious role will definitely be his without any doubt. Sung-hyun instantly recalls a recent conversation with a reporter and her sister, who said that the production company needed a famous actor. The guy noticeably becomes gloomy. Now he clearly understands what exactly the girl meant by that meaningful phrase. Paxson patronizingly advises the guy not to overexert himself. He smugly says that he will lose anyway, and it will only be more offensive. Their tense conversation is suddenly interrupted by one of the young men, who quickly leaves the office. In a loud voice, he persistently asks where the actor Paxson is. The manager notices that the guy is noticeably upset. He suggests waiting aside and sensibly believes that it is better to keep contact with this actor to a minimum. Sung-hyun is really upset. He falls into a heavy silence for a long time, after which he answers the manager with a restrained, short, yes. The audition continues for quite a long time. The young man believes that the manager is absolutely right. Now it is definitely worth staying away from such unpleasant people because you can't allow anger and negative emotions into the image of a romantic hero. Another 20 long minutes pass. Sung-hyun rightly thinks that for a normal main audition, this is already too much time, and perhaps the actor is demonstrating not only his acting according to the script. Time drags on very slowly. Another 15 minutes pass, and finally a satisfied Paxson emerges from the closed auditorium. The young man stares at the smiling, arrogant actor, and categorically refuses to accept the fact that everything has already been finally decided. At this tense moment, the guy clearly hears his name and firmly believes that he must show all his acting skills. The manager sincerely asks him to demonstrate his best skills to the maximum and sincerely wishes the guy good luck in the audition. Sung-hyun firmly believes that giving up is definitely not an option. He confidently walks into the spacious auditorium, bows politely to those present, and then clearly states his name. The members of the authoritative jury begin with small friendly questions. Namely, they recall with interest that the guy recently starred in a rather famous film. One man pays close attention to the emotional state of his previous character and reports that the emotional component of this new role is radically different. He asks the young man if he is truly confident in his acting abilities, to which Sung-hyun replies that a truly worthy actor should be able to handle any role offered to him. The man then goes on to describe in detail how the talented writer Arim really wanted to personally see the young man's acting skills. The girl vividly recalls their last meeting and remembers well how the guy sincerely asked only to give him a fair chance, and then promised to get this role solely with his skills. Sung-hyun sincerely thanks everyone present for the opportunity, and is relieved to think that the writer actually kept her promise. One of the jury members rightly believes that the audition can begin and kindly invites the guy to choose the prepared scene that he wants to show. The guy clenches his fist tightly. He clearly understands that the situation with the role is too complicated. Everyone wants a famous actor, and he urgently needs to persuade the jury members to his side. Scene number 2 of the second chapter begins to play, with a young man persistently inviting a girl to a romantic date at the cinema. The girl clearly does not feel happy about this unexpected proposal and asks the guy in bewilderment why she needs to watch a movie with him. Sung-hyun begins to convincingly tell the girl that if they spend time together, then perhaps she will be able to remember everything. To which the girl indifferently states that she doesn't care who saved her. The main thing is that she survived, and that's already good. Sung-hyun carefully approaches the girl and asks if she doesn't want to know the identity of the savior and how she can live with it. The girl calmly replies that these memories do not affect her in any way, and the persistent voice of the guy is heard, who suggests meeting on Saturday at 11 in the morning. Sung-hyun firmly tells the girl in a determined voice that if she doesn't come out, he will never leave her alone. He says that he will use all his connections and wealth. This joke greatly amuses the girl, since the guy is not rich at all. She agrees to the proposal and says that so be it, she will be able to spend a day together. Suddenly, Sung-hyun freezes in place. He suddenly falls silent. He is clearly bothered by some unpleasant thought. The guy is about to leave abruptly. He hurriedly tells the girl that he suddenly has urgent business and needs to drop in somewhere. Before leaving, he clearly reminds her of the time and date of the meeting and leaves the girl completely alone on the roof. As he steps out onto the landing, Sunghyun's character tries hard to pull himself together and courageously cope with the emotions that are sweeping over him. The scene finally ends. There is complete silence in the audience. One of the women cautiously remarks that she did not have high hopes for this actor. Sunghyun can't understand what's going on with him. He is surprised to find himself thinking that he liked the character's pleasant personality and his spiritual purity. Aram is well aware that the young man is a newbie, but his excellent demonstration of the scene surprised her greatly. The girl sincerely believes that the guy is capable of showing the complex inner world of the character in a much more diverse way. Sunghyun at this time continues to play convincingly. He turns and loudly calls his grandmother. Sunghyun has learned from experience that acting is a difficult craft, and with that in mind, he begins to act out scene number 10. On the landing, his hero meets his grandmother. The woman grumbles loudly and asks with displeasure why the young man is constantly hanging out on the roof. Sunghyun masterfully plays the role of confusion and shyly lowers his eyes down. At this moment, the grandmother continues to sternly scold the guy and says that at his age he needs to grow up and be a balanced person. The grandmother is clearly not in the mood today. She passes by the young man and admonishingly says that if he is idle, he will not achieve anything in life. As she leaves, the woman philosophically speaks about how moving up is always difficult, and how it is very easy to do nothing and fall like a stone to the bottom of a lake. Sunghyun starts to emotionally act out the character. He defiantly answers his grandmother, what's wrong with him if he really goes down? The woman stops abruptly and, according to the script, convincingly acts out strong surprise. A joyful, altruistic smile appears on Sunghyun's face, and the guy philosophically says that someone has to fall down while the other rises up. Writer Arim is very surprised and even slightly opens her mouth. She cannot believe that a newcomer was able to convey the inner state of her character so well. After delivering his final lines, Sunghyun proudly informs the judges that he is finished. There is absolute silence in the audience. After a while, one of the men says in a quiet voice that this is simply unbelievable. The guy tries his best to remain calm, but he is overcome with emotion. Arim happily reports that it is simply brilliant, and the young man's work is truly very interesting. The jury members deliberate among themselves for a short time, after which they politely inform the guy that they will discuss everything thoroughly later and will definitely contact him. They say that the young man showed himself to be excellent. Sunghyun sincerely thanks everyone present and thinks that this is a good reaction to begin with, and now he will eagerly wait for their final decision. As he exits the auditorium, Sunghyun suddenly stops and widens his eyes as he clearly hears someone calling his name. A smiling Paxson approaches the young man. The actor curiously asks how everything went, and notices that the guy has a surprisingly very pleased face. The actor condescendingly tells the guy that this director is too cruel, as he gives new actors false hope. In a sarcastic tone, he patronizingly tells the guy not to be too upset when he is not taken. After all, getting the leading role is not that easy. Sunghyun listens to the confident actor in silence, and calmly thinks that it seems like it is his fame that gives him so much confidence. The results have not yet been announced, and the young man is wondering how long this arrogance will last. Sunghyun casually throws the actor's hand off his shoulder, which greatly surprises him. The guy can't wait to see how this all ends. Sunghyun vividly remembers the reporter. In a previous conversation, the girl persistently asked the young man if he really wanted to endure all this any longer. After this, her clear request clearly emerges in his memory. The girl then convincingly asks to allow her to write a good article. Sunghyun begins to seriously wonder if this interview will really stop the arrogant Hyun Sang-chuk. Sunghyun decides to go for an interview and arrives at the appointed time at the appointed place, but there is no one there, and he waits patiently, ordering a cup of aromatic coffee. After a while, a reporter enters the room. She politely apologizes for being a little late and refers to the city's eternal traffic jams. The manager begins to zealously court the girl. He gallantly offers her a glass of a soft drink, which makes her very happy. Having emptied the offered glass of drink in one gulp, the woman loudly places it on the table, after which she businesslike suggests that the interview begin immediately. She asks the guy the first question and wonders what made the young man become an actor. Sung-yun sincerely replies that it was not some special event. It was just that this feeling did not leave him. The guy always had a strong desire to play. He tells in detail that since childhood he liked films and TV series. Apparently, this is what instilled in him such a desire to act in them himself. The young man sums up and honestly answers the girl that, simply put, he has always liked the profession of an actor. The guy openly admits that he likes to act, to participate in the production, and to attract people's attention, to which the woman makes the assumption that he liked to be someone other than himself. This causes both of them to laugh lightly and casually, and the reporter amiably shares that often many people cannot give clear answers to such questions. The reporter says it's a standard question, but she was very interested in how the young man would answer it. The woman believes that there is no need to waste time and suggests moving on to the next question. She is interested in whether the young man has any favorite actors or idols. Sung-yun doesn't think long before naming his favorite Korean and foreign actors. The woman also likes some of them and says that she recently watched new movies with them. She enthusiastically reports that she recently wrote an interview, and already 3 films with her favorite actor entered the top 10 in Korea. Sung-yun and the reporter realize after a while that their tastes clearly coincide. They begin to discuss one of the actors and agree that he is simply amazing. The reporter says that she always dreamed of being closer to this actor, but, in her opinion, it is the guy who has now really become closer to him. Sung-yun begins to laugh loudly and sincerely, after which he thanks the woman for her kind words. They then smoothly move on to discussing the guy's latest work, in which the main conflict was the problem of generations. The woman begins to ask what exactly was the most difficult and memorable thing for him on the set. Sung-yun cannot immediately answer such a seemingly simple question, and, scratching the back of his head, repeats her formulation out loud. He admits that this is indeed the main question. The guy recalls a difficult scene in which his partner spoke about the gap in their experience and dismissively called him a kid. Hyun Sen-chok's caustic words, claiming that rookies always get into the spotlight through the media rather than through their skill, still echo in his head. He then begins to remember another scene that took place at the bar, in which Hyun Sen-chok allowed himself to become completely hysterical. This brings to mind an actor named Pak-sun, who claimed that the guy was rumored to be nice, but terribly arrogant. The reporter notices that Sung-yun is starting to get a little nervous, and reaches out to gently touch his palms. In a quiet and friendly voice, she asks if he has forgotten about their agreement, implying a previously concluded agreement. The woman claims that she is on the young man's side and encourages him not to hide his true feelings. She starts to smile and reminds him that together they decided to prove what a newcomer to the industry is capable of. Sung-yun laughs and admits to the woman that it seems impossible to hide anything from her, even if he tried. He looks at her and thinks that, while giving it his all, he is constantly afraid of causing envy and hostility among other actors. The words of Hyun Sen-chok, who once advised him to play relaxed and not attract unnecessary attention to himself, are ringing in his head. However, the guy is convinced that all his efforts were never in vain, and he continued to work as hard as possible. Sung-yun comes to the firm conclusion that he is never going to give in to anyone in his acting skills. The girl casts a sincerely joyful glance at the young man and says that this is simply wonderful and cannot but make him happy. After this, Sung-yun asks the reporter to present it beautifully, but the woman replies that such a wish is not so easy to fulfill. Time flies by, and the reporter decides to end the interview by asking one last question about the fans that have appeared since the film's release. She wonders what the young man himself would like to hear from these people. Sung-hyun, after thinking for a bit, admits that he cannot answer right away. After a short thought, the guy says that what he would most like to hear is a wish in the spirit of keep it up from those who support him. The interview is coming to an end. The interlocutors get up from the table and bow to each other. The reporter thanks the guy for his sincerity. Sung-hyun slowly heads towards the exit, but stops when the reporter suddenly calls out to him with an unexpected intonation. She pauses for a moment, and then a smile appears on her face. The woman advises the guy not to stop and to continue in the same spirit. Sung-kyun is very surprised because he still cannot fully believe the reporter's sincerity and her sincere support. Looking at the smiling woman, he suddenly finds himself thinking that he has never before realized so clearly how important the support of others is. Reality once again exceeds his expectations, and he begins to smile happily in response to the attention shown to him. Sung-kyun is once again greatly surprised to notice something unexpected and wonders what exactly it means. He points to a bright poster posted on the back seat of the car, stating that he has landed the lead role and asks the manager a question. The guy asks if this is an exaggeration, but the manager calmly replies that it is not at all excessive. The manager reports that Sung-kyun has indeed been cast as the lead in a project called FLIGHT and congratulates him. He is sincerely glad that the young man proves his skills time after time and does not stop developing, after which the manager adds that everything becomes clearer in comparison, hinting at the achievements of other actors. Paxson is not able to contain his rage and begins to shout loudly at his manager, accusing him of not securing him the role despite his previous promises. The actor, in a rage, reminds him that the manager assured him that it would be enough to just come and take the role, and now he demands an explanation. The manager makes excuses and says that he himself does not understand how everything happened. Manager Sung-kyun recalls that he once studied with manager Paxson in his final years at the same university. Sung-kyun laughs happily and suggests that, apparently, that manager does not really approve of his protege's character. There is a sharp sound of brakes, the car stops. The man behind the wheel advises Sung-kyun to just enjoy her success. He reports that they have arrived ahead of schedule and asks the young man what they will do while they have the time. Sung-kyun slowly opens the car door, says that he will listen to the advice, and is going to just enjoy the experience. The guy goes out onto the set and thinks that there is no greater joy for him than the opportunity to be on stage. He greets a female writer on the set, and the girl asks him why he arrived so early. Sung-kyun, in turn, wonders why the girl also showed up here before the appointed time. Aram says that today is the first day of filming, and on her sister's advice, she decided to show up a little early. Sung-kyun once again gets into the emotions of his character and recalls the line that for someone to rise, someone else must fall. Aram brings him back to reality and says that the scene he played at the casting made a strong impression on her. They continue to communicate lively and cheerfully. The girl promises to definitely show him the final version of the script. She also suggests that from now on, we should make joint efforts and work together to make the project work successfully. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a stranger who confidently enters the set and loudly introduces himself to those present. The young people immediately stop talking and carefully examine the guy who suddenly appeared. The stranger is in high spirits and confidently declares to those present that he will show the best of his acting skills. Sung-kyun instantly recalls events from his past life, which suddenly emerge in his memory with astonishing clarity. He remembers one day discussing the filming process in detail, deciding how emotional the upcoming scenes would be. At that moment, they were also interrupted by a stranger who confidently entered the hall and wished everyone present a good day. It was a young man named Minhyun, who was slowly walking through the pavilion, marveling at the scale of the scenery and equipment. Sung-kyun remembers him not only as a former idol, but also as someone who had the passion to act since time immemorial. At that time, no one saw his talent, and the director Sung-kyun worked with thought that the guy came to the set out of curiosity. The director asks Sung-kyun if this young man is interfering with his work and offers to take him outside. The guy replies that the young man is not interfering with his work at all and let him stay on the set. Now Sung-kyun clearly understands that he did not expect to meet this young man here. Sung-kyun is a little reserved and understands that he needs to meet halfway and decisively start a dialogue with this person. He approaches the young man and extends his hand to him, after which he states his name and tells him that he will play one of the roles. Minhyun smiles happily and, with happiness, loudly announces that he will be very happy with fruitful cooperation. Sung-kyun is very surprised by such a vigorous activity of the young man. He thanks the guy and says that he will also be glad to work together. After which, Minion recognizes the female screenwriter standing behind the young man and happily greets her. He tells the girl that he will try very hard not to ruin her wonderful work and says that he is incredibly happy with this opportunity. The girl in turn asks the young man not to be so nervous and to feel more free. Sungyun understands that at this time, Minion is still a newbie, and such tension is completely natural for him. Minion continues to act very nervously and loudly declares to everyone present that he will try very hard. An active discussion about the upcoming filming breaks out between the young people. Sunghyun is not against it, although he thinks that the young man is going a little overboard. Meanwhile, an actress who will play the lead female role in this project comes to the set. The girl shyly asks for forgiveness for her lateness and apologizes to everyone present for the delay. The guys ask her not to worry about it. They say that she is not late, it is they who came too early. Sunghyun watches the actress closely and believes that she certainly didn't have such noticeable insecurities at first. The young man finds this very strange because the girl came in noticeably lively, but suddenly became depressed for no reason. Just before entering the hall, the actress was accidentally and carelessly pushed by one of the technical workers who was passing by her. The guy notices how the girl is shaking violently and is lost in her heavy thoughts. A sudden guess impresses him. He leans towards the girl and quietly asks the actress in her ear if she is really playing her role right now. The actress asks for forgiveness and says that this is indeed the case and that this always happens to her before filming begins. Sunghyun understands that the girl has great acting potential, and she easily immerses herself in her role even off camera. At the beginning of the story, her character is under serious pressure from financial troubles and is constantly surrounded by bad adults. Over time, her character noticeably strengthens, and the girl begins to actively strive to get everything she wants by any means necessary. The guy is extremely delighted because the actress took on the image of her character only due to an accidental encounter with a technical worker. Sunghyun tells the girl that he will have to try very hard on the set to reach her high level. The guy thinks that this will be a great job because it combines unusual actors and attractive characters with deep personalities. The director announces that they are starting filming and wants to start with the actress playing the lead role. The girl is very nervous. She clearly did not expect that the first filming would start with her character. She is a little confused and seriously wonders what she should do and where is the best place to start her game. One of the main characters approaches the girl and gently tells her that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry so much. Sunghyun observes her colleagues and realizes that the actress and the second character express their tension in completely different ways. The manager distracts him from his thoughts. He informs him that they will have to wait a couple of hours and asks the guy if he wants to go to the car. However, Sunghyun doesn't hear his words at all. He watches the actress who is completely immersed in acting. Now she experiences the same anxiety that the heroine of the book experiences. Sunghyun's eyes light up with a bright gleam as he informs the manager that he will not go to the car as he cannot miss this important scene. The guy feels that the actress is perfectly suited to the role, and he wants to feel all her facial expressions and subtle emotions firsthand. At this point, the director gives the command to the entire film crew and begins recording the first pilot scene of this project. Bright spotlights instantly flash, illuminating the entire area. Sunghyun catches himself thinking that all of this will be very useful to him. Scene number 3 begins to play out in the hotel corridor, where, unable to return the money, the girl runs away from the collectors. She looks back in fear, and behind her, she can clearly hear the loud clatter of persistent pursuers approaching her. A crowd of angry men bursts into the room. One of them calls the girl a thief and says that she will not be able to escape from them. The man approaches the girl, and with a sharp, rude movement grabs her by the collar of her clothes, without standing on ceremony with her. In a rage, he throws the girl aside, and she falls with a dull sound onto the cold floor of the room. The girl screams loudly and desperately asks not to kill her, begging for mercy from these merciless people. The collector calmly answers her that he is very interested in her living a long and healthy life. He shows the girl the loan agreement and indifferently asks if she needs to explain anything else about it. The girl continues to hold her head with her hands and painfully thinks about when her father managed to borrow money from these people again. She tells the collector that they know perfectly well that her father is unable to repay the money, and asks why they are lending it. The collector is glad that the girl has finally calmed down and says that he is not going into details, but is simply doing his job. He tells her that it is a good system, the father borrows and the daughter pays back, and the beauty of it is that they don't have to look for a debtor who suddenly disappears. In a quiet, trembling voice, the girl asks what will happen when someone who never disappears suddenly disappears without a trace. Sungyun didn't expect anything like this and was very impressed by the incredible concentration of the acting from the first seconds of filming. He feels every emotion on the girl's face, as if she was really experiencing it all on her own. Meanwhile, the actress continues to play her role with talent, completely immersing herself in the image of her character. These emotions and the hopeless situation completely overwhelm the young man, who is watching what is happening from the sidelines. The filming of the scene ends. The director sees that the girl is shivering and says that he will now bring her some warm clothes to warm up. However, the girl is shaking not from the cold, but from the internal experiences that she still continues to experience. Sungyun is about to tell the actress that she did a great job in her role, but stops mid-sentence. He looks closely at the girl, who continues to tremble, and asks worriedly if she is feeling unwell now. The young man begins to get very worried and loudly calls for someone from the film crew to come here and help. The guy doesn't calm down and continues to look closely at the girl, who is experiencing a strong moral shock and is trembling all over. Suddenly, an unexpected insight comes to him, because similar feelings always happen to him after a strong emotional game. Seo-hyun gradually comes to her senses. She apologizes to the guy and says that she gets too deeply immersed in the role, which is why it is difficult for her to get out of it later. She looks closely at the young man and wonders with concern if this really does look like real madness. Sungyun says that this is not the case at all, and then says that he was especially impressed by the change in facial expression at the very end of the scene, and that it is interesting to watch. The actress uses an extremely serious professional method, the essence of which lies in complete synchronicity between the role she plays and reality. There is nothing scary about this approach if a person has sufficient willpower and is able to keep the process under control. Sungyun bows low to the girl and says that he really learned a lot from her while watching her play, after which he respectfully calls her senior. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as someone from the film crew calls the female actress by name. The manager begins to smile contentedly and informs the young people that a very welcome guest has unexpectedly dropped in to see them. Sungyun turns around abruptly and sees a girl he knows named Minso standing next to the manager. The young man greets the girl and asks her what she is doing here, to which Minso replies that she is working on the soundtrack for the project. Sungyun is very surprised by this unexpected news, as he did not expect to see a girl on the set at all. The actress watches the young people closely and begins to think that these two are clearly very close to each other. Minso confirms that this is indeed the case, and the guy awkwardly says that there is nothing like that between them. This categorical statement causes noticeable irritation in Minso, and the girl directly asks the young man if he really thinks that they are not close. The guy starts awkwardly trying to justify himself, and Seo-hyun watches this scene carefully and comes to the conclusion that she was right. Sungyun tries to change the awkward topic. He tells the girl that it's great that she's here, and he's very happy for her. Minso is very surprised by such a strange reaction of the young man, because she is not his real sister. Sungyun didn't hear her words and asks the girl to repeat, to which she replies that it doesn't matter and asks him to forget. Minso addresses the guy respectfully and politely asks permission to ask him one personal question. Minso smiles broadly and asks the young man directly if he would like to go to the cinema with her. Sungyun looks closely at the girl and begins to drown in her natural beauty. The young man realizes that he is unable to refuse. At the appointed time, the guy comes to the cinema, he goes into the hall and looks around carefully. The writer notices the young man and begins to call him by name. She vigorously waves her hand in his direction. The guy tells the lady writer that he thought that only she would come. He didn't know that everyone would decide to come together. Kim Jo-ho greets the young man. He is very glad that the guy found time to get out of the house and relax. Sung-hyun heard that the actor is going to star in a new detective. The man confirms this and says that sometimes you need to gain a certain weight for a role. The guy looks kindly at the actor reproaching the girl for not liking him, to which the writer states that the actor is simply adopting an image. Sung-hyun is lost in his thoughts. The young man really wants a girl named Minso to join them. He recalls how he met a girl the other day. They talked about the upcoming premiere and were planning to go to the cinema together sometime. Sung-hyun was pleased to hear that the girl had a very busy work schedule in the near future, but she had to find time for the film's premiere. The girl said that she wanted to watch it with her boyfriend, but she didn't come to the premiere, and the guy doesn't blame her, because he thinks that the girl needs a rest. The director interrupts his thoughts. The man comes out on stage and thanks everyone present who came to the premiere today. The director continues his introductory speech, saying that what he felt most during this filming was that he was already old. The audience listens attentively as the director talks about how making films is not an easy task. He says that without a good team and a talented writer, he probably wouldn't have succeeded in the end. The man then goes on to say that we shouldn't forget about the experienced actors who worked professionally and created the right atmosphere on the set. Sung-hyun is very surprised. He didn't expect the man to mention him. However, the director says that this guy breathed new life into the character with his impressive acting skills. The director then concludes by telling those present that it was an honor for him to work with such a wonderful team of like-minded people. Sung-hyun is deeply touched and feels a strong sense of gratitude towards the man for such warm words. At this moment, the lights in the huge hall begin to gradually dim, and the director wishes everyone a pleasant viewing of the film. The dynamic plot captivates viewers from the very first frames. In one of the episodes, Kim Jo-ho's voice is heard, who says that their shelter is created for future leaders and loners. The main characters of the film are driven by their own motives, and it seems that, having left the shelter, they will not be able to live like all ordinary people. Sung-hyun plays his role flawlessly, and the director's voice is heard asking the boy if he wants to think about his brother who will stay here. The film continues, and viewers cannot tear themselves away from the excellent direction and superbly written script of this film. Sung-hyun does a great job in the next scene where he risks everything for his close friend. It's time for a dramatic shot of the young man on the roof telling his brother that dark places are not for him. The audience experiences strong moral emotions and is very impressed by the talented acting and dynamic development of the plot. Sung-hyun is also very surprised and seriously wonders how well the director was able to visualize his acting on screen. The loud clink of beer mugs can be heard as young people raise a solemn toast to the box office success of the film. A man asks Sung-hyun how he feels after his first debut in a big movie. The guy gets lost in his thoughts, after which he sincerely reports that they are very pleasant and exciting at the same time. The man says that the production itself is already familiar to him, but the director's words and the audience's views made the film even better. He fills an empty glass and tells the guy that he reminds him of his youth, but now he is thinking about other things. The man admits that he thinks about the results of the film and would like to look at the overall work as innocently as the guy. Kim Jo-ho sighs heavily and tells the young man that lately he has been focusing only on money and profit. The writer understands that the man is beginning to immerse himself in his new role. She calls him a pathetic old man and asks if this is how detectives behave these days. The man is a little tipsy. He sighs heavily and says that he is not what he used to be. The guy, in turn, states that money is not the most important thing for an actor, and besides that, he gives useful advice to his younger colleagues. Sung-hyun thanks the actor and says that he feels very lucky to have met such a talented person. Kim Jo-ho looks at the young man carefully, and the thought comes to his mind that at least once in life you will meet a person worthy of being called a true genius. He asks the guy not to try to keep up with the competition and just allow himself to move forward in his own way. Kim Jo-ho starts laughing loudly and tells the guy that he can definitely do it, and he has no doubt about it at all. Even though the phrase sounds like a normal piece of drunken conversation, Sung-hyun bows deeply and thanks the man for his words. However, his words were very quickly confirmed in reality. A visibly irritated manager with a serious look entered the office. He looks closely at the employees and sees that they are noticeably fussing and nervous when he appears. Out of the corner of his eye, the manager notices how the manager is quickly rushing towards the exit, trying to disappear unnoticed. He stops the guy with a loud voice, and he stands there uncertainly, not daring to move on. He asks the manager which newcomer everyone is talking about, and the manager replies that Sung-hyun did the best job possible. The manager has brought a fresh newspaper and begins to tell that all the media are reporting on the birth of a new, loud newcomer. Then he takes out a tablet, says that this is a real sensation, and shows a huge number of views and comments. There are also negative opinions among the public, but in the end, everyone agrees on one thing: you need to go and watch the guy's acting. The manager recalls that when the guy rejected his offer, he thought he was a completely stupid kid. He remembers talking to the guy and not understanding why he was refusing. Although the role is a bit disappointing, it is a good opportunity for beginners. The man remembers his smiling face when the guy said he had other good jobs and offers. The leader goes into deep thought, after which he quietly says that he was seriously mistaken in his judgments then. The leader is deeply thinking about how the guy managed to prove himself and avoid being involved in plagiarism. The manager at this moment looks at him with surprise and wonders what is happening to him. In a loud voice, the boss announces that in business, luck is equal to skill, and orders the manager to continue to take care of the boy. Meanwhile, the film was riding the crest of a resounding success, and its main advertising slogan provocatively sounded like a question about who would ultimately emerge victorious from this tense game. In total, after the grand premiere, this film managed to attract the attention of more than 800,000 viewers in just 1 week of release. Sung-hyun, carefully hiding his face under a deep hood and a large cap, carefully walked past the bright poster of his film. He understood perfectly well that given the current rate of growth in popularity, surpassing the highest total number of 2,800,000 views in the near future would not be particularly difficult. With cautious thoughts that it was still too early to talk about final success, he slowly walked away from the colorful poster. At that very moment, several girls standing nearby turned their curious attention to him. Sung-hyun happily stretched his whole body and thought with satisfaction about how everything in his life was going amazingly well. He thinks that this successful film really helped him take a significant step forward in the development of his acting career. But his deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a large number of people nearby. Someone persistently calls out to a guy from the crowd and asks curiously if he is the actor from that popular movie. He sees a young girl in front of him who bows respectfully and excitedly says that she is a very big fan of this film. She persistently starts asking him for an autograph, which rather surprises the unsuspecting young man. Sung-hyun willingly fulfills the request of the girl who approached him, takes a ballpoint pen in his hand, and politely asks what exactly he should write. After which he diligently writes an inspired and warm speech in the girl's notebook, which makes her incredibly happy. The girl sincerely thanks the guy and loudly informs those around her that she will continue to actively support his creative work. She emotionally says that even if she suddenly dies now, she will have absolutely no regrets. Their lively dialogue is noticed by other people standing nearby, and they begin to quietly discuss among themselves that this guy is the actor from the sensational film. A pretty girl slowly approaches Sung-hyun and looks at him with undisguised surprise, after which she excitedly says that she just watched this movie. A crowd of interested people immediately begins to form a tight ring around the confused young man, as everyone wants to get an autograph and vies with each other to say that they are his devoted fans. Sung-hyun did not expect such massive attention to his person at all. Enthusiastic voices of fans can be heard from everywhere, who persistently ask to take a photo with him. A smug smile appears on Sung-hyun's face as the film unexpectedly becomes a box office hit, and he never imagined such a strong response from the audience. He is abruptly torn from his pleasant thoughts by an insistent phone call. Sung-hyun hastily takes out his mobile phone from his jacket pocket. His personal manager calls him. The young man politely apologizes to the assembled fans, says that they will definitely see each other again, and sincerely thanks everyone for their support. The manager asks in a businesslike tone how the guy has been doing lately, after which he directly asks a specific question about what he is currently doing. He reports that many fans actively write on social networks about random encounters with the guy, and cautiously asks if any unpleasant incidents have occurred. Sungyun asks the manager not to worry too much, and calmly reports that everything went perfectly fine without any problems. After which, he sincerely thanks the manager, because only thanks to his timely call, the guy managed to successfully fight off the annoying fans. The manager continues to show professional concern and emphasizes that if the guy needs something urgently, he can just let him know. At the end of a narrow alley, he suddenly meets a familiar Minso. The girl is clearly sincerely glad to see him and vigorously waves her hand to the guy. They had planned to go to the cinema together for the new show, but the girl suddenly enthusiastically remembered a great place where they could sit quietly and talk. The girl notices carefully that the guy looks a little worried and seriously thinks that something happened to him. She confidently places an order with the approaching waiter and casually tells the guy that she has one small personal request, which she will definitely tell him during their shared lunch. The waiter takes their order professionally and politely informs them that a dish of 2 chickens will be ready soon, and in the meantime kindly brings them 2 tall glasses of draft beer. Minso happily reaches his mug towards the young man and offers him a friendly, refreshing drink to start with. The young men cheerfully knock mugs together and offer each other a drink to the long-awaited success of his new film. Taking a few careful sips of the bitter drink, the girl grimaces and says that it tastes absolutely awful, and sincerely wonders how anyone could like it. Sungyun looks intrigued and curiously asks the girl what she said about some mysterious request. Minso takes a small earphone out of her bag and tells the guy in detail that she already has a soundtrack ready for a project called Flight, which she was persistently asked to compose, although it is still in the demo stage. Sungyun inserts the earphone into his ear with interest and is clearly very eager to hear this new soundtrack for the upcoming movie. He is completely immersed in pleasant melodic music, and the tender singing of the girl is clearly heard, who sings heartfeltly about how she does not want to forget the guy and he will forever remain in her loving heart. They continue to listen together intently to the new soundtrack as Minso quietly sings the familiar words of the next lyrical verse. Listening to a beautiful song ends, the guy clearly liked it very much in all respects. He sincerely believes that there is absolutely nothing superfluous in this harmonious soundtrack, and it flows surprisingly smoothly and naturally. Sungyun wonders in surprise why everything works out so well and why such a rich professional sound is produced, since the girl simply sings without any accompaniment. A short moment later, she announces with a smile that the guy understood everything correctly right away, and this composition was originally intended for a duet. The opening part of the soundtrack is sung by a woman, and the melodic part they just listened to so carefully is sung by a man. Minso smiles happily at her interlocutor, after which she directly asks the young man if he can provide her with the necessary assistance in this matter. The guy, confused, declares that he is a mediocre singer. He sheepishly asks for forgiveness, and honestly thinks that it is unlikely that he will succeed in anything worthy. The girl's answer completely surprises him, since she calmly states that she did not ask him to sing any songs at all, and she does not ask anyone about it at all. Minso confidently states that it would be very nice to hear his professional acting reading of the text before the male part. The girl literally starts jumping up and down with genuine joy because she believes that the guy has finally agreed and promised to help, after which she says meaningfully that an agreement is always more valuable than money. At this fateful moment, Sungyun still had no idea what serious consequences this spontaneous choice would entail. He looks closely at the contented girl, who smiles happily and slowly drinks her cold beer in small sips. After visiting the restaurant, the young people continue to chat pleasantly with each other and slowly head to a small entertainment shooting range. Surprisingly, the casual communication with this girl turned out to be a really pleasant and relaxing pastime for him. Minso screams with delight after winning the long-awaited grand prize and curiously asks the guy if he really didn't give in to her at all. Sungyun sincerely reports that he didn't have even a hint of that in his mind, and he competed honestly with all his might. He watches with affection as the girl rejoices with all her heart over the huge teddy bear she won, and wisely thinks that hard work must be diluted with proper rest. However, the next working day inevitably came time to return to his professional duties, and the guy seriously thinks about why the director suddenly wanted to see him urgently. The manager cautiously replies that the director did not say what specific reason he wanted to see the guy for, but he optimistically thinks that it will probably be something good. He insistently asks the young man not to worry too much about this, but for some reason this causes the guy to have a completely opposite reaction. Sung-gyun looks closely at his manager and clearly sees that he himself is visibly nervous for some unknown reason. The man calmly tells him that although the director is a rather strict leader, he is also a very fair person. The guy reasonably believes that this is already an undoubted plus in their situation. They approach the massive door of the office, the manager politely knocks on it, and the authoritative voice of the leader is clearly heard, who officially gives permission to enter the room. They immediately enter the spacious room and immediately notice a respectable man who is sitting calmly by the large window. Sung-gyun bows respectfully low to the esteemed director, states his full name, and politely says that he works here as a rookie actor. The guy meets this influential person in person for the first time in his life, and the director kindly informs him that he is sincerely glad to have the long-awaited meeting with him. He kindly offers the young man a comfortable seat in the chair. Sung-gyun knows very well from his past life that this man will become a future giant of show business. The director tells the young man that he has heard a lot about him from his employees, and they all unanimously praise his acting skills and professionalism. Sung-gyun is cautiously wondering what exactly the respected director is getting at, and whether he is seriously unhappy with the fact that the guy once did not accept the tempting offer from their company. The director asks him not to be afraid to speak frankly about this topic, since he asks solely out of personal curiosity about the situation. The manager listens tensely and silently to the conversation, and is clearly afraid of inadvertently interfering in their serious conversation. Sung-gyun honestly replies that he simply looked closely at the proposed script and immediately saw great creative potential in it, so he did not want to miss out on such a rare opportunity. The guy fundamentally does not want to lie in questions when it comes to something directly related to his acting and profession. The director nods understandingly and says that he really likes the young man. The new film is still riding a wave of resounding success and is sure to soar even higher. The guy looks a little embarrassed as the powerful director openly praises him, since he is just an unimportant newbie who simply performed very well at work. Suddenly, the boy is genuinely surprised as the director suddenly asks if he has any personal requests or special needs. The man authoritatively states that the boy has become the first actor of their successful company, and he wants to make him the official face of the entire organization, so he must provide him with decent working conditions. After which, the director decisively turns to the manager present, who reacts noticeably with fear to the sudden address. The director looks closely at the nervous manager and politely asks if he could take a quick smoke break now. Sung-gyun watches his manager's frightened reaction closely and understands perfectly well that now a serious business conversation will take place in private with the leader. The manager obediently lowers his eyes and readily says that of course he will immediately go out and precisely carry out the instructions received from management. Sung-gyun continues to think hard about why the director so suddenly and demonstratively escorted his personal manager out of the office. The man matter-of-factly states that he is physically unable to deal with the young man personally, but the experienced group leader will be happy to take care of all his personal and professional needs. After which he asks the young man with interest what he personally thinks about this tempting offer. The guy immediately understands that the influential leader is going to radically change his manager and offers a more experienced and qualified employee of the company. The director openly states that he personally has nothing against the old manager, but considers him to be an insufficiently intelligent person with little practical experience and a complete lack of commercial acumen. The man goes on to explain in detail that having the right manager is a critical part of any aspiring actor's successful career. After which he makes a short, meaningful pause and states that sometimes the wrong choice can be a fatal mistake for an artist. Sung-hyun is very surprised by what he hears. The young man internally categorically disagrees with this opinion, since he believes that so far all of the manager's proposals come from the best of intentions. The director insistently says that he thinks his offer is really good for the guy, but the guy torments him with his stubborn silence, and he directly asks him what exactly he is afraid of. Sung-hyun sincerely thanks the director for his trust, and is very glad that they bet on him and consider him a promising actor. But quite unexpectedly, he decisively refuses the tempting offer. The man wonders in bewilderment whether the guy is categorically refusing only because he is worried about the fate of his previous manager. The guy firmly states that he is a smart enough person to constantly look back at personal attachments, and confidently states that he completely trusts the professionalism of his manager. He clearly remembers that it was this devoted manager who once gave him his first chance and brought him, a simple student, to the prestigious studio GK Entertainment. The young man confidently tells the director that his manager is well-versed not only in professional work, but also in human characters, and asks with interest what he personally thinks about this important matter. The man suddenly starts laughing loudly, as he is very surprised by the fact that the guy sincerely believes in his manager and actively supports him in this difficult situation. The director readily agrees that it was the manager who initially found the guy, but it was exclusively his personal creative abilities that played a major role in the young man's brilliant future. Sung-hyun rightly believes that this is a pivotal moment in their relationship, and he must once again convincingly show his best side. Meanwhile, the influential man kindly says that he will definitely try to provide the guy with a more detailed and complete picture of what is happening. Sung-hyun is genuinely pleased with such a constructive conclusion to an important conversation and extends his hand in a friendly manner to the man for a handshake. They shake hands firmly, and Sung-hyun solemnly tells the man that he will definitely make every possible effort to achieve success. Coming out of the spacious office, the young man immediately notices the very agitated manager, who is standing nervously against the wall. The man immediately approaches the young man and anxiously asks if everything went well and successfully. Sung-hyun is extremely optimistic and confidently tells the manager that together they will definitely achieve the success they deserve in the near future. This inspiring statement makes the manager very happy, and he literally begins to glow with genuine joy and satisfaction. Sung-hyun absolutely does not want this loyal man to ever be treated with disdain or arrogance. The young man firmly believes that no one should seriously doubt their professional abilities and talent in the future. There are many different ways to gain universal recognition, such as trying to get closer to someone whose recognition you especially want to achieve in your career. The guy clearly remembers a caustic remark from a young actor who said that he lacked basic courtesy towards his older colleagues. He rightly believes that many artists deliberately belittle their rivals in order to stand out against their unsightly background, but a real actor is recognized only for his genuine skill. Arriving on set, Sung-hyun notices a fellow actor who greets him in a friendly manner, and is genuinely surprised that the guy came to work so early. He carefully notices that something is clearly wrong with the young man, since he says that he is nervous before today's important filming and even took a sedative in advance. He openly admits that the plan is to have a very difficult rivalry scene, and he literally shivers at the thought of having to act together with the talented Sung-hyun. The young man sympathetically asks his fellow actor not to worry too much about this, because the tension inherent in an artist only helps him play his role more convincingly. The guy sheepishly admits that he himself is a little nervous before filming, and will probably look very old next to the young idol. The young man listens attentively to his colleague's words, and sincerely tells the guy that he will definitely try his best not to let him down in the joint scene. This unexpected statement greatly surprises Sung-hyun himself, as he did not expect to hear such words from his colleague. The guy suddenly starts smiling cheerfully and laughing merrily, after which he says that he will also give his all for success. He confidently declares that there is absolutely no point in being overly nervous, just as a cinematic clapperboard loudly claps. This scene is not at all filled with active actions. As was the case in the previous film, Here, the two main characters are confronted exclusively with emotions and experiences. The viewer must be completely captivated by an exceptionally expressive voice, vivid expression, and convincing acting of the characters. The guy starts to professionally play out a memorized phrase and says heartfeltly that he is just sincerely worried about his old friend. Sung-gyun bitterly tells his co-star that he is very jealous of him and his successful life. The guy responds emotionally by asking why the hell the young man is so sure of this completely wrong statement. He begins to raise his voice significantly and abruptly announces that Sung-hyun has no real friends, no loving parents, and no outstanding talent. The young man defiantly declares that the guy cannot truly save anyone and cannot sincerely sacrifice himself the way he can do himself. Sung-gyun firmly tells the guy that he must immediately come to his senses if he does not want to lose his best friend forever, after which he demonstratively steps aside. The director's loud voice is heard, announcing that a difficult scene has been successfully filmed. Although this dramatic scene was relatively short in time, it really took a lot of mental energy. An experienced worker carefully adjusts the young man's professional makeup, while he thinks about how intense scenes, when he sometimes gets very angry, his personal habits inevitably show through, for example, his characteristic frown. Sung-gyun mentally replays the scene that just happened in his head, where his partner defiantly asked why the guy was so categorical about this statement. He clearly remembers that he actually involuntarily frowned when he heard the painful phrase that he had no real friends, no loving parents, no outstanding talent. The professional makeup artist calmly reports that there is nothing to fix, and even the makeup between the eyebrows is in perfect order. Sung-gyun clearly understands that the young man was really nervous during the filming, and all his sincere emotions were easily read in his expressive eyes. He suddenly begins to experience real joy, because all these professional efforts open up a tempting path to a previously completely inaccessible creative reality. It must be extremely difficult for an ordinary beginner in the complex business of acting to constantly monitor such imperceptible details and nuances of the game. The guy suddenly catches himself on an interesting thought that meeting a really strong opponent significantly more strongly ignites his indomitable passion for acting. The director sincerely praises the young people and approvingly says that they both handled the difficult scene very well, after which he asks if they plan to go to the film crew's corporate party today. Sung-gyun's partner happily exclaims that he really wants this and will definitely join the team. He says enthusiastically that he would never miss such an important event, because he had been waiting for it for a long time. Young people begin to gather together in a cozy cafe and excitedly learn that today, at exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, the first episode of their film, called Fly to the Dream, will be shown. One of his colleagues loudly calls Sung-hyun by name, and the guy turns around abruptly at the unexpected call. Seo-hyun greets the young man in a friendly manner and politely asks if the seat at the table next to him is empty. The guy politely invites her to sit down, to which the girl asks him to communicate without unnecessary formalities, since she is the youngest in the team, so she is not used to hearing this from her colleagues. She says, embarrassed, that she really feels very uncomfortable listening to such official addresses in an informal setting. Sung-gyun looks at the attractive girl with fascination and thinks with sympathy that she is a very open and sociable person. The young people quickly agree that they will now communicate with each other in a much more friendly and informal manner. The girl happily begins to praise the young men, enthusiastically reporting that they had really great dramatic scenes today. The director loudly knocks on the glass containing the drink and asks for a moment of everyone's attention, solemnly announcing that there is only 1 minute left before the first episode is aired on television. After which, he celebratory raises his glass and in a joyful voice offers to drink to the long-awaited success of their joint film. He is enthusiastically supported by all members of the film crew, which is in full force in this cozy cafe. It's exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, and the guy is thinking with excitement that the time has come for his first debut on the television screen. Minhyun turns to his surrounding colleagues and excitedly suggests making a bet on what ratings this premiere episode will get. He confidently states that the film will definitely take up 7% of the television ratings, and their creative project will certainly be a resounding success. The young people begin to argue animatedly among themselves, eagerly awaiting the first official statistics after the episode has been shown. Their film initially had an initial rating of 9%, but despite the project's growing popularity, the rating has never reached double digits. Sung-hyun, with undisguised surprise and growing interest, notices that the ratings for their joint film have shown a steady and impressive growth, having already reached more than 10%. The guy, with his characteristic determination and a certain amount of excitement, declares that if he is going to take things seriously, then why not really aim for something really big and significant? Sung-hyun methodically, and with obvious passion, studies detailed viewing statistics, analyzing every figure and development trend of their project. Minso, with natural curiosity and slight interest, asks the young man what exactly he is looking at so attentively on his phone, and why he is smiling so contentedly and mysteriously. The guy tells the girl with sincere joy that he is analyzing the rating of their joint creation in detail, and the results he received make him extremely happy and inspire him to continue working. The girl states that her original soundtrack for the film should be released very soon, and this result will definitely raise the overall rating by another good 10%. Sung-hyun asks where the girl gets such amazing self-confidence in her own abilities, but the guy thinks to himself that her cheerful and optimistic behavior simply cannot help but please him. After a short moment, they both suddenly fall silent and begin to silently, but very attentively and soulfully, look straight into each other's eyes. Sung-hyun feels as if he has fallen under some invisible spell and is completely unable to tear himself away from the mesmerizing contemplation of the girl. Suddenly, the girl stands up from her seat and categorically declares that it is time to stop with empty talk and get down to business. She offers to start work immediately in a business-like manner, and the guy obediently heads to a specially equipped room for professional sound recording. Having put headphones on his head, the young man, with his usual thoroughness, checks the correctness of the settings of all the equipment and technical parameters. The girl suggests that the guy first tune himself to the right mood, and only after that will she turn on the prepared composition for him. Minso includes his own composition, from which powerful energy really flows, but at the same time there is no excess of emotions in the melody and arrangement. This song is rather calm and measured in its character and mood. It sings about the deep feeling that a guy will forever live in the heart of a girl. The listener is left with a strange and contradictory feeling of simultaneous closeness and distance, as if the young people are physically very close, but emotionally they cannot truly get close. After listening to the entire composition, Minso asks the guy with interest what exactly he liked and what impressions it evoked in him. Minso professionally counts from 1 to 3, then turns on all the necessary equipment and asks the guy to start performing from the very first line of the text. Sung-hyun begins to sing the prepared composition with feeling, and the girl, being in the neighboring technical studio, carefully repeats and controls every word he says. Sung-hyun sings with deep emotion about the painful feeling that he has long been accustomed to constantly looking at a girl, but still does not dare to say something important to her face. Minso says that overall it sounds quite good and harmonious, and suggests trying to perform the composition again from the beginning to improve the result. Sung-hyun asks the natural question of whether he made a serious mistake in his performance somewhere, to which the girl patiently replies that it is not a matter of technical errors, but rather a lack of sincere emotions that have not yet touched her. The guy diligently repeats another technical take, but the girl again insistently suggests trying to perform the composition again. Time flies by completely unnoticed. Sung-hyun methodically repeats the same song many times in a row, striving for perfection. Minso notices that whatever sound they produce still doesn't match what they want, and he seriously thinks about what exactly is going wrong in their work. Suddenly, she suggests that the young man radically change his approach and try to imagine that he is not singing a ready-made text at all, but simply naturally playing his role. Sung-hyun readily immerses himself in the required stage persona, and says that he will definitely try to do it much better than he did before. the young man gradually begins to truly feel the depth of his role, in which two close people, for some reason, cannot sincerely and openly become closer to each other. His hero cannot speak openly about his deep and passionate feelings for his beloved. All he does constantly and hopelessly is silently look at the girl walking away, not finding the courage to take a decisive step. Sungyun performs the next verse of the composition with feeling, in which he emotionally sings about the painful feeling that he has long been accustomed to looking only at the back of his beloved. Ending the song on a piercing note, Sungyun says in a hushed and despairing voice that he can't say anything important to the girl's face. Minso says with genuine admiration that the difference from the previous performance is simply colossal and amazing, and asks with curiosity what caused such a sharp change in delivery. The guy says that he mentally imagined himself in the place of the main character, and sincerely thanks the girl for prompting him with this important technical move in time. He dives into his stage persona with even greater depth and sings heartfeltly about how he is not at all averse to remembering the bright moments of the past alone. Minso opens her eyes wide in genuine surprise, completely delighted by this new rendition of the composition. The girl is pleased to think that it was not in vain that she asked the guy to try this creative approach, to which Sungyun modestly asks her not to praise him too much. Sungyun adjusts his headphones. At the same time, the girl suggests not to stop at the achieved result, but to continue to work intensively further. She asks to reproduce the last line of the verse in a noticeably calmer and more restrained performing manner. The girl enthusiastically declares that the guy has just truly inspired her to create, and that is why she has radically changed the final ending of the composition. Sungyun admiringly states that this creative approach is really cool and impressive, and immediately begins to diligently perform the revised and updated lyrics. He comes to realize with growing understanding that despite her deceptively innocent, childlike appearance, Minso is a true, high-level professional in her creative field. The guy understands with complete clarity that in front of him is not just a set of random lines of text, but the deep and complex inner world of the film's main character. At the time, he was especially attracted by the risky and courageous character of the hero, who without hesitation risked absolutely everything to save his beloved girl. Sungyun gets into character as his character painfully asks the girl if she really doesn't remember who exactly saved her. Suddenly, he seemed to freeze in place, hearing unexpected words about the fact that the girl actually remembers everything perfectly and clearly. She makes it clear that it wasn't this guy who saved her, but his close friend, and thus a tense love triangle is created. The woman states that she fully agrees to give permission for a personal training program. However, the girl must give her word of honor in return. The hero Sungyun accidentally overhears this important conversation and realizes that the girl will be accepted into a prestigious university only if this strict condition is met. Love, categorical denial, destructive anger, painful compromises, and final acceptance, all these contradictory feelings were forced upon him by one single person. And it is for the sake of this special girl that the film's protagonist tries his best to learn to live with these difficult emotions. The guy becomes even more deeply immersed in the complex image of his hero, and Minso's voice is heard, who busily announces that she is now starting the final recording. Very often, it turns out to be much more difficult to voice a finished text well than to write it, because the performer needs to convincingly express the most complex feelings. Sungyun exhales with excitement and difficulty, the accumulated tension, and decisively begins the final performance of the prepared composition. The guy no longer feels any difference between his real self and his fictional character, and seriously thinks about the painful question of whether his beloved is really happy. Sungyun sings with emotion about how he will sometimes mentally visit his dear beloved who lives in his bright memories of the past. Minso is genuinely moved by this piercing performance, and she involuntarily begins to quietly sing along to the words that it is enough to intoxicate her with false hopes and illusions. The performance of this lyrical song turned out to be simply excellent by all professional standards and artistic criteria for assessing vocal skill. The girl says with excitement that this is why she tried so hard to work professionally, even though she was fully aware of the complete impossibility of realizing her cherished creative dream. After these words, she looks closely and attentively at the guy, and a meaningful pause occurs between them. The girl says with admiration that the guy turned out to be so perfect in his performance that he completely overshadowed all her own attempts, and at the same time, this became a significant creative stimulus for her. Sunghyun still can't fully recover from his deep immersion in his stage persona, and repeats that he will sometimes visit his beloved in the past. The young people are so deeply imbued with the complex feelings of their characters that they decide to continue intensive rehearsals to achieve an even better result. Seeing how the young man completely immerses himself in a dramatic image, the girl involuntarily has sincere tears in her eyes from the overwhelming emotions. Sunghyun anxiously asks the girl for her opinion on the quality of the performance, to which she honestly replies that she was very moved by what she heard. The recording of this lyrical soundtrack was successfully completed, and it quickly shot to the top of the music charts immediately after its official release. The ratings from professional critics were also exceptionally high. They unanimously wrote that the series featured excellent acting and a completely unconventional plot, and the especially touching soundtrack significantly contributed to the rapid growth in the number of interested viewers and fans of the project. This commercial success was enough for Minhyun to resume full-time work with his musical group. Sunghyun rightly believes that the guy is still trying quite well in his work, because he knows for sure that in the future, this talented young man will definitely grow up and reach great creative heights. He suddenly finds himself pleasantly thinking that he simply cannot wait to see all this upcoming success as quickly as possible. The director happily tells the guy that he truly likes the resulting soundtrack. He thinks that the result is really cool, and he really liked everything. Sunghyun is pulled out of his deep thoughts by the sound of a young man addressing him by name with obvious respect. The second lead actor greets the young man warmly, respectfully calling him his esteemed elder. He sincerely congratulates them on the successful debut of the soundtrack, and enthusiastically tells them that in their shared dormitory, all the residents had a great time and cried with happiness. After which, he enthusiastically declares that they will all definitely become truly famous after the rapid rise in popularity of their joint project, and asks with disbelief if this is not a wonderful dream. Minso professionally recorded a really great soundtrack, and Minhyun performed his solo part of the songs in the overall composition very professionally and talentedly. Sunghyun is seriously considering the possibility of changing the original script and is convinced that the main character, according to the logic of the plot, should fall in love with the second hero. He gradually begins to delve deeply into the psychological image of his character and thinks intensely about what kind of complex thoughts and contradictions torment the main character of the film. After which, the young man begins to seriously think about who really owns the quivering heart of this mysterious girl. The young man, with growing self-confidence, declares that starting from this momentous day, his hero will be radically different from his former self. The guy smiles sincerely and happily and enthusiastically asks Sunghyun to give him the opportunity to give it his all while playing this difficult role. Sunghyun is deeply touched by these sincere and determined words, and he symbolically extends his hand in complete agreement and understanding. After which he clearly states that he himself does not intend to aimlessly mark time in one place, avoiding creative development. The guy understands that a real actor should always meet new professional challenges with open arms and a willingness to experiment. The young people shake hands firmly with mutual respect, and Minhyun sincerely thanks the guy for his sincere help and support. The loud and commanding voice of the director is heard, officially announcing that filming is starting. The hero finally finds his hidden talent and begins to actively reveal it. The guy dives into the cool pool with determination, completely submerges under the water, and delves into his innermost thoughts about life. The main character watches him, and the unexpected fact that the opponent's talent turns out to be swimming makes the plot very original and fresh. The young man gracefully emerges from the refreshing pool, and the girl, slightly embarrassed, tells him that she didn't mean to interrupt him from his important training. The actress openly states that she specifically wanted to find Sunghyun in the pool, to which the young man, with natural curiosity, asks why she is looking for him. The guy resolutely does not let the girl leave just like that, and this tense scene adds additional dramatic intensity to the developing relationship between the characters. He pretends to be indifferent and states that he is simply curious about what is going on, and why shouldn't he actually ask about it directly. The girl is surprised to say that the young man is not at all like his former self, as he now trains very diligently and purposefully every day. To which the guy confidently replies that he will definitely win a gold medal at the upcoming competition, after which he cunningly asks whether the girl will fulfill his cherished wish if he really wins. The girl with a sly smile replies that he first needs to win this prestigious medal. Their intimate conversation is accidentally overheard by the second main character, who is unnoticed in the corridor. The satisfied voice of the director is heard, who declares that everything turned out just great and decides to leave this successful take exactly as it is. The director begins to sincerely praise the talented actress, admiringly reporting that she did a very good and professional job in this difficult emotional scene. The guy thinks about the girl with growing concern and seriously wonders whether she will exhaust herself with too intense acting to the point of complete exhaustion. The director notices this genuine reaction and grins and says that it looks like someone has completely immersed themselves in a romantic love story. The words that many actors often fall in love with each other during long filming drive the young man into a real rage and fury. He starts shouting loudly and indignantly, categorically declaring that he is worried only as a colleague, and this is exactly the same as worrying about a brother or sister. After some time, the young man noticeably calms down and annoyedly declares that those around him have completely misunderstood and interpreted everything incorrectly. Sungyun recalls with dismay that there have been similar cases in the past where the male lead in the drama and real life were completely different from each other. He is suddenly distracted from his deep thoughts by a ringing and joyful female voice, which affectionately calls him by name with obvious sympathy. The young man is surprised to notice the writer lady on the busy set, greets her politely, and asks curiously what she's doing there. Sungyun takes a close look at the girl's strange and agitated appearance, and asks her with concern what exactly is troubling her so much. To which the girl answers with excitement that she is very seriously worried about the issue of the final main couple in the development of the plot. This unexpected statement sounds unusual and alarming, as if a huge, heavy stone had suddenly been thrown into the calm waters of a quiet lake. The guy asks the writer in bewilderment if she really has a serious intention to radically change the main character to another one. Young people are keenly aware that since the script was originally carefully written with one specific person as the main character, it would be extremely difficult to change everything so quickly and radically. The girl hangs her head in disappointment, because she understands perfectly well that if this change is made too thoughtlessly and hastily, the entire drama could turn into a complete creative and commercial failure. Minhyun anxiously tries to say something in his defense, but the writer asks the young man not to feel guilty about what is happening. Sungyun thinks deeply about what is happening, realizing that they are indeed facing a very difficult and delicate creative situation. He begins to logically think about the important fact that Minhyun is in a popular idol group and has a corresponding image among fans. Therefore, he is objectively more suited to the leading role in a drama that is specifically targeted at a teenage audience and youth interests. Sungyun asks the girl not to worry too much about this, and calmly says that making such decisions is her direct professional job. The young man insists that only she, as the author, can make the final decisions depending on the desired creative goals of the project. The guy confidently states that he sees absolutely no compelling reasons why the talented Minhyun will not be able to successfully cope with this responsible role. RM asks in bewilderment what the young man is talking about, since it was this actor who was originally chosen and approved for this role. However, she still seriously believes that viewers like this development of events, and perhaps it would be better to switch things around. The guy understandably tells her that this is exactly how modern dramas work, because they show viewers exactly what they want to see. Sungyun tries to diffuse the tense situation in a friendly manner, and says with a smile that he will of course do everything possible to not lose so easily to his talented partner. The writer is very surprised by the amazing fact that the young man remains very calm and reasonable in such a difficult situation. She declares with amazement that she cannot believe that the young man is just a newbie. Now it seems to her as if the guy has lived his whole life. Sunghyun smiles sincerely at these words and easily says that he was just joking in this serious situation. They make a compromise decision that they will continue to work according to the current approved script until the 10th episode, and then they will see what to do next. Minhyun is sincerely happy to suggest that everyone present hold an honest audience vote before the 10th episode, as he believes that the viewers themselves should decide who they want to see as the main character. This original idea greatly inspires the talented writer, and she enthusiastically agrees that the decision about the project's main character should really be made by the viewers. Young people unanimously consider this an excellent and fair solution to the current problem, and actively support the creative girl in her endeavor. There is a short technical break in the intense filming, and the usually busy set suddenly becomes unusually quiet. All participants in the process agree on the general idea that today, they are much more nervous than they usually are during work. After some time, the girls begin to actively discuss the amazing fact that the ratings of their project have rapidly gone up. RM reports that the question of changing the script remains completely open. However, rumors have already been actively circulating in the press about a possible change in the main character, and the situation is developing in a completely non-standard way, as if a real war had literally begun right now. All the actors begin to actively fight for the coveted opportunity to become the main character of the project, and this circumstance greatly worries the sensitive girl. The guy thoughtfully and carefully examines a leaf torn from an autumn tree and continues to think deeply about possible changes in the script. The girl sees poetic analogies in this, and sadly says that this helplessly torn leaf is very similar to herself. The next filming begins, and all participants in the process are thinking about which of the actors will be able to truly conquer the demanding viewers with their acting. Intensive work is underway on the 11th scene of the 7th chapter, where the guy completely by accident finds the lost keychain of a mysterious girl. The guy is confident that this cute keychain can only belong to one specific girl, and he seriously thinks about what he should do next. In this delicate scene, Sunghyun must make funny and witty jokes without causing hatred or irritation among the audience. He must skillfully win the girl's attention and always try to behave sweetly and childishly spontaneously in order to please the audience. The guy takes out his phone and carefully takes a photo of a small keychain that lies in his palm, trying to capture all the details of this miniature object in the frame. Immediately after the photo is ready, he types a message and sends it to the girl, explaining that if she really wants to get the keychain back, she will have to come to the Old City Fountain. At that very moment, someone's hand suddenly and decisively grabs him by the wrist of the hand in which he is tightly clutching the girl's keychain. The young man slowly turns back, feeling slightly confused, and is surprised to find Minhyun, who is the second main character of this story, standing right in front of him. Minhyun looks at him with a serious look and categorically demands that he immediately give him the keychain, declaring that he will personally deliver this thing to the girl without any additional conditions. Sunghyun states directly and bluntly that the guy has finally gotten on his nerves with his stupid jokes that are completely inappropriate for the situation. The partner begins to get noticeably angry at this remark and mentally convinces himself that all his jokes are always appropriate and on point. Sunghyun counters by asking where this guy gets his narcissism and self-confidence from. The young man decides to escalate the brewing conflict and sarcastically asks his rival if he got up on the wrong side of the bed today. After these words, the opponent suddenly grabs the young man by the hand in which he holds the keychain and declares that he has not said everything yet. Sunghyun wonders in confusion what this guy is even talking about, and thinks to himself that he already has everything he needs. Minhyun replies that this guy is never satisfied with everything, and to be completely happy, he needs to take away his girlfriend as well. Sunghyun begins to wonder in his mind if these unexpected lines were written in the original script. According to the written script, the guy should answer incoherently and mumble something incomprehensible under his breath as if talking to himself. Sung-yun thinks this improvisation is quite a good idea and thinks that he might actually lose in this scene. The young people continue to diligently play out their roles, and the guy reports that the young man is unceremoniously interfering in his personal life. They are completely immersed in performing their roles and are completely oblivious to what is happening around them. At this tense moment, all the members of the film crew are mesmerized by the excellent acting, and the writer turns to the director. The girl states that it seems like they just had a real confrontation between the actors. Work on the scene continues, and the guy confidently declares that this alone will be enough for his complete happiness. The rival persistently asks him to prove the statement that the guy really doesn't need anything else in life except this girl. Sung-yun defiantly asks his acting partner why he has to prove or explain anything to him at all. Sung-yun gradually realizes that the young man is not improvising just to somehow distinguish his character from others. Most likely, he has completely sincerely immersed himself in the image and is now striving for his character's cherished dream with all his heart. The rival tells the young man that this girl is literally the whole world and the meaning of his existence. The actor plays out the real anger that comes from trying to take away his greatest love very professionally and convincingly. Sung-yun suddenly falls silent and begins to very expressively act out deep feelings and sincere empathy for his partner. A few seconds later, the director's loud and commanding voice is heard, announcing that the scene has been successfully filmed and announcing a short technical break. The young man warmly embraces his partner, notices that he is noticeably sweating, and sympathetically asks how he is feeling now. The writer, watching this touching scene, smiles happily and says that it was a real acting battle, after which she asks the director if he liked this performance. After these words, Aram seriously thinks about whether such immersion into a role is too dangerous for young actors, but after some time she comes to the conclusion that it would be more correct to call it a controlled professional risk. She authoritatively informs the young man that complete immersion in the role is certainly welcomed and encouraged by the director. However, one must take the upcoming scene with a strong emotional confrontation between the characters very seriously and responsibly. Sung-yun is well aware that healthy competition in acting is always beneficial and develops performers, but being overly emotional can easily have the opposite and undesirable effect on acting. He watches his partner closely and understands that this emotionally intense scene was really very difficult for him. Sung-yun asks the manager with concern if he looks too tense, since from the outside it looks like he's acting like a robot. The man is noticeably nervous, and haltingly says that they are about to have their first official meeting with their devoted fans, for which he took a sedative in advance to keep himself under control. After this confession, the manager begins to actively praise the guy for behaving as calmly and reservedly as usual, although in fact he is emotionally involved in the process even more than his colleague in the acting workshop. Sung-yun begins to laugh sincerely and joyfully, after which he reports that the pleasant anticipation of success definitely outweighs all his worries and doubts. The total number of viewers who have watched their film has long since exceeded the 5 million mark, and such figures certainly make Kim Jo-ho very happy and inspired. The guy looks closely at the man, notices that he has noticeably lost weight, and asks with concern if he has finished filming. The director suddenly intervenes in their conversation, finding this funny situation very interesting and sincerely regretting that he cannot film everything on camera now. Uncensored, who is next to them, greets the young people very carefully and politely and asks how they are doing. Kim Jo-ho starts playfully messing up the guy's hair and says that she knows very well that the guy is planning to star in a drama. Sung-yun believes that the guy is no longer shy and behaves quite freely and relaxed in front of the camera lenses. Uncensored notices the young man staring at him and gives him a truly evil look in return. His stern face full of undisguised malice, Sung-yun understands that the only thing that hasn't changed is the guy's attitude towards him. The director's loud voice announces that filming is about to begin, and Kim Jo-ho instantly gets into work mode. Young people approach the stage and begin to carefully and cautiously open the heavy curtain in front of the audience. The fans sitting in the hall start to loudly and enthusiastically greet their favorite actors with applause and screams. Kim Jo-ho says with a smile that he really likes these exciting moments. Sung-hyun thinks that no matter how good the acting of the supporting characters is, the audience always likes the main characters more. Numerous fans continue to scream loudly and enthusiastically greet their favorite idols with applause and shouts. After a while, the audience begins to look around curiously, as they heard the familiar voice of the famous singer Minso in the crowd. Looking out at the huge, packed auditorium, Sung-hyun notices a girl carefully hiding in the crowd of devoted fans. Minso waves her hand at the guy in a friendly greeting and thinks to herself that she is his #1 fan. Sung-hyun experiences strong, pleasant feelings and mentally sincerely thanks the girl for her constant moral support and loyalty. The traditional autograph signing begins. The organizers politely ask everyone not to push and strictly adhere to the live queue. The girl enthusiastically talks about how she is an ardent and devoted fan of the series, which undoubtedly makes the young man very happy. After which, the next viewer comes up to him and says with a smile that he will definitely continue watching the series. After him comes the turn of an adult woman who brought a cute little child with her to this meeting. The baby smiles happily and excitedly tells his mother that this guy is the same actor from the movie. Sung-hyun smiles kindly at the little boy, but in his mind he wonders where he might have seen him, most likely in the trailer. Suddenly, there is confusion in the hall and a loud, frightened scream, which immediately attracts the guy's attention to what is happening. A man armed with a sharp knife holds the cold blade to the girl's throat and threateningly orders no one to approach him. Sung-hyun is visibly very worried because he knows very well that Minso is present in the audience right now and she is in danger. In wild horror, he realizes that the criminal attacked the defenseless Minso and put a sharp knife to her tender throat. The girl trembles violently with fear, while the armed man menacingly orders everyone to shut up and listen carefully to him. The manager insistently asks the guy not to do anything unreasonable, but the young man calmly says that everything is under control. He asks to allow him to talk to the criminal and try to resolve the dangerous situation peacefully. He sincerely tells the man that he doesn't know what's going on, but promises to do everything he can to help him, after which he asks him to put the knife down so that they can talk calmly like civilized people. The armed man once again loudly and threateningly reminds that no one should dare approach him, after which he recognizes Hyun Sanchok. The armed bandit begins to swear loudly and furiously, calling the young man a real bastard and scoundrel. Hyun Sanchok experiences a wild primal fear, as the man openly says that he wants to kill him. He adds that he is ready to calmly go to prison after the murder, and demands that the guy be brought to him. Sung-hyun instantly turns towards him and seriously wonders how Hyun Sanchok is involved in this situation. The man begins to threateningly wave a sharp knife and loudly demands that this pathetic freak be brought to him immediately. Sung-hyun instantly notices how the bandit removed the knife from the girl's throat for a second and was distracted by his threats. Without wasting a single precious second, the young man boldly rushes forward towards the armed criminal. Quite quickly, he finds himself next to the armed bandit, and with a sharp movement knocks the knife out of his hand. The people around the guy immediately come to his aid, and very quickly they disarm and subdue the criminal. Minso experienced a severe emotional shock and still cannot recover from what she experienced. Sung-hyun tightly ties the criminal's hands and firmly tells him that he will now go to the police and explain his actions in detail there. Suddenly, the criminal stops resisting and bitter tears appear on his face. Fortunately, the police soon arrive to arrest the dangerous man, and the tense situation was quickly and safely resolved. The manager anxiously rushes to the guy and excitedly asks how he feels, and is very worried that the young man could have been hurt. Sung-hyun is glad that the dangerous situation has been resolved safely. He smiles happily and confidently reports that he is completely fine. The organizers loudly announce that they are forced to end the meeting with fans here and suggest that they follow the announcements on internet platforms. Sung-hyun goes into deep thought and begins to seriously think about the possible reasons for the incident that occurred. He notices Minso, who is still in the empty hall and is clearly waiting patiently for him. The girl cautiously approaches the guy, and he immediately asks with concern if everything is okay with her. The girl sincerely thanks the young man and says that she doesn't have a single scratch on her after what happened. After which she adds that she was very worried about the guy, because showing courage is not at all necessary, and celebrities are also ordinary people. It is very difficult for the girl to try to look calm on the outside. After a short moment, the accumulated emotions take their toll. The girl begins to cry loudly and tremble from the stress she has experienced. She says incoherently that she was very scared and seriously thought that she could die at the hands of the criminal. Sungyun understands that the girl was very afraid and panicked, but still did not give in to fear, so as not to reveal her identity. After which he tenderly hugs the girl and tells her that she held up really well, and he is very glad that she remained unharmed. Several days passed, and despite the girl's careful disguise, this big news still leaked out to the press. The guy is officially summoned to the police station to give his detailed testimony on the case. The policeman methodically begins to draw up a report and politely asks the young man to describe what happened in great detail. Sungyun begins to tell him in detail that he was peacefully signing autographs in the hall, and suddenly heard a scream, after which he noticed a man who took out a sharp knife from his inside pocket and headed towards the girl. The police officer calmly fills out an official report and methodically asks leading questions to clarify all the circumstances of the case, after which he sincerely thanks the young man for his courage, because thanks to him, no one was seriously hurt and the situation was resolved quickly. After which, the police officer believes that it is absolutely necessary to invite Hyunsun-chak to testify and thanks the guy for his loyalty. Sungyun suddenly asks if he can see the criminal in person, which greatly surprises the experienced police officer. The guy smiles mysteriously and calmly replies that something important is bothering him and requires clarification. The policeman explains that the man was arrested for very serious crimes, but the boy can talk to him for a short time. He clearly remembers that the criminal's behavior was mostly dominated by uncontrollable anger, but at the last moment the man burst into tears. The guy wonders why there was such intense sadness and despair on the armed man's face. Sungyun cautiously approaches the criminal and politely asks if he can know his real name. The man quietly introduces himself, and in a broken voice asks for sincere forgiveness for everything that happened at the meeting. This confession greatly surprises the young man, and he has even more questions about his motives. The guy notices that the man is noticeably nervous and asks him directly why he needed Hyunsun-chak. The man grimly says that he wants to finish off this scum and begins to talk about his daughter, who was a talented girl. She was very inclined towards writing and dreamed of becoming a professional screenwriter in the future. The daughter happily informs the man that one of her one-act plays successfully passed the first round of auditions. She says that all that remains is to wait for the jury's final decision. The father is happy for his daughter. The man tenderly embraces his beloved daughter and heartily congratulates her on her first serious success. He naively thought that all they could do was live happily ever after, until his daughter told him an unpleasant story. Hyunsun-chak invited the girl to dinner in order to strengthen their creative collaboration and gain mutual inspiration. The guy starts flatteringly telling the girl that he really likes her talented work and is sincerely impressed by her. After which he whispers in the girl's ear that he will diligently help her all night, so that the first steps go smoothly. The girl could not refuse an influential actor from a large company a dinner, due to a strong fear of the consequences for her career. The girl prudently wrote down everything the young man said, and at some point openly told him about it. She loudly and defiantly asks the guy if he knows how everyone will react when they hear this incriminating recording. Upon learning of this recording, Hyunsun-chak becomes very irritated and rushes towards the frightened girl in a rage. He sternly orders her to stop immediately and completely erase the recording, but the girl is already heading towards the street. In a state of strong emotion and panic, she runs out onto the roadway and does not notice the approaching bus at all. She doesn't have time to jump away or run to a safe side and only reflexively covers her frightened face with her hands. The man starts crying loudly and calls the guy a real spawn of Satan, saying that this is exactly why he tried to kill him, because this cruel scoundrel mercilessly trampled the cherished dreams of his innocent daughter and destroyed her future. He lowers his head and looks hopelessly at the floor, after which he bitterly says that he found himself locked in a cell without having taken revenge. Sungyun is shocked by this tragic story and is deeply saddened by what the unfortunate man went through. The man bitterly says that the police did not intend to investigate the accident, as there was no evidence. And many influential publications were afraid of negative consequences. No one wants to quarrel with a powerful agency. The guy begins to seriously think about the fact that in the current situation, the only thing left to do is stay away from Uncensored and be more careful. The man begged the boy to do one important favor. His second daughter was also going to avenge her sister. However, he categorically does not want to expose her to the same mortal danger and lose another child. He gives the young man his phone and desperately asks him to dissuade his younger sister from taking revenge. The girl is talking on the phone. She politely asks her interlocutor where he is and briefly says that she is going into a cafe. She turns her head from side to side, and after a while she notices a young man sitting at the table. Sungyun looks at the approaching girl carefully and waves his hand at her in a friendly manner as a greeting. The girl looks closely at the guy and thinks to herself that he looks too young to be his father's friend. She is surprised to report that the young man introduced himself as a friend of her father, but he looks very young and they are clearly the same age. Sungyun honestly says that it would take him too long to explain how this happened, and all that matters is that he is here. The girl frankly answers that she still doesn't understand anything, but she is ready to listen carefully to the guy. Sungyun looks at the girl carefully, and he has a strong feeling that he has seen her somewhere before. The young man is noticeably worried and sternly orders himself to pull himself together, because the main thing now is to properly deal with the situation. He carefully informs the surprised girl that her father has strongly told her to stop and not take any action. The girl reacts extremely displeased to these words and irritably thinks that she will never go for this. She bitterly tells that everyone keeps telling her this, but what good does it do her? Song Hanjin categorically states that if the guy came only for that reason, then he can no longer bother her with his presence. She firmly believes this man is a real scumbag who deserves a painful death for his crimes. The girl starts saying something about acting, at which point the young man suddenly remembers where he saw her. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Seong Hyunjin started her acting career with minor roles in her 30s, and she never played the lead role in major productions, remaining in supporting roles. But in each of her works, she invariably impressed the audience with her talent, and gradually earned well-deserved fame. The young man truly feels sorry for what happened to her innocent sister. The guy seriously wonders why no one knew about this terrible incident in his past life. Sungyun clearly understands that the girl's father was hardly able to control himself and contain the pent-up rage. The man was in a borderline state of consciousness, and he was driven by only one all-consuming feeling of thirst for revenge. Perhaps the success of the film gave the man the opportunity to meet Hyunsun-chak in person, while the girl politely says goodbye to the young man. She calmly says that it's time for her to go about her business and thanks her for the meeting. Sungyun sincerely tells the girl that if she needs any help, she can contact him at any time. The young man honestly believes that in the current tragic situation, there is a certain part of his own fault. The girl finally says goodbye to the guy and heads towards the exit of the cafe. He looks closely at the girl leaving and sadly thinks that right now he can't help in any way. The manager desperately tries to justify himself and loudly declares that he prevented all publications and does not even know exactly where the leak occurred. Hyunsun-chak can barely contain his growing irritation and sternly asks the man what the hell he's talking about. The manager notices with alarm how the guy is visibly nervous. He desperately tries to calm him down and promises to do everything possible to fix the situation. Hyunsun-chak finally breaks down into a loud hysterical scream and furiously asks why the manager hasn't contacted the director yet. The guy categorically demands that he immediately start taking active action and not repeat endless empty apologies, and the manager immediately runs out of the room. Hyunsun-chak desperately clutches his head and panics, thinking that this way he could definitely go completely crazy. The guy believes that in order to grow, it is necessary to decisively go against the established old traditions and conservative foundations of society. At this very moment, a man enters the room. With a firm and decisive voice, he tells Hyun Sanchok to calm down immediately and stop being so upset about the current situation. The man calmly says that very soon everyone will completely forget about this whole unpleasant matter, and that the only thing that really matters is the commercial results of the films he starred in. Hyun Sanchok bitterly states that he simply cannot help but worry, since the angry public has literally turned against him. He turns to this influential man with hope and carefully asks if there is anything else he can do to help him significantly in this situation. After a short pause, Hyun Sanchok angrily states that there is one particular guy who irritates him unbearably and constantly puts a spoke in his wheel. To this, the man regretfully states that he has long since completely moved away from such dark affairs and prefers not to interfere. Hyun Sanchuk insistently asks not to complicate the already difficult situation and to help just competently change the unfavorable vector of public opinion. A meaningful smile slowly appears on the man's face. The man happily declares that he definitely likes the proposed plan. At that very moment, the TV screen shows a story about the recent arrest of a criminal, in which Sung-hyun actively participated. Sung-hyun suddenly starts scratching his ear vigorously and wonders with curiosity that someone is probably thinking about him at this moment. He tells a girl nearby with a smile that for some reason his ear is itching really badly for no apparent reason, to which she answers with a cheerful laugh that this is real popularity. The young man learns with interest that the girl wants to offer him participation in a new creative project and politely asks about his current schedule. She has long since completed the script, which is a fascinating historical drama about the daughter of a noble family who secretly escapes from the capital to join the People's Avengers. The girl wants to offer the guy an interesting role as a simple village boy who selflessly helps her in difficult times. Sung-hyun quickly studies the proposed script and comes to the fair conclusion that the role is neither the main one nor the secondary one, and yet contains some big secret. The writer mysteriously reports that the hero is quite equal in importance to the main character, but she is not yet ready to reveal his true identity. She informs him that this will definitely be a pleasant surprise for the general public, and solemnly promises the guy to send all the details through his agency. The writer looks closely at the interested young man and sincerely asks him to believe that this work will definitely not disappoint him. Sung-hyun smiles back in a friendly manner and excitedly says that he will look forward to receiving all the details of this project. The guy curiously asks if other actors have already been selected to take part in the filming of this historical drama. To this, the girl regretfully reports that the experienced casting director is still looking for suitable candidates. She asks with interest if the young man knows any talented actress. Sung-hyun suddenly remembers Seong Hyun-jin because this girl has already managed to convincingly reveal her extraordinary acting abilities. After a short thought, the young man confidently declares to the interested writer that someone suitable has already come to mind. The girl suddenly breaks away from a pleasant conversation, politely apologizes, and hurriedly informs that she absolutely must answer an incoming phone call. The interlocutor asks the girl with curiosity how exactly she found out about this whole delicate matter. The young man unwittingly overhears the conversation and is surprised to realize that the girl is talking to Hyun Sanchok. The writer quickly ends the unexpected conversation and begins to sheepishly apologize for being so impolite in interrupting the conversation. She says with bewilderment that an old friend called her and persistently recommended a completely new actress, after which she bewilderedly declares that she doesn't understand a thing. Sung-hyun begins to seriously think about what exactly this young man has in mind. Suddenly, the guy abruptly changes the topic of conversation and with obvious concern, asks the writer where Hyun Sanchuk might be at the moment. He says that he will most likely have to go there. The guy cannot say for sure, but he assumes that revenge from Seong Hyun-jin may be involved here. Sung-hyun immediately follows the writer out of the cafe and heads towards her parked car. Out of the blue, He tells the writer that it is necessary to prevent further potential victims before it is too late. The writer doesn't understand anything, but without asking any unnecessary questions, she invites the young man to get into her car and drive together. She asks worriedly why the guy looks so worried and wonders what the problem with Hyunsun-chok might be. Sung-gyun falls silent and falls into silence, but the writer notices that it is literally written all over his face. As soon as the car starts moving, the young man says that it is difficult for him to tell everything because he himself is not yet completely sure of anything. He asks if the writer heard about the incident that occurred during the actor's recent meeting with fans. After that, he says that the person who carried out the attack came there with the intention of getting to Hyun-san-chok. The girl involuntarily gets distracted from the road, to which Sung-hyun immediately gives her a stern reprimand, reminding her of the need to watch the controls. In response, the writer says that, despite all the rumors about the actor, she always perceives such talk as ordinary fiction. The young man reports that at first he himself thought it was all a coincidence or an attack by another hater until he found himself at the police station. He says that it was there that he managed to talk to the attacker who came there with a knife. According to Sung-hyun, it was revealed that the man's daughter was a drama writer and had a work relationship with Hyun-san-chok, and he shares a shocking detail with the writer that the actor allegedly tried to force her in exchange for help. Upon hearing this, the writer becomes furious and calls the actor a sick freak with disgust. Sung-gyun suddenly falls silent after these words and becomes deeply immersed in his own dark thoughts. The writer comes to the conclusion that the actress he recommended may be in serious danger and abruptly presses the gas pedal. Song Hyun-jin is in the toilet, washing her face with cool water, and stares at her reflection in the mirror, thinking that she finally has her long-awaited chance. The girl believes that now she can take fair revenge exactly 1 year after the tragic accident with her beloved sister. She regrets that she unfortunately found out too late that Hyun-san-chok was the real reason for everything that happened. For the sake of just revenge for her sister, she methodically visited any places where she could successfully attract the attention of the famous actor. Some time ago, she finally managed to get in touch with Hyun-sun-chok's personal manager and arrange a meeting. The girl bows respectfully to the man and with feigned delight says that she is incredibly happy about this important acquaintance. Hyun-sun-chok silently sits down in the chair opposite her and carefully examines the attractive girl with genuine interest. Seong Hyun-jin tries hard not to show it, but he stares at the young man and tries his best not to reveal his true intentions. She rereads the saved messages where Hyun-sun-chok promised to put in a good word for her with the influential director if she came to the meeting right now. The girl saved the incriminating audio recording on her mobile phone in advance and is now planning to take cruel revenge on the actor by distributing it through influential media. She is pleased to believe that when the young man's career finally collapses, she will triumphantly return to the stage and become a truly famous actress. With the thought that today everything will be finally completed, the girl resolutely leaves the public restroom. Song Hyun-jin suddenly finds herself becoming truly scared when she receives new messages from Sung-hyun. She still has absolutely no idea that the upcoming project about People's Avengers will bring her long-awaited national fame and recognition. Sung-hyun worries about whether the girl saw his important message and seriously considers how dangerous the current situation is. At this very moment, the young man finally receives a reply message from the excited girl. The guy listens tensely to the incoming voice message and realizes with horror that she is secretly recording her conversation with the unsuspecting Hyun-san-chok. Sung-hyun is outraged to realize that Hyun-san-chok is starting to act like a real vile abuser, using his position to coerce. The writer anxiously asks the guy what exactly is going on, to which he decisively replies that they need to hurry immediately. He continues to listen tensely to the incoming voice messages and again insistently asks the writer to hurry up as quickly as possible. Hyun-san-chok feigns bewilderment as he asks the girl why she is screaming so loudly for no apparent reason, as if he had done nothing special, but merely casually touched her leg with his hand. He states with a cynical grin that the girl knew perfectly well where and why she was going, to which she resolutely replies that she never tried to get a role in such a humiliating way. Hyun Sen-cheok begins to feel strongly irritated by the resistance, and methodically tries to continue to exert cruel psychological pressure on the defenseless girl. Song Hyunjin declares with noble anger that she will definitely become an actress solely through her own efforts and honest work. To this, the guy, with a contemptuous grin, declares that even if she has good acting skills, the girl will achieve absolutely nothing if he does not give her a chance. He asks the girl to think carefully with a threatening intonation and cynically states that only he can really help her with a truly good role. Bitter tears appear on the frightened girl's face, and she desperately asks him to immediately stop pestering her in this way. Meanwhile, the worried writer and Sung-hyun arrive at the scene, the young man firmly declaring that he will go first. As he walks towards the main entrance of the building, the young man sadly thinks that dreams are indeed difficult to have, but even more difficult to truly achieve them. Upon entering the guarded corridor, he is immediately stopped by vigilant service personnel, who categorically state that he cannot enter there without special permission. After this, they begin to animatedly discuss the young man's appearance and confidently believe that they have seen this guy somewhere in a popular movie. Sung-hyun himself returned to a full life and was finally able to accept this serious challenge. He thinks with disgust that blackmailing another person with his own dream is extremely vile. The young man angrily bursts into the room, where he is met with the surprised gaze of Hyun Sen-cheok, who immediately asks what he is doing there. Song Hyunjin turns to the young man, tears starting to roll down her face, revealing the intense emotional shock. Sung-hyun is in an uncontrollable rage and bluntly states that what is happening is low and completely unforgivable. He grabs Hyun Sen-cheok by the chest with force and pushes him against the wall, then calls the man a vile freak. The writer, meanwhile, rushes to the girl and tries with all her might to calm her down, saying that everything is fine and there is no need to be afraid. Hyun Sen-cheok starts yelling at the writer and suddenly realizes why she asked him for the address. He accuses that the writer decided to take revenge on him for a past conflict and therefore sent this swindler to him. Hyun Sen-cheok starts cursing even more and defiantly asks if they really think they can resist him. He cynically tells the young man that in their industry, it's easy to destroy the efforts of newcomers like Sung-hyun and that scammer. He then tells the girls that if they decide to go against him, they can never dream of working at a professional level. These words made Sung-hyun even more angry, and he tightened his grip considerably, pressing the man even tighter against the wall. Hyun Sen-cheok tries to provoke the guy and mockingly states that he just signed his own death warrant and ruined his career. Sung-hyun responds by telling them that this bastard has been blackmailing them for a long time, destroying other people's dreams, and they have evidence. The writer confirms the young man's words and shows the actor a switched-on phone with a clear recording of their conversation. She calmly states that modern technology makes it possible to record every word spoken. Hyun Sen-cheok begins to feel intense fear and screams loudly in panic, trying to stop what is happening. Sung-hyun squeezes the actor's hand even tighter and asks with cold determination if he can continue to maintain his arrogance. He turns to the girl and suggests that she go home, but she replies that she feels more comfortable being in a crowded place right now. The girl asks with interest how the guy even thought to turn on the sound recording at such a critical moment. Sung-hyun explains that from the first seconds of the phone conversation, he felt something strange and decided to play it safe. The girl admits that she also planned to turn on the voice recorder, but unfortunately, nothing worked out for her. Sung-hyun says that now only she can decide on the next steps and choose what to do. He looks closely at the girl and thinks that the person in front of him is not at all cruel. Song Hyunjin almost without hesitation declares that the public must know the whole truth about what happened. The guy calmly reminds the girl that if it becomes public, the painful topic with her sister and father will be raised again. To this, Song Hyunjin confidently replies that if nothing is done now, this scoundrel will continue to exploit other people's dreams. She takes a deep breath and says that it's time for her, her sister, and their father to finally move on with their lives and not look back. Song Hyunjin says that fear can haunt you forever, but you can't run away from it if you don't want to move forward. The girl recalls how the media was previously silent about this story, but the guy assures her that now there is no need to worry about it. A few days later, an expose article comes out, and Hun Sanchuk, enraged, punches his phone hard. The actor realizes that he has found himself in an extremely unpleasant situation, the consequences of which will seriously affect his career. The manager watches his actor's angry reaction in complete silence, feeling afraid and unable to utter a word. Hyun Sanchuk angrily scolds the manager, reproaching him for not foreseeing such an article and allowing it to come out. The actor demands that his manager take immediate action, as he is sure that now all the media will pounce on him with accusations. The manager subtly suggests that Hyun Sanchuk record an apology and disappear from the public eye for a while. The man is immersed in anxious thoughts, which are suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. The director enters the office, casting a withering, angry look at the actor. He is full of indignation. Hyun Sanchuk tries to be careful and asks if there is really any way to resolve this situation. The director coldly responds by stating that the first thing to do is to eliminate the obstacle and then think about the next step. Time is a strange thing. Sometimes it seems to drag on forever, and sometimes it flies by, leaving no time for reflection. A girl's voice is heard asking Sung-hyun if he is ready to film the final scene. The guy stretches with pleasure, thinking that there is only one scene left, and after it, everything will finally end. The partner tells the guy that he doesn't regret anything because he sincerely tried until the very end of filming. He adds that it was a pleasure to work with the young man on this project and play together. The assistant director loudly announces the beginning of the final scene of the last episode of the project called Flight. As the series neared its end, not only did the popularity of the series grow, but so did interest in its actors. The film's rating reached 20%. At this moment, someone calls the director in a loud voice. Hyun Sanchuk says that he knows the director probably has a way to handle the situation. The director, irritated, asks the guy if he even thought with his head when he arranged all this. He asks the actor if he was so naive as to think that popularity would protect him from falling. After this, he states that the situation is extremely serious and the agency will terminate his contract. Hyun Sanchuk is stunned by these words and at a loss tries to start a conversation with the director. The director leaves the room, coldly saying that he does not intend to tolerate a bad reputation. Hyun Sanchuk falls to his knees in despair as news of his dismissal hits the top search engine results. After this, several days pass, which fly by unnoticed in a whirlpool of new events. Sung-hyun is on the street, carefully hiding his face, and is surprised by the number of people on an ordinary day. He wonders whether such activity is the norm for a city home to many actors. The guy remembers the words of the manager, who strictly insisted on moving around in a cap and mask. Sung-hyun has finished filming and is relieved to now be able to take some time off. A guy selling theater tickets approaches him and tries to start a conversation with him. The seller invites him to a play into which they have put all their soul, effort, and personal resources. He hands over the tickets and clarifies that the performance belongs to the romantic genre. Sung-hyun takes a seat in the audience, and the host thanks the audience for coming to the show. The man says that some famous actors refuse to dream because of the harsh reality. However, he claims that many others didn't give up and continued to perform, even on a small stage. Sung-hyun begins to look closely at the man sitting in the front rows of the auditorium, and gradually comes to the conclusion that he has seen him somewhere before. He continues to watch this man closely, trying to remember the circumstances under which he encountered him earlier. The plot of the play itself is not particularly complex. An actor on stage asks a girl why she never once thought about him. Sung-hyun watches closely as the actors portray a couple in love who are consumed by their own emotions. The guy finds the story quite banal. Two people miss each other and reunite, realizing their true feelings. When the performance ends, the actors come out into the spotlight to thank the audience for their attention. They bow deeply to the audience, while Sung-hyun muses that the plot wasn't anything special. However, the sincere, emotionally charged performance of the actors touched him to the depths of his soul. The guy was especially impressed by the scene where the characters express their feelings with genuine love. Sung-hyun wonders if he himself could act so truthfully and sincerely. He recalls his previous role, in which he played one of two friends who challenged the vicious owner of the orphanage. Then another project pops into his memory, a youth romantic story about overcoming difficulties and finding oneself. He is distracted from his thoughts by a man from the front row who has attracted attention from the very beginning of the performance. Sung-hyun finally recognizes him as a famous actor with strong charisma who has captured the hearts of many viewers. The young man approaches the actor, introduces himself, and says excitedly that he is just a newcomer to the profession. Sung-hyun shares his emotions with him, telling him how he has long admired his works and dreamed of meeting him. He admits that he has been a fan of the actor since childhood and considers this meeting a real gift of fate. Another man joins their conversation, and the actor begins to discuss the quality of the performance in the play with him. The man thanks for the high praise and promises to convey his words of admiration to the entire acting troupe. The actor turns to the organizer and asks with a smile if it was he who invited the young man to today's performance. The organizer is a little embarrassed and realizes that he has found himself in an awkward situation, trying to somehow smooth over the moment. Sung-hyun thinks he was lucky today. For the first time in a long time, he went out to have some fun and accidentally met two important people. The actor begins to praise the young man, saying that he enjoyed his work in a recent film. He especially notes the scene where the hero spits in the villain's face, and adds that it was then that he felt the real power of his acting. The man begins to quote one of the lines from that film, saying that now it is time for the hero to go down a different path, because darkness is not for him. Both men laugh heartily, agreeing that it was a truly magnificent scene. The girl suddenly appears at the door and asks the manager for a minute of attention. He says with a smile that he hopes they will sit and drink together some other time, and then leaves the room. The actor, laughing cheerfully, points out to Sung-hyun that it seems like something urgent is going on, and then states that he should take a closer look at the rapidly rising rookie's acting. He says with enthusiasm that he was glad to work with a young team whose work is now deservedly receiving a lot of praise. The actor admits that he would like to see Sung-hyun act live and expresses a sincere desire to see him improvise. After a while, he carefully asks if this proposal is putting too much pressure on the young man, because he doesn't want to force him. Sung-hyun confidently replies that everything is fine and suggests giving it a try, feeling his heart begin to beat faster with excitement. He realizes that now he has to improvise right in front of a person he truly respects. The guy starts to think about what scene exactly he should repeat to make everything look right. However, the actor interrupts his thoughts and says that he does not want to see a fully finished character. The action moves forward a few days ago, when the manager informed Sung-hyun about the appearance of new interesting material. The director ponders whether the historical drama has a real chance of success and whether it will be able to interest viewers. The manager, on the contrary, admits with genuine enthusiasm that he was truly captivated by this work. He hopes that Sung-hyun will be interested in this script and will read it carefully. The manager adds that the writer herself recently contacted them and sent the script to their agency. After this, the man apologizes for not showing the text earlier, and both begin to laugh loudly, relieving some of the tension. The manager shares that he is a little worried, because the final decision will be made by the agency's management. Sung-hyun notes that the material looks unexpectedly fresh, and the font in the document immediately attracts attention with its expressiveness. The script's title is Day, and it is a story about the People's Avengers who try to restore order in Joseon during a time when the country was split in two. Sung-hyun will play the role of a simple young man who grew up in a small village lost among the high mountains. Suddenly, one of the men calls out loudly and commandingly to Sung-hyun, asking him to come closer immediately. The hero, played by Sung-hyun, tries to remain calm and lead a peaceful life in the midst of general chaos and political instability. One ordinary and quiet day, he suddenly falls in love with a girl who stops nearby to rest with her companions. The servants carefully lower the stretcher to the ground, and the girl inside stares at Sung-hyun as if recognizing something familiar in him. Sung-hyun notices her face and is instantly captivated by her natural beauty, awakening long-forgotten feelings within him. Through this meeting, he begins to gradually discover the big world that lies beyond his home village. The role of Sung-hyun is a historical figure who later became the legendary leader of the People's Avengers. He declares with determination that the enemies may try to put pressure on them with power or bribe them with money, but they will never succeed in breaking the righteous spirit of the people of this country. The young man doesn't yet know that he is the carefully hidden crown prince of the ancient ruling family of Joseon, and this shocking truth is sure to be revealed someday. The experienced actor looks expectantly at the guy standing in front of him and carefully notices that Sung-hyun is clearly not too confident in his own abilities yet. Sung-hyun mentally prepares himself for the upcoming work and sensibly thinks that there is nothing truly scary if he has not yet fully and deeply understood this difficult role. The man, with professional theatricality, says that their secret plans should not be part of the intention to hide, and they create a completely new truth. The guy turns out to be genuinely shocked by what is happening, since this is an exact replica of one of the key characters, who cruelly betrayed the people's avengers at the climax. With undisguised surprise, Sung-hyun learns that the experienced actor has already carefully read the received script and therefore knows this characteristic line well. The man replies that it is impossible to achieve anything significant on your own, even with a good level of acting skills, because truly high-quality work is always the result of joint efforts. He seriously reports that one of the main characters in the script has a really big secret, but there are very few impressive scenes with his participation in the drama. The man openly tells the guy that he will inevitably have to squeeze the absolute maximum out of the material that is available, and therefore he initially had very high expectations for the actor who will play this difficult role. He says with relief that now he can calm down, because for a long time he hesitated to give his final consent to participate in the filming. But now he looks at the guy and sincerely thinks that it is precisely someone like him who can be confidently entrusted with this responsible role. However, the experienced actor warns that the most difficult thing to do is to act in large-scale historical dramas with their special features. For some reason, Sung-hyun begins to suspiciously think that the man is just delicately trying to console him with these encouraging words. Kam-chin thinks that the guy's previous work is definitely very good. He is looking forward to the upcoming joint filming with him. The young man is sincerely grateful for such respectful attitude and respectfully begins to bow low before the experienced actor. He can't believe at all that he is really starting to grow professionally and is working with real masters. Returning to the past, he gained an inexplicable ability of foresight and deep understanding of roles. Before his eyes, a vivid scene from his very first work, entitled Pierrot, clearly emerges. The university professor then loudly clapped his hands, and it was then that the boy first received professional recognition. Later, he met many good people who were sincerely ready to support him. He clearly remembers a tense scene with Hyun-sun-chak when the boy, acting out his role, reproached the main character. Even though a lot of time had passed, the young man clearly remembers how Kim Jo-ho theatrically put down the glass. He can still hear the actor's words in his head, asking Hyun-sun-chak to think better of his friend. Sung-hyun begins to smile contentedly and thinks fondly of the incredible moments he had together. Previously, he had only observed these actors from the sidelines, and it all flew by unimaginably quickly. After this, the young man remembers the recent incident with Hyun-san-chak and thinks that in a short period of time he was able to help people. He remembers the face of the angry writer and the frightened girl who were protected from harassment. Looking at Kam-chin, the guy thinks that it would be selfish to want more, because here is an opportunity to work with a famous actor. He now has an exciting job with charming characters and a cast that includes many celebrities. The guy dives headfirst into reading the script and thinks about how high he can fly. He looks at the actor, but does not perceive the words and thinks about what else he can learn. At the end of an important conversation, he shakes the famous actor's hand firmly with sincere joy and deep respect. The guy enthusiastically tells Kam-chin that he is looking forward to the start of their creative work together. He suddenly begins to laugh loudly from the influx of overwhelming feelings and thinks with delight that all the most interesting things are starting right now. The university administration has just congratulated the happy graduates, and they are slowly beginning to disperse from the celebratory meeting. Sung-hyun professionally plays the role of a student and sadly notices that the long period of study has finally ended. He stands with an attractive girl on a picturesque little bridge and thoughtfully asks her what she's going to do next. The talented actress convincingly plays out embarrassment and genuine surprise, seriously thinking about the young man's unexpected question. The clear voice of an experienced cameraman sounds, and the camera effectively captures her expressive face in close-up. The girl dreamily raises her gaze to the clear sky and says that she will travel a lot and learn many interesting things. She starts smiling happily at the guy and asks curiously what he is going to do and whether he will continue swimming. Sunghyun thoughtfully lowers his eyes and goes into deep thought, after which he carefully answers that perhaps it is so. He openly tells the girl that he really likes swimming and winning, but there is something more important. Sunghyun says tenderly that he wants to travel with his loved one and learn new things together. The experienced director commands the cameraman to take an expressive close-up, and in this touching moment, Sunghyun tells the girl about happiness. After these words, the young people fall silent and begin to slowly approach each other. The cameraman switches to a close-up again, and the young people, holding their breath, tenderly touch each other's lips. The next second, the young man hugs the girl tightly and kisses her passionately in the romantic climax of the film. The women working in a cozy restaurant emotionally watch the latest episode of a popular TV series. One of them enthusiastically says that she always believed in this guy. The second woman says with bated breath that she still cannot forget that unforgettable scene in the pool. To which her friend significantly remarks that the best unforgettable scene was the touching farewell of the young people at the train station. Arim, watching the women arguing heatedly, quietly asks herself who wrote such a truly perfect script. The girl looks meaningfully at the young man and clearly expects that he will definitely praise her for this scenario. Sunghyun begins to smile contentedly and sincerely tells the girl that she is a truly brilliant writer. Suddenly, the women working in the restaurant notice the young men. They instantly fall silent and silently look at them attentively. A second later, the women experience a strong shock as they realize that the actor they just watched on TV is nearby. The young man politely greets the excited women and is very surprised that the series has become so popular in Japan. At this point, one woman begins to enthusiastically tell Sunghyun that they watched the original series and his other works. One woman emotionally tells that she is a big fan and persistently asks the guy to show himself in other images. After which, Aram quickly takes out his camera and starts taking pictures of young people with enthusiastic fans. The film crew worked very hard, and after the end of the series, they went on a well-deserved vacation to Japan. The young people enjoyed visiting various attractions, fooling around, and taking souvenir photos. The girl captured in memory that touching moment when the young man was very tired and slept peacefully near Fujiyama. Time flew by during various excursions and eating delicious Japanese cuisine, which is different from Korean. The guy sincerely thanks Arim and admiringly tells the girl that she takes simply excellent artistic photographs. Looking at one of the many colorful photos, Sunghyun expresses genuine surprise that he didn't know there were so many fans in Japan. The girl calmly replies that there is nothing unusual here, because Korean youth dramas are really very popular in this country. Sunghyun is surprised to learn that Flight has been screened in Japan and Taiwan, where it has gained immense popularity among viewers. There are especially many fans among teenagers, who are keenly interested in the rising tide of Korean culture and entertainment. He notices that many girls are sticking pictures of his hero on their phones, and this has created a real Korean youth syndrome. Sunghyun considers this to be an absolutely incredible phenomenon, because the work with his participation has spread even beyond the borders of his native country. He is very surprised by the fact that sometimes in life there are very strange and completely inexplicable happy moments. He stops near a huge advertising poster located on the facade of a tall modern building in the city center. Sunghyun looks at his image on the huge poster with admiration and thinks with satisfaction about how great everything turned out. He carefully reads the poster's advertising slogan, which sounds like a call to look at the person whose hand you are holding, and becomes immersed in deep thought. While in a comfortable hotel, the guy lies relaxed on a soft bed and thinks that he cannot fully believe in the reality of what is happening. In a moment, he is overcome with intense joy and feels truly happy that everything turned out this way. Sung-hyun begins to seriously think about how high he can fly in the near future and what he will achieve. Flight is a youth drama, so it was easier to attract overseas teenagers who were already interested in the Korean cultural wave. Sung-hyun laughs happily and is optimistic that his diverse images will reach an even wider international audience in the future. He is suddenly torn away from his pleasant thoughts and fantasies by an insistent phone call. The guy sees that it is a writer friend calling. She asks the young man in a friendly manner how he is doing, and with interest asks if he enjoyed his Japanese trip. The girl is happy that the film crew is really having an interesting time. After this, he asks the young man if they can meet to discuss a project called The Day the Guy Comes Home. Suddenly, she changes her intonation and announces that their conversation will most likely be a little sad. This greatly surprises the young man, and he immediately wonders what the matter is. Entering the cafe at the appointed time, Sung-hyun begins to turn his head from side to side and carefully look for the girl he was supposed to meet. Suddenly, a writer appears next to him, her unexpected appearance slightly frightening the young man, who clearly did not expect it. The girl, with a slight smile, asks the guy why he was so scared when she appeared, to which Sung-hyun replies that she approached him from behind very unexpectedly. The guy starts talking about his recent trip and happily says that it was really a success, because they had a great time and visited many interesting places. After some time, the girl suggests that the guy move on to a serious conversation that concerns exclusively their joint work on the project. She reminds the young man again that their conversation will still be a little sad, and Sung-hyun again thinks about what the matter is. The writer tries to carefully choose the right words to explain the situation correctly, which starts to make the young man a little nervous. After some time, she tells the guy that it is very likely that the fee for this filming will not be too big, which surprises him greatly, because he expected to hear something really serious. Sung-hyun smiles and tells the girl that she really knows how to scare people, and then asks if the fee will be less than for his previous work. The girl tells the guy that the fee will still be more than for the previous job. At this point, Sung-hyun thinks that this is already not bad, because for a newbie, this is really good. He tries to hide his inner feelings and thinks that, no matter what, he is really beginning to be appreciated and noticed. The writer says there is good news too, as she asked the director to add a so-called success fee. The girl says that if the film recoups its costs, the young man will receive 100 won for each viewer. The production cost of the future project is 5 million won, and this is the amount that needs to be covered by box office revenue. After the expenses are covered, the guy will then receive 100 won as a bonus for each viewer. If the gross reaches 8 million won, the young man will make a fortune from the success fee alone. The young man tries to hide his excitement when the girl tells him that she has special hopes for her new role and has a premonition of the upcoming success of this film. The writer says that if they try really hard, the project will gain popularity, and this in turn will have a positive effect on the final result and the guy's career. She persistently asks the young man to fully invest in the character he is creating and has no doubt in the upcoming success of the entire enterprise. The writer openly shares her thoughts on the topic of how she can't wait to see the finished work. Sung-hyun sighs happily and solemnly informs the girl that he will, of course, do absolutely everything possible for the success of the project. After these words, the guy suddenly learns who will play one of the main female roles, and this news clearly surprises him greatly. The writer goes into detail about how these are famous, rising actresses who are already well known in the industry. Sung-hyun curiously asks his interlocutor what roles the mentioned actresses will play. The girl thoroughly answers the interested guy that the chosen actress will play the role of a close friend of the main character. The young man's eyes instantly light up with a bright, joyful gleam, and he enthusiastically announces that this will be really great. He begins to concentrate on remembering the script he recently read and delves deeply into the motivations and psychology of the main character of the upcoming film. He is clearly aware of the fact that her friend is a completely different person and has a completely different character from her. Sung-hyun begins to think seriously about the casting and believes that her friend would be better suited for the role of the main character of the film. The writer instantly understands what the guy is thinking and openly says that she thought exactly the same thing at the casting. The action moves back a week, when an important casting was taking place for a promising new project. The girl smiles happily at everyone present in the hall and really hopes for their indulgence towards the upcoming performance. The writer politely asks the girl to introduce herself to those gathered and name her desired role in the upcoming film. The actress states her name, after which she announces the specific role she is applying for in the project. The jury members listen carefully to the girl, after which they officially say that she can calmly begin her performance. The writer begins to reflect on the fact that this is a secondary role as the minister's youngest daughter, a prankster with a bright, attractive appearance and boyish habits. This character must radiate a very special energy, completely opposite to the energy of the main character of the work. The actress begins to diligently play the role. She loudly shouts about the fire and insistently asks to immediately bring water to extinguish it. The villagers start running around the house in panic. They don't understand at all what's happening because there are no signs of a fire. The man runs inside the room, holding a bucket of water in his hands, and excitedly asks what happened and where the fire is. They look around the room in amazement and are perplexed to realize that there is no fire to be seen anywhere in the house. The girl smiles slyly at them, then points to her heart and says that a fire is burning inside her. She tells the surprised people that she proposed to a bachelor from the upper part of the city, and he ran away saying that he would rather go to war. After which she takes the bucket of water from the man and begins to greedily drink from it right in front of everyone. Those present say that it is unsafe and that it is dirty water from the stream, but the girl replies that it invigorates her very well. Her younger sister looks at her carefully and seems no longer surprised by her older sister's strange behavior. The heroine resolutely leaves the room, telling her younger sister to follow her immediately. The actress continues and says that if they continue fooling around, they will get into a lot of trouble from their angry father. The writer is very surprised by the masterful acting. She understands that the girl is very clearly imitating the image of her literary character. She starts laughing loudly and excitedly tells the actress that she literally breathed life into her character. The actress is still in character and continues to methodically play out the script without breaking character. The writer is increasingly surprised by what is happening, because the girl has literally merged with her role into a single whole. The man suggests moving on to scene number 12, called The Revelation, when the father catches the girl and locks her in the house. The girl cries loudly and tells her sister that she lied about the fire, so now she can't even take a step out of the house. The sister calmly replies that everything is just beginning and says that we need to patiently wait for events to develop. The girl looks at her in amazement and wonders in bewilderment what exactly is just beginnings. Suddenly, she decisively declares to her sister that they need to jump into the well to carry out their plan. The sister anxiously asks the girl if it wasn't enough that she injured her leg, and now she's even decided to kill her. The girl asks to calm down and explains that she just needs to pretend this is necessary in order to deceive the people around her. After several days of falling into the well, the girl lay with a high temperature. Rumors began to circulate that her psyche had been damaged due to the fact that she was locked at home, and she tried to commit suicide. The girl asks the man if he wants to send the girl to recover in the countryside, where the air is clean. She talks about how when her aunt suffered from obsessive thoughts, this circumstance really helped her to recover. The girl tells the man that fresh air and walks in nature quickly improved the health of her relative in the past. As a result, the cunning girl was sent to the village to recover, and so she managed to successfully escape from the capital. Initially, the heroine was an energetic girl, especially noticeable against the background of other characters in the work. According to the script, the sister went to follow her, and at that moment she began to experience deep internal psychological transformations. The girl begins to methodically compare herself with her sister and analyze the differences between them. She looks at her closely and envies her for having managed to gain the freedom she desired. After the sisters said goodbye, one of them silently watched the small detachment disappear into the distance. The older sister happily puts on her headdress and cheerfully thinks about what else she could do for fun today. The writer notes with delight that the actress plays the role very well and managed to convey the character of her heroine as accurately as possible. She tells the young man that this audition finally convinced her to make a positive decision. She says that she carefully analyzed the guy's performance and believes that this will be an ideal creative tandem. 2 days passed. The auditions for the project came to an end, and finally the first reading of the script with the entire cast began. Actors begin to gather in the room. They are animatedly discussing the script of the future promising project. Sung-gyun has already heard that the actors were selected with all seriousness, and he is really impressed by the assembled cast of the film. The room is filled with many actors who are often referred to as a guarantee of 20 million views. The main character of the novel will be played by a child prodigy who received an award while still a newcomer in her debut film. She became popular throughout the country since childhood and won the love of viewers. Sung-gyun is eager to start working with these talented people and happily greets his colleagues in attendance. A young man answers him and says frankly that he did not expect at all that the guy would be taken on for this important role. The guy says that he himself had hoped for this role and even at one time personally approached the writer with a request, but at the casting, the jury was absolutely unbending. Sung-gyun believes that this is not an obvious choice at all, but the management clearly expects a lot from this guy's performance in the project. The girl playfully greets the young man and believes that he will not let her down or let her down in the upcoming filming process. After which she says that a lot will become clear during the first reading of the script by the entire cast. The actor who is vying for the lead role completely agrees with the girl's opinion on this issue. Sung-gyun smiles happily and declares to those around him that he will do absolutely everything possible to make the film a success. The guy looks closely at the actor's gazes directed at him and catches himself thinking that he is becoming uncomfortable with the attention. He can do nothing better than bow respectfully and say once again that he will diligently cooperate with them. Despite the seemingly pleasant atmosphere in the room, there is a noticeable tension in the air between the participants. The young man understands that there is a hidden struggle going on among actors who do not want to lose their positions in the industry. Sung-gyun thinks that in this difficult situation, he shouldn't relax either. Song Hyun-jin runs into the room and tries to catch his breath from walking fast. The girl apologizes for her annoying lateness. She starts telling me that she couldn't sleep last night because of nerves, and that this morning she wanted to get there early, but got stuck in traffic. After which she reports that, among other things, she also forgot the script at home and had to go back for it. Sung-gyun has seen this girl play many times in his past life and believes that this time she will achieve the success she deserves. The girl defiantly announces that she has prepared a secret weapon, so she is ready to give it her all. The guy is very surprised and alarmed by the girl's mysterious expression about a secret weapon for filming. He makes a friendly offer to show her all her acting skills, after which they clench their fists for good luck in the upcoming filming. The organizer solemnly announces that there are 5 minutes left before the script reading begins and asks all participants to take their seats. The guy looks at the girl and wants to tell her again not to worry, but he understands that words won't help now. He hopes that she can handle it. Sung-gyun is very surprised as he notices the girl taking out some papers from the inside pocket of her clothes. The first guesses appear in his head, and this circumstance surprises him even more in this situation. The guy looks closely at the girl and wonders whether her script was really written by hand with a pencil or a pen. Sung-gyun recalls that in the past, he watched numerous interviews with many actors who studied scripts in this manner. He sees the girl's numerous comments in the script and understands that this is the first time he has seen such a diligent study of a role in real life. Sung-gyun begins to realize that this is the secret weapon that the girl used in her past life to achieve success. From the moment of his rebirth, the boy uses only his own abilities, while the girl has to make great efforts to become an outstanding actress. He looks at her carefully and feels that for the girl to be successful, she really needs to work very hard on the role. Sung-gyun tries to hide his excitement and thinks that he absolutely must not lose in this competition. The guy is determined to give his best in this responsible work on a new role. A man who betrayed the People's Avengers meets with an informant in an empty house on the outskirts of the city. He tells the informant that he had previously told him not to come because now was not the best time for meetings. The informant replies that he understands everything perfectly well, but speaks of an urgent message and hands the man a piece of paper. He begins to talk about the persistent rumors that the Crown Prince has a carefully hidden twin. The man is very surprised when he learns that this child was born sickly and was hidden for a long time in a mountain valley. He unfolds the piece of paper handed to him by the informant, and, after carefully examining the contents, is greatly surprised by what he sees. The informant reports that he made a sketch of the guy's appearance based on the little information he was able to gather. The man begins to remember intensely and comes to the conclusion that he had already seen this guy somewhere in the city. The trader finally remembers him. This is the same young man who is the subordinate of the deputy elder in the administration. He knows that this guy might be sent to the palace on business tomorrow, and he thinks that this cannot be allowed. Suddenly, a loud sound is heard from the street. The informant is very concerned about what is happening and begins to become noticeably agitated by the unexpected noise outside the window. He goes outside and turns around in fear, but sees no one except a small rat near the fence. Having calmed down, the man reports that there is no reason to worry, and it looks like it was just an ordinary rat that ran by. The trader begins to discuss plans further. He says that under no circumstances should this young man be allowed to enter the palace. After which he tells the informant that no one in the city should know about this except the two of them. The trader intends to do everything possible to carry out his cruel, insidious plan against an innocent person. As expected, Komchin plays his role professionally and flawlessly, demonstrating high skill. The actress playing the lead role is amazed by his abilities, as the man creates living scenes from the film simply by reading his lines. It's her turn, and scene number 13, called The Empty House, begins to play. She looks at the young man, because he must also take an active part in this scene. Sunghyun listened to the trader's conversation, and clearly saw this drawing of a face on paper. He is very worried and feels his heart beating in his chest. The guy cannot believe the information that he is the twin of the Crown Prince. He finds it absolutely incredible, but he clearly saw a piece of paper with his face on it. The guy begins to think that the situation is really very strange and requires some thought. He begins to remember that he was always a prominent and most handsome young man in the entire village. The guy thinks about the fact that the young lady may very soon become the crown princess of the kingdom. He wonders if it is because it is love that she cannot forget from the past. Sunghyun begins to remember the girl's look. It seems to him that this circumstance confirms his guesses about her feelings. The young man believes that when the young lady sees him, she remembers her lover from a past life. After a while, he pushes these thoughts away, because if this were so, she could like him much more. Sunghyun continues reading the script and thinks that it is very difficult to understand these mysterious women. The actress standing next to him thinks that the young man played simply amazingly in this difficult scene. After all, finding himself in a pressing situation, he was able to overcome it with his own attitude and emotional strength. And in his acting skills in this scene, he was not inferior even to the most experienced actor in the troupe. The girl continues to be amazed by the guy and thinks that he really is a truly talented actor. Sunghyun continues reading the script, and the jury members listen attentively to his expressive reading. A barely noticeable, satisfied smile appears on Komchin's face. The man thinks that the guy is really doing a good job. After a while, outdoor filming begins. The actor arrives on set and greets the staff. Komchin stops as someone respectfully addresses him as an older colleague in the acting profession. The man notices Sunghyun next to him and asks the young man why he came so early. He is surprised because he considers the young man a good actor and wonders if he really needs to practice before filming when he could rest. The boy replies that in order to grow to the level of the elder, he must try very hard and work. The actor looks at the script the guy is holding in his hands and wonders when he was able to erase it like that, because at first it looked better, which means the guy worked with it a lot. Sunghyun states that he was greatly inspired by Seonghyunjin, a statement that pleasantly surprises the girl. She considers it worthy that the guy strengthens his skills through diligence, and he is also very modest in communication. The man watches the young people's conversation attentively, and his soul feels warm from what is happening. He thinks that he can't wait to see how the young man will look on screen. The filming starts. A man shouts loudly and asks what is going on here. The assistant says that the take was a failure and announces a reshoot, after which he asks everyone to take their positions for a new take. Today, a scene will be filmed featuring the young people's secret journey to the kingdom's capital. The director insistently demands that everyone do everything exactly the same as they did at the rehearsal the day before. According to the plot, on a night road, the couple encounters a group of unidentified masked killers. In order to protect his loved one, the young man sacrifices himself and endures terrible pain to save her. Sung-hyun immerses himself in the stage image, after which the command's camera, action are heard. Young people slowly move along a narrow mountain road towards the capital. A young man approaches a girl sitting on a horse and asks if the lady is okay after a long journey. The girl replies that there is certainly no need to worry about her in this situation. The guy tells her that they have been on the road for a long time, and he is afraid that the girl is very tired from the journey. The young man says that he is not tired at all, but as for her well-being, he is worried about her. The girl replies that she is not worried at all, because the young man himself asked for this trip. Sung-hyun replies that this is indeed the case, as he had previously promised to follow the young lady wherever she went. The girl replies that she has a feeling that the guy is ready to follow her into the afterlife, and this scares her. The guy starts laughing and promises that while he is nearby, no one will be able to even hurt or offend the young lady. Suddenly, the young people are interrupted from their conversation by extraneous sounds from the darkness of the forest. Out of fear, the horse the girl was riding rears up and begins to neigh restlessly. The young people's path is blocked by an armed group of unknown people in black clothes. The guy asks who they are, to which the robbers say that he doesn't need to know about it, because he will soon die at their hands in this forest anyway. After which, the leader of the bandits declares that he can spare the guy if he voluntarily gives them the woman for their purposes. The guy categorically refuses this offer, after which the robbers draw their swords and launch a furious attack on the young man. Sung-hyun performs a dramatic forward lunge, then uses his sword to defend himself from a powerful blow from his opponent. The next moment he counterattacks and inflicts a mortal wound on the bandit's chest. Another armed bandit stands in his way. Sung-hyun delivers a sharp blow with his sword from top to bottom. The guy suddenly stops the fight as he hears a loud cry addressed to him from the darkness. One of the robbers put a knife to the girl's throat and asks the guy if he wants the girl to die right now. He orders the young man to drop his weapon immediately, otherwise he will see the girl die before his eyes. The girl asks the young man to leave her and run away because the robbers only want her. The actress starts crying loudly, saying that this whole incident does not concern the guy in any way. She orders the young man to go to the village immediately, but he does not listen, throws down his sword, kneels, and says that he will give everything he has. Sung-hyun bows low to the robber and says that he will do anything, but asks him to let the girl go unharmed. The young man continues to beg the robber to return his young lady to him and not to harm her. For the sake of the girl, the hero of the novel is ready to lose everything, even his own life. At this time, a man begins to approach him from the forest. The actor is surprised to realize that the young man put all the character's feelings into this one line and truly merged with his hero. The actor whispers to Kamchin that the young man is simply impeccable in his acting. This newcomer believes that the writer lady made the right choice of actors at the casting for this project. The man confirms these thoughts with conviction, which indicate that among the new actors, only this talented young man is capable of portraying characters at such a level. The rest of the participants continue to silently watch the scene, thinking that the guy really does have incredible acting talent. The excited guy sincerely tells the attentive man that now he doesn't even dare to complain about the role he was given to play. He openly shares his confession that in his entire acting career, this is the first time that he has experienced such acute envy towards a colleague. Bitter tears appear on the pale face of the confused girl, after which she loudly and tearfully screams the word, "No." The blade-wielding rogue, hiding his face under a hood, stealthily approaches Sung-hyun from behind and raises his sword to deliver a fatal blow. Taken by surprise, Sung-hyun lets out a silent scream and is deeply and fatally wounded, causing the boy to spit out a thick stream of blood from his mouth. The insidious criminal, having inflicted mortal wounds on his victim, quickly runs back, hiding in the scenery from possible pursuit. The crew members are very surprised, which turns into concern, because they don't understand whether the guy is acting out a role or if he is really getting sick. After a while, their worried faces show strong fear, and they begin desperately trying to shout to the motionless actor. Sungyun finds himself in a strange thought that he is experiencing such unbearable pain, as if he were really dying. The guy notices with horror that he is starting to see double, and he is surrounded by members of the film crew who are anxiously asking him how he is feeling. Sungyun slowly begins to lose consciousness, and through the fog, he hears someone angrily scolding an extra who makes excuses about not even touching the guy with his practice sword. With his last strength, the young man opens his heavy eyes, his vision doubles, and he hears that the assistant director is asking him to urgently call an ambulance. Gradually, his eyes begin to slowly close. The guy plunges into impenetrable darkness and feels that it is becoming too painful for him. The worried manager anxiously asks the doctor if the boy has any serious internal injuries that require immediate intervention. The doctor carefully studies the diagnostic data obtained and says with surprise that neither the CT scan nor the X-ray revealed any pathological abnormalities. He once again seriously asks the guy what exactly he felt during filming. The young man answers that he had a suffocating feeling, as if something heavy was pressing above his heart. Sungyun openly admits to the attentive doctor that he had such a realistic feeling as if he was dying for real, and not just acting out a role. After hearing this confession, the doctor thoughtfully states that a more thorough medical examination is necessary, but for now, everything looks like temporary symptoms of severe stress. Walking out into the hospital corridor, the manager politely asks the guy to wait a minute while he pays for the doctor's appointment at the reception desk. Sungyun begins to seriously think about the diagnosis of stress, since the doctor said that this is more of a psychological problem and therefore recommended a short restorative rest. The guy begins to think seriously about the fact that first he had a tense debut project, then the filming of the difficult movie flight, and now he is working on a TV series day. To be honest, he had been completely immersed in non-stop work without the slightest rest during this entire time. His deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the manager returning, who says that he paid everything at the cash registers and sympathetically asks if the guy wants to go home. Sungyun sincerely thanks the caring manager, and he himself mentally thinks about whether his problem really lies only in the lack of normal rest. Several quiet days pass, and the young man thinks with surprise that it is somehow unusual for him to be at home after so much time of constant work. The manager was adamant about getting a good rest, and he had agreed in advance that other scenes would be filmed first without his participation, and so the guy shouldn't worry too much about it. He categorically insisted that the young man simply rest quietly at home, as the experienced doctor at the hospital had strongly advised him to do. Sungyun clearly remembers the doctor speaking as if he simply did not have any serious medical problem at all. The guy is very worried that this is not a normal physical ailment that can be easily predicted, and he does not know when this mysterious mental problem will pass. He begins to seriously worry that this unpredictable condition will affect his work and he will no longer be able to film normally. At this alarming moment, a message comes from the manager. He asks in a friendly manner to look at something pleasant that will definitely lift his spirits and dispel sad thoughts. Sungyun is intrigued to learn that Flight unexpectedly took first place in viewer ratings during its first broadcast in Japan, causing a real surge of interest in Korean culture. The guy continues to read the enthusiastic comments of critics and understands that he has gained incredible popularity among girls from 10 to 30 years old. Thanks to his bright role, Sungyun believes that the manager, even in this difficult situation, is able to effectively lift his spirits. Suddenly, his thoughts are distracted by a loud, insistent knock on the door. The guy wonders in bewilderment who it could be, especially since he definitely did not order any delivery today. He carefully opens the door and is genuinely surprised to find his joyful friends from the set, who cheerfully announce that this is an unexpected surprise for him. They energetically begin to enter the apartment, apologizing for not warning in advance about their visit and intrusion. Minhyun is very surprised at how neat and perfectly tidy everything is in the guy's apartment, to which the embarrassed young man tries to justify himself and says that his bedroom is a real mess. The girl jokingly states that, having seen such purity, the young man's fans will definitely be completely disappointed in him. Minion kindly tries to support the young man and says that there are so many dirty people in the country that his cleaning has virtually no effect. Sungyun curiously asks the young men how they ended up there in the first place, to which they reply that they learned everything from his manager. Sungyun immediately has a clear image of the manager, and the young man immediately understands that it was he who arranged this entire unexpected event. And indeed, some time ago, a caring manager accidentally met a familiar actress walking along the long corridor of the studio. He began to tell her in detail about the awkward and strange situation that had recently happened to his protege Sungyun on the set. The manager sincerely believes that young people will be able to support the guy and give him the necessary spiritual strength and real joy. The girl listens attentively to the worried man and begins to seriously worry about the young man's condition after his story. She completely agrees with the manager's opinion and confidently reports that a friendly conversation with friends is always a good, proven remedy against depression and despondency. After which she spontaneously expresses a sincere desire to join the visit on her way home from work. They begin to actively discuss a plan on how to give the guy a real surprise, buy all sorts of tasty treats, and also choose a suitable gift. The young people are genuinely concerned about Sungyun's health. They ask sympathetically how he is feeling, and are very upset that he was hospitalized. Sungyun calmly tells his friends that there is no particular reason for serious concern. Most likely the problem is psychological in nature, but this has not yet been determined for sure. The young people still remain concerned about his condition and look at the guy carefully and scrutinizingly. They reasonably believe that since there are no medical contraindications, they can safely arrange a real noisy vacation with entertainment. Sungyun curiously asks why he is the only one with orange juice in his glass, to which the girl replies that he went to the doctor and the doctor prescribed him rest, and in such a state, he cannot drink alcohol. Sungyun sincerely thanks all his friends for their concern, after which he philosophically resigns himself to the fact that he will have to drink only orange juice today. What is really news to Minion is that Sungyun and Minso have been close friends for quite a long time. She openly reveals that after they recorded a romantic soundtrack together, she simply fell in love with the charming guy. After all, as a professional actress, she had a familiar warm feeling from studying the character in depth, so she wanted to continue the conversation. Minion is genuinely happy for these young people and wonders why he didn't know about this relationship before. Meanwhile, the girls begin to quietly gossip among themselves about romantic details and the couple's prospects. Despite the pleasant holiday and friendly atmosphere, Sungyun still feels a heavy sense of guilt deep down inside. What he had failed to achieve in his past life, he decided to achieve with all possible efforts in this one, and it seemed to him that this heavy burden and responsibility had to be borne exclusively alone. Suddenly, there were so many happy people around him, ready to take on a significant part of this moral burden. Suddenly, there is an insistent ringing at the door, and the girls begin to speculate about who could have unexpectedly arrived. Sungyun carefully walks towards the front doors and thinks about who it could be. He presses the speakerphone button and politely asks who exactly is behind the door of his apartment. A young man, using an established video link, sees an unfamiliar man whose face is carefully hidden by a dark cap. The stranger pauses for a moment, then mysteriously says that he has come for someone present. Minso begins to become noticeably worried. She doesn't know who it could be and makes an alarming guess that it could be an obsessed fan. The girl seriously suggests calling the police immediately, while the guy catches himself on the strange thought that he has heard this voice somewhere before. Suddenly, the stranger utters a very strange and familiar phrase about how their plans do not include hiding. Sungyun instantly recognizes these characteristic words, as they are verbatim in the script of the series he is working on. The man slowly lowers his sunglasses and adds the next line from the script. He solemnly says that they are creating a completely new truth. All those present immediately recognize the mysterious stranger as the popular actor Kamchen and loudly greet him. The young people feel a strong, genuine joy, because they could never have dreamed that they would ever meet the legendary actor in such a relaxed, homely atmosphere. They immediately pounce on the famous actor and excitedly offer to take a photo immediately as a memento of the meeting. Komchin invites the excited young people to sit back and calm down a little from the excess of emotions. One of the girls cheerfully reports that in the Sunghyun company, you can really expect anything. Sunghyun sincerely thanks the respected actor and says that he never thought that such a famous person would sit in his humble living room. At this point, one of the curious guys directly asks what exactly brought the famous man here to them. The man calmly replies that as a senior colleague, he could not help but come at a time when a promising junior actor was unwell. After which, he tells the guy with a smile that, thanks to his condition, filming has been temporarily suspended and he has a lot of free time. The actor asks with interest what they are doing here, and sees how the young man demonstratively pinches his finger, immediately realizing that this is the beginning of a popular drinking game. The young man thinks about the question, then says that those who have never appeared on a music show should bend their fingers. The girl starts laughing loudly and confidently says that this is definitely not about her. Sunghyun bends one finger and sadly announces that he only has one cherished goal left. The girl also bends her finger and confirms that it was definitely not her. Minhyun is a little annoyed that he couldn't finish the round successfully and says that now it's his older brother's turn. Sunghyun asks to put down a finger on who has ever won the prestigious Best Actor award. The guy quickly loses because he asks too many additional clarifying questions and suggests playing another game. Someone from the company suggests playing a musical game, choosing a popular singer and singing a medley of his famous songs. The joy and fun continues, but Sunghyun is a little tired and goes out onto the balcony to breathe in the cool fresh air. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice of a man who calmly says that the weather's really nice today. The actor openly admits that sometimes on the set he completely forgets about the season, and then before he knows it, it has already passed unnoticed. The guy maintains a philosophical conversation and says that during filming they really do become the characters and live out their fictional lives. The man thoughtfully reminds that the doctor talked about the benefits of talking with nice people and thinks that the young man has already successfully passed this stage. Sunghyun doesn't know what exactly to say in response, as this remark clearly hits a nerve with him. The guy sees that the actor is genuinely concerned about his condition and says that the hospital told him to just wait, and most likely, it's temporary. Komchin is sincerely worried about the young man's condition, as he intuitively thinks that the problem may not be so simple and harmless. Suddenly, he asks the young man seriously if he knows anything about a specific method of acting that requires total immersion. This complex method involves the actor becoming the character he plays on stage or screen. In this way, he significantly enhances the completeness of his acting skills and observes every smallest detail at a professionally high level. The final result invariably captivates the viewer's attention and allows them to become completely immersed in the action taking place on screen. However, becoming too intimate with a character can seriously impair an actor's daily life off the set. Sunghyun feels a strong inner tension and growing fear as he listens to these prophetic words from an experienced man. He excitedly asks the actor again if he really got into trouble precisely because he was unknowingly playing according to this dangerous method. The man answers affirmatively that this is exactly the case because he experienced real pain during filming, which means he got too deeply immersed in his role, after which he insistently asks not to get too carried away with it. The man asks the young man to think carefully about how to learn to control this process of transformation. Komchin pats the young man on the shoulder in a friendly manner, after which he sincerely offers to contact him at any time if he reaches a creative dead end. Perhaps he will not give a ready answer, but he will definitely listen attentively. Sunghyun thanks the wise actor and respectfully calls him elder, to which the man asks not to call him so formally and to address him as a brother. The guy opens his eyes in surprise, because this is a completely different level of their personal relationship. The actor looks thoughtfully at the bright moon slowly rising in the dark sky and once again asks to be addressed as brother. The girl begins to think with surprise that time has flown by completely unnoticed, and it is already late evening. The man confirms her fair words and says that time really flies by, and they should gradually wrap up their get-togethers. Minion responsibly announces that he will be happy to take everyone home and says that he will be waiting for them downstairs in the parking lot. Sungyun is sincerely grateful for today and says a big thank you to everyone here for unexpectedly coming to see him today. He addresses the actor as he says goodbye and expresses his sincere hope that they will meet on the set very soon. As he says goodbye, the wise man asks the young man not to worry in vain, mysteriously informing him that on the other side of difficulties, a completely new world of opportunities opens up. They shake hands firmly. The actor reminds the guy not to forget that this is hard, exhausting work, and he must allow himself to fully rest. Sungyun finds himself thinking pleasantly that today was a really good day and he feels much better than before. The guys say goodbye to the guy loudly and amicably and sincerely offer to call them whenever he gets bored alone. Sungyun smiles warmly at the departing guests and says that he was incredibly happy to see them in his home today. He then turns his attention to Minso, who is standing silently nearby, and wonders why she didn't leave with everyone else. The girl replies that everything is very simple. It is probably because she wants to spend even more time alone with him. Minso openly says that she didn't want to go with everyone in the general company and asks the guy to personally take her home. On the way, she begins to casually talk about how it would be very boring for her to get there alone, and that the manager lives far away, and she would not like to call him at such a late hour. Sungyun understands that there is no problem with that. He himself was just about to get some fresh air, because constantly sitting at home becomes very difficult psychologically. The girl starts laughing cheerfully and slyly thinks that the guy is saying this exclusively for her sake. After which she begins to seriously share that she told her company that she wants to pursue acting. Sungyun looks closely at the girl and clearly remembers that just a couple of days ago, she was very hesitant about her professional choice. He begins to sincerely praise the girl, calling her a real fine fellow, but he thinks to himself what ultimately prompted her to make her decision. Minso honestly admits that she is still not completely sure that she made the right choice, especially since she is worried about rumors that the popular singer will be condemned for wanting to become an actress. The guy tries to sincerely support her morally, but the girl sadly reports that today, his words for some reason do not calm her down as usual. She asks the young man to tell his personal story and whether he has ever had a similar turning point in his career. Sungyun finds himself painfully thinking that he now sincerely regrets having cowardly abandoned acting in his past life. After all, he was always cowardly afraid of accepting this difficult professional challenge and becoming a real actor due to his lack of confidence. He tells Minso frankly that sometimes serious difficulties arise even in a matter in which you are absolutely confident. The guy says that there were often difficult moments that he thought he definitely couldn't handle, but suddenly he somehow managed to cope anyway. It's just that instead of debilitating anxiety, he now experiences real happiness, because now he can do exactly what he really wants. The guy says that he achieved this gradually, step by step, and sincerely believes that one day the girl will definitely become a perfect actress. The girl vividly recalls one of the impressive scenes from the previous film and says that it seems as if the guy is completely immersed in the role and naturally lives in this fictional world. She kept wondering how exactly he managed to do it so masterfully, and it must be because he genuinely enjoyed the process. Minso thinks that the guy plays so professionally cool that she began to admire him without even realizing it, and she also wanted to play just as convincingly. After which, she begins to reproachfully express the opinion that the guy neglected his own health and ended up in the hospital. She says that he is her only close friend with whom she can have a frank, heart-to-heart talk. The girl believes that it is very cool and professional to deeply immerse herself in roles, but asks the young man not to make her worry so much about him anymore. They decide to stop and calmly breathe in the cool night air, especially since there is almost no one in the park at such a late hour. Sungyun begins to remind the girl of their recent frank conversation about professional plans and doubts. The young man recalls that earlier the girl constantly talked about how she was afraid of not being able to cope with acting tasks. He has a completely different reaction to her words. For him, on the contrary, it sounds like a genuine, sincere desire to play with dignity and professionalism. They stop in a quiet night park, and silently look at each other in the moonlight. Minzo honestly admits that, to tell the truth, she has long wanted to become a real actress, but was afraid to voice it. She believes that if she tries hard, the day will definitely come when she will experience the same feeling, as bright as when she first watched the guy play. Sungyun hugs the girl and feels that her words sounded so sincere that they left no doubt in him. In fact, she was not confident in her own abilities, but now the young man's words seemed to have completely swept away all her previous doubts. Sungyun watches the girl closely and clearly feels that something has really changed in her. Minso's eyes light up with a furious gleam, and she sincerely thanks the young man for the help that he did not even have time to realize. He can't understand what exactly happened and wonders in confusion, because, in his opinion, he didn't do anything special. Minso sighs with slight disappointment and says that he lives in a small neighborhood and reports that they have already arrived. Saying goodbye, the girl declares that she will diligently sit down to write the script and will definitely go to the upcoming audition. She believes that her path will start with minor roles, and is sure that it will take a long time, so she asks Sunghyun to take care of her health and stay in the profession for a long time. Sunghyun is genuinely amazed by this statement, and promises that he will never give up his acting career no matter what. He smiles back at the girl and says that he will look forward to their next meeting, which, in his opinion, will definitely happen soon. Minso doesn't want to leave at all, but she forces herself to leave and says that it's really time for her to go home. The guy thinks that the audition is just the first stage, because the girl is a newbie and she still has a long way to go. He remembers his first audition when he was genuinely excited about being involved in a completely new project. Respecting the girl, the young man remembers those days, because there is a special atmosphere at auditions that cannot be described in words. He thinks that someday the day will definitely come when they can work together, and he wants it to happen as soon as possible. Minso heads to her home and quietly asks the guy to wait for her, believing that she will definitely return. In order to play with the young man in the same project, she is going to try her best 100%. As he heads home, the boy thinks that any new challenge can be scary, but Minso moves forward with determination. He again recalls her firm words, with which the girl declared that she would diligently sit down with the script and go to the audition. The young man notices a road worker who signals him to turn into the nearest lane and gives the appropriate order. As he turns into the emergency lane, he thinks that if the path to his current destination is blocked, he can always use a detour. He reflects that a dream can be realized if you don't give up and don't stop in front of any unexpected obstacle. The guy begins to think that his current problem is his over-immersion in acting and the characters themselves. He believes that this could negatively affect not only his own work, but also the general well-being of his colleagues. At this moment, he receives a phone call, which interrupts the flow of his thoughts and returns him to reality. Sunghyun notices that his manager is calling him and immediately wonders why the man is contacting him at such a late hour. The manager suddenly asks if the young man would like to travel a little and change the scenery. He says that the next week will be free, and the guy will really have the opportunity to rest. Sunghyun objects, claiming that the delay in filming is his fault. Sunghyun turns around in surprise and notices the manager standing at the door of his apartment on the landing. He looks at the smiling man and wonders what he is doing in his house. The manager replies that he believed in the guy from the moment he first saw him at a university theater performance. He says that he is confident in Sunghyun's success and believes that he will ultimately emerge victorious from this difficult situation. The manager claims that encountering such difficulties on the path to real success is a great stroke of luck that not everyone gets. He asks the young man not to torment himself with thoughts about the future, but simply to find the courage to accept it calmly. The manager suggests that he forget about limitations and try to know himself as an actor without external and internal boundaries. Sunghyun begins to think that thanks to a lucky chance, he got a rare and valuable second chance to try himself in acting again. He remembers a moment from his previous life when he had an accident, and it was then that he received this unexpected chance to start all over again. The guy is glad that he managed to meet many good people and is sincerely grateful to them for the support they provided. He believes that this may be why he temporarily fell apart, and now he needs to focus solely on how to start playing again. Sunghyun tells the manager that he is indeed right, because he really has a chance to show his true self. Sunghyun smiles at the man and suddenly invites him to go on a short trip together. 12 hours later, the young people have traveled a considerable distance and arrive in Vancouver. The girl praises the guy, saying that they just arrived and she already feels how relaxed he is. The manager asks if he likes the place, since he himself had been there once back in college. He admits that this city is the first one that comes to his mind every time he finds himself in a difficult situation. The manager says that there is no schedule, no people to worry about, and therefore you can relax to the fullest. The guy suggests that they skip the formalities, because they still have a lot to do, and he is happy with the idea of calling the manager a brother. The man says that if that's the case, they should switch to informal address so that there is no awkwardness in their communication. He adds that it would be impolite if only one of them addressed him informally, so he counts on the guy's support. Sunghyun reflects that while vacationing in Korea helped, it feels completely different here. He finds himself thinking that he is really hungry, even though he recently ate on the plane, and perhaps it is because of his peace of mind. The manager suggests going out for a bite to eat. The young man is very surprised how the man guessed about his hunger. The man says that he wants to eat, after which the guy asks what food is considered traditional in Vancouver. Sunghyun is distracted from his conversation by hearing a strange and unusual noise nearby. The young people immediately head towards the source of these sounds to find out what exactly is going on there. They notice a small group of people and begin to push through the crowd, wanting to get a closer look at what is happening. What they end up seeing is a street performer who talks about how most human needs can be solved through conversation. He explains that in his profession, lines play an important role, and without them, conveying emotions becomes especially difficult. He mentions that although silent films were made in the past, this created difficulties in accurately conveying nuances. Sunghyun witnesses an unusual play in another country, where the performance is completely silent. This acting is completely different from what he is used to, because the system of concentration here is completely different. A young man watches a street actor carefully, who conveys his emotions solely through gestures. He notices blank sheets of paper and begins to wonder if the audience was given a script to follow the action. Internally, he perceives himself as a leading actor who manages to play a bright and truly talented role. While he believes that many writers and production companies create roles specifically for him as an actor born to be a star, Sunghyun believes that he is capable of conveying any character at the highest level and filling every word with real emotion. And yet this man seems unhappy because his real dream has always been to write, not to act. He recalls his past life, in which he was a writer with dreams of becoming an actor, although he thought he had no particular talent. In this world, he sees before him a street performer who, on the contrary, is an actor who dreams of becoming a writer, despite his lack of talent. The manager watches the young man closely, and his expression gradually becomes wary. Sunghyun, meanwhile, completely detaches himself from the surrounding reality, and completely immerses himself in his role. The young man watches the simple movements of the performer, feeling that there is a strong emotion hidden in every movement of the fingers. He continues to watch the street performer closely, and feels an incredible immersion that captivates not only him, but all the spectators. Sunghyun wonders how this is even possible, and turns to the manager to ask him for a pen. He immediately begins to quickly take notes in his notebook, recording that the street actor's emotions convey confusion, bewilderment, and a sense of shame. He also notes the actor's vivid, almost painful regret about his lack of real talent. Sunghyun notices the artist's desperate feelings and claps his hands, wanting to show his support. When the performance ends, a friend of the street performer approaches him and asks how he is feeling. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Sunghyun, who comes up and says that he decided to say hello because he really enjoyed the performance. He notices that the street performer looks confused, and his friend reassures him and tells him that he will succeed. The manager is surprised to hear the guy offer his help for the next scene, and a slight smile appears on his face. The man notes to himself that perhaps Sunghyun is beginning to reveal some other talents in himself besides acting. The street actor's friend thanks the guy for his concern and explains that this role is especially difficult for his comrade because of the lack of lines. He reports that conveying emotions in this form is particularly difficult, and no matter how much experience Sung-hyun has, it is unlikely to help. Sung-hyun replies that he didn't volunteer because he thought the role was easy, since he never thought acting was easy. It is at this moment that the street actor notices the notebook in the young man's hands and looks at it for a long time. He asks the guy for permission to look at the recordings and, having received consent, immediately immerses himself in the content. After reading the text, he smiles broadly and enthusiastically declares that the writing is simply superb. After this, the young people begin to animatedly discuss the proposed scenario and argue about whether it is worth acting in this way. The street performer's friend is skeptical and says that the performance is not a joke, and even though the guy has an education, he doesn't understand anything about street acting. The street actor stands up for Sung-hyun and confidently says that the guy understands sign language perfectly and is in no way inferior to him. Sung-hyun realizes that he can't help but feel nervous before going on stage, and gradually begins to delve deeper into his new role. Passers-by watch him closely and are genuinely surprised that an actor who came from Asia has appeared among the street performers. One of the girls looks closely at his face and decides that he is clearly a newbie because she hasn't seen him before. Sung-hyun pulls back a little, looks up at the sky and mentally lets go of his thoughts, completely entering the character. The street actor has achieved a certain level of skill, but suffers every night because of his desire to be a writer. Sung-hyun, on the other hand, has excelled in writing, but still keeps returning to acting, which still attracts him. The street actor constantly suffered because he could not give up his true dream forever. He understood perfectly well that he did not have any obvious talent, but at the same time he did not want to give up at all. He was driven by only one desire, to succeed in screenwriting no matter what. As he sketched one after another, he thought that either in this life or the next, he would definitely realize his dream. Sung-hyun completely merges with the role, and it seems that he is starting to transform into the street actor himself without even noticing it. Just a few moments pass, and Sung-hyun's appearance gradually changes so much that it can be seen with the naked eye. The young man, without saying a single word, begins to expressively demonstrate his emotions using only facial expressions and movements. Anger and irritation are replaced by deep despair, quiet sadness, and tears slowly appearing in the eyes. Sung-hyun literally physically feels the glow of bright sapphire spotlights flooding his figure as he stands on stage, and the audience greets his performance with thunderous applause. Tears of joy appear in the young man's eyes, as the audience is clearly impressed by his talented acting. Sung-hyun still stands on a quiet Vancouver street, where passers-by and random onlookers applaud him with delight. The manager is genuinely pleased with the performance he saw and admits with genuine delight that it really turned out great. Sung-hyun slowly approaches the table where the untitled script is lying and looks at it thoughtfully. Viewers passing by the large poster discuss among themselves that the film was so good that it is definitely worth watching again. One of the girls says that the film's running time is quite long, but the acting, plot, and overall performance are so captivating that it is impossible to tear yourself away from the screen. People leaving the auditorium share their impressions with each other and exclaim about a particularly sharp turn in the plot. The last viewers, leaving the cinema, think that it is difficult for them to believe in the appearance of such a talented actor. The events move into a movie called Day. Sung-hyun slowly descends down a narrow mountain path. The thought that he is the hidden heir to the ruling family of this country evokes complex and deep feelings in his soul. The audience, watching the film unfold, quietly talk to each other, sharing bursts of emotion and impressions. Sung-hyun sits among the regular audience, watching intently as his own acting work unfolds on screen. A contented and calm smile appears on his face. The young man is clearly satisfied with the result achieved. The news that the new film has gained 800,000 views in just 8 hours after its premiere comes to the forefront. The guy notices that the manager looks sick and asks worriedly if he is sick by chance. The man asks in surprise what disease he is talking about, after which he shows the young man some great news. The manager is surprised by Sung-hyun's calm reaction, to which he replies that for him, such a result is rather predictable. They both start laughing loudly. The manager smilingly tells the guy that he is holding himself so confidently, as if this is his 20th life. A few hours after the premiere, the film day tops the ratings for the number of tickets sold, which brings genuine joy to the manager. He begins to wonder if such results were achieved in just the first day, how popular the film will become in the future. The guy turns his head slightly as the girl sitting next to him asks him a sudden question. The writer wonders if this is too expensive a purchase and what the young man plans to do if rumors start to spread. The thing is that Sung-hyun bought a seasonal screening in one of the cinemas and intends to invite everyone who appreciates his work there. The writer reasons that people often change under the influence of the shocks they have experienced, and she wants to understand whether this was the reason for his actions. Sung-hyun responds by saying that he is simply glad to see the writer in a good mood, which even affects her tone. The girl confirms that everything is indeed fine and with a slight smile offers to drink to this. The young man wonders to himself what exactly had such a strong influence on the change in the writer's mood. Meanwhile, on the set, the staff is busy setting up equipment, discussing the recent downtime and possible financial losses. The director asks everyone to remain calm and says that he is ready to take full responsibility upon himself, without shifting it onto others. He stresses that his goal is to give the boy the opportunity to fully recover. The man confidently declares to everyone present that he sincerely believes in the abilities and strengths of the young man. At this moment, Sung-hyun appears on the stage and greets everyone present in a friendly manner. The guy approaches the director, who smiles and notices that Sung-hyun looks cheerful, and this makes him happy. The director says he'd like to discuss some topics with him, but admits that today is a full day of filming. He also argues that words are sometimes better expressed through actions, something Sung-hyun agrees with without hesitation. The assistant director is extremely surprised that the young man has come to his senses so quickly, and offers to show him the updated wardrobe. They head in the right direction, and along the way, the assistant asks if Sung-hyun is overexerting himself during filming. The filming of the next take begins, and the guy is immersed in thoughts about the possibility that there will be mistrust of the actor on the set. In addition, a gloomy mood may reign on the set, anxiety about the result may increase, and fear for the success of the overall work may arise. Sung-hyun focuses on his stage image and begins to think that he himself no longer knows who he really is. A loud command sounds, "Motor," and the young man slowly begins to descend down the rocky mountain path. Sung-hyun looks ahead with confidence and skillfully conveys his character's emotions without losing focus on the task at hand. The girl carefully hands him a small package and says that this item must definitely be delivered to its destination. She gratefully asks the guy to carry out this task for her, emphasizing how important it is for her. Sung-hyun replies that he can certainly handle the task, even if he has to carry the young lady on his back. He puts the bundle under his clothes and admits with a slight grin that he may well actually do just that. The girl confidentially says that she trusts the young man and with sincere concern asks him to be especially careful. She gently touches his face with her hands, and the guy says in response that as soon as he delivers the message, he will immediately return back. He asks the girl to stay in this place and wait for his return, promising not to linger. The girl replies that she will wait for him with impatience and once again asks him to be very careful on the way. The hero Sung-hyun energetically jumps on his horse and immediately sets off. The young man pulls the reins hard, accelerating the horse's movement, and it begins to rush faster and faster along the rocky path. He thinks only about delivering the package as quickly as possible and immediately returning to the young lady. The guy does not notice at all that someone is closely watching him. A metallic glint flashes from behind the bushes. An arrow fired from an ambush flies straight into Sung-hyun's back. A moment later, the young man opens his eyes wide and feels a sharp and sudden pain in his body. The acting method used, with maximum realistic attachment to the character, really helps to get into character, but often goes beyond the role and causes real pain. Depending on the actor's talent, a person who is overly obsessed with his acting gradually loses his own personality. As a result, Many actors either take a long break after filming ends or end their careers altogether. The film crew silently and intently watches the guy. The girl anxiously asks if everything is okay with the young man. The director does not give an answer. He is completely immersed in his thoughts and does not take his eyes off what is happening on the set. The girl once again loudly addresses the director, but he again does not react and continues to watch Sung-hyun's performance intently. Sung-hyun is in so much pain that he has difficulty breathing, and it seems completely unbearable to him. He begins to think that in reality it is not him at all, but only a character that he plays on the screen. The young man seems to be looking at himself from the outside and trying to convince himself that he and the hero are different entities. Sung-hyun believes that he needs to rethink what is happening and learn to perceive pain as something that belongs to his character. He repeats out loud that they are completely different and reminds himself that this is just a role he is playing. At this time, the actress begins to become noticeably nervous and persistently asks the director to immediately pay attention to her. The actor standing nearby tries to calm the girl down and says that, although not quickly, the guy is moving in the right direction. The man sincerely hopes so and says that he does not want to allow the character to completely absorb the young actor. Sung-hyun struggles to his feet as he continues to act out his scene and reflects on how he shouldn't become a hero, but only act one. He gathers all his inner strength and is ready to take on this difficult acting challenge with courage. The events move to a restaurant where Sung-hyun tells the writer that he has not yet dealt with everything, but does not intend to give up. The guy says he's lucky because the director seems to have approved of his fierce determination to overcome difficulties. The writer suddenly starts laughing loudly, which naturally surprises Sung-hyun. The girl says that it is not luck at all, because others give up in the face of problems. But the guy confidently continues to move forward, as if all this is trifles. She thinks that the guy pretends to be calm, but in fact he really puts in a lot of effort instead of just giving up, and this commands respect. A look of deep and almost painful surprise suddenly appears on Sung-hyun's face. The writer states that given all the significant and impressive things this young man has already managed to achieve, it is even a little scary to imagine how outstanding and talented a person he is capable of becoming in the future. Sung-hyun begins to talk about how he saw a theater performance in Vancouver, where the main character was a man who achieved success in the difficult profession of an actor, but deep down, he always dreamed of becoming a writer. He admits that he feels that this dramatic story is strikingly and almost painfully similar to his own life. That story evoked an incredibly strong emotional response in his soul, so he studied and remembered it in all its smallest details and particulars. At that very turning point, Sung-hyun made a serious attempt to look at the protagonist of this story from a more detached and objective perspective, as if from the side of an outside observer. Ultimately, having managed to put aside many personal experiences and subjective associations, he gained the ability to play his role simply and naturally, without internal contradictions. After some time, the guy felt an unexpected joy, as he finally managed to separate from his character and find inner freedom. As Sung-hyun recounts this, he vividly feels the feelings he had at the time, as if the dramatic event had just happened. However, he honestly admits that with all other roles, things haven't worked out so brilliantly yet. But he continues to make persistent attempts, and therefore firmly says that he doesn't think of giving up. The writer cannot understand how there can be a spiritual response to the main character without talent, because she sincerely believes the young man to be a truly talented actor. Sung-hyun thinks that perhaps the respected lady writer will not believe him, but he really did have such a painful period in his life. He remembers well that difficult moment when, due to a complete lack of talent, he could not do what he loved. Sung-hyun clearly remembers his time at university, when an angry professor would shout loudly and indignantly ask if the young man was brazenly bullying him. Then the professor sharply told the boy not to come to his classes anymore if he continued to show such a pathetic spectacle. Sung-hyun, dejected and filled with deep despair, slowly walks out of the strict teacher's office. The guy, overcome with extreme depression, falls helplessly onto the cold floor right outside the professor's office. Sung-hyun notices with horror how his hands are shaking, and his tormented soul is gradually filled with anger and hopeless despair. An actor's job necessarily requires the general synchronization of all participants on the set, which ultimately makes it very easy to forget about your own skills. The professor says that now each student will get 2 minutes and will speak strictly in turn. He reminds the guy that most of those present have probably experienced this difficult emotion at some point, but when expressing it, everyone must have their own unique style. Very little time is given for thorough study of the material, and students are focused on the proposed scenarios. After a while, the loud voice of the teacher is heard in the classroom, sternly announcing that it is Sung-hyun's turn. The guy is very worried and insistently orders himself to imagine that he is completely alone in this space and thus calm down. He looks around restlessly and enviously notices how freely and completely at ease his more experienced fellow students behave. Sung-hyun begins to play his character timidly and hesitantly. His classmates help the guy in a friendly manner and try to quietly prompt him with the forgotten text. The professor suddenly falls silent and now looks closely and intently at the young man, studying his every movement. Sung-hyun completely relaxes and begins to confidently, with real emotions, read the proposed text, as if he had gained inner strength. After this, the professor unexpectedly invites the young man into his personal office and asks the guy a direct question. Would he like to try himself as a writer or director instead of acting? Out of the blue, Sung-hyun learns the astonishing news from the stern man that his written works are no different in quality from even those of active professional writers. The man says that he, of course, understands the guy's sincere passion for acting, but he insistently asks him to think seriously about this proposal. The professor is especially surprised by the fact that the guy in his written stories shows even the most insignificant characters in the deepest and most detailed way. A month passes, and a man's voice can be clearly heard from the theater, heartily thanking all the assembled spectators for coming today, and sincerely hoping that they will stay in full. Sung-hyun listens attentively to the girls who are chatting animatedly next to him, and notices that they are very nervous before the upcoming important performance. Sung-hyun slowly and carefully enters the spacious hall. He is noticeably nervous, and mentally prepares himself to the fact that he will definitely be able to perform everything at a decent level. He really practiced long and hard, and besides, the play is a modern youth novel with a detailed story about different bright representatives of the current generation of youth. The heroes of this profound work grow and mature together, constantly worry about their uncertain future, quarrel from time to time, and sincerely love each other. Sung-hyun firmly believes that he already has similar life experience, and therefore there is absolutely nothing truly difficult about this creative task. He resolutely steps out onto the illuminated stage, carefully looks around the silent hall, and tries to finally calm down and fully enter the desired image. The silence drags on uncomfortably, and people in the audience begin to whisper quietly, wondering why the guy is doing absolutely nothing, and whether he has simply forgotten all the words. There is a professor in the audience, and he reacts noticeably nervously to the alarming statements of the surrounding spectators. The young man finds himself completely unable to utter a single word, as he is overcome by a paralyzing and all-consuming fear of the public. The audience continues to stare at the frozen guy with growing bewilderment, completely unable to understand what the matter is. On that sad day, Sung-hyun returned home not himself, being in a very depressed and oppressed state of mind. For a very long time he sat motionless in his room in complete and painful silence, until finally an unexpected message came from the professor, who said that he had shown his work to a representative of a well-known company, and they wanted to sign a contract. After reading this message, the guy's body begins to shake violently and uncontrollably, and he suddenly begins to cry bitterly and inconsolably. The writer loudly calls Sung-hyun by name and asks with concern what the young man was thinking so deeply about at that moment. She sympathetically asks what exactly is wrong and why he so abruptly distanced himself from their lively conversation. Sung-hyun politely apologizes and honestly says that he was simply suddenly overwhelmed by heavy thoughts from his difficult past life. The guy looks closely at the girl sitting next to him and mentally thinks that even if he tells the whole story of his past life in detail, she will hardly be able to believe in its truthfulness. Having finished a pleasant dinner, the young people slowly walk out into the evening street and say goodbye to each other in a warm, friendly manner. Sungyun is greatly surprised by the unexpected force with which painful memories from his distant past suddenly come flooding back to him. The young man, it must be admitted, did not always hate his past life as a professional writer. As the professor had predicted, the boy was really very interested in putting into the theatrical script exactly what he himself passionately wanted to do as a real actor. In addition, he found it incredibly interesting and exciting to watch other professional actors perform his own work so talentedly. Sungyun slowly returns to his home. At this very moment, a small, cheerful girl runs happily next to him. Sungyun watches the girl running away with curiosity and attention. He is very interested to know where she is in such a hurry at this late hour. He notices with interest how the girl quickly runs up to a small group of people who are peacefully sitting on a bench near the city fountain. The guy immediately notices a young man sitting quietly on a bench, from whom comes some completely unusual and attractive aura. The people around him seem physically enchanted by his soulful and skillful performance of something beautiful. Sungyun quickly returns to his home, but he is still overcome with strange and disturbing feelings, and the incessant flow of his thoughts cannot calm down. The guy immediately hurriedly takes out paper and pen and begins feverishly taking detailed notes about what he just saw. He vividly remembers that magical and captivating voice of the young man and inspiredly begins to write a new work in the genre of a positive drama about growing up with elements of fantasy. Watching this talented young man, Sungyun suddenly realized that in one moment, a complete image of the entire future drama had clearly formed in his head. He didn't think long about a suitable title and immediately decided that this new script would be called simply and succinctly, An Unearthly Voice. The main character is a lonely guy whose lifetime after the tragic death of his mother also turns out to be seriously limited by fatal circumstances. In the short time he has left, he desperately tries to find true happiness by performing his favorite songs every day. After which, the guy clearly sees in his imagination the heroine of the future romantic novel with her lively character. This independent girl has a cherished dream of leaving her stifling parental home forever and living completely freely. These two young people, who grew up in completely different social environments, decidedly did not like each other from the very first meeting. Painful misunderstandings and acute emotional conflicts constantly arise between them, preventing rapprochement. But thanks to a common cherished dream, they gradually come to a deep understanding and sincere mutual support. After which, the main plot of the novel naturally becomes a touching story about the budding, truly adult love between them. The boy sits silently next to his mother's coffin with his grief-stricken father, while the father constantly laments how such a terrible thing could have happened to their family. The man is completely overwhelmed by terrible grief. He is silent for a long time and only occasionally asks a rhetorical question about why this happened to them. The boy, who is next to his father, experiences the deepest suffering from the irreparable loss of the closest person. They continue to sit motionless in complete oppressive silence, and only occasionally can their quiet, restrained crying be heard. The young man gives the guy a work order and businesslike informs him that as soon as he is completely finished with the current work, he definitely needs to help here. The guy smiles happily and cheerfully says that he will be happy to move on to the next task as soon as he finally finishes this one. The young, hard-working students continue to work quickly and efficiently, carefully loading another heavy van with a variety of goods. Two experienced workers discuss their silent colleague in detail and gradually come to the common thought that he is extremely uncommunicative. They sincerely consider him rather strange, since the guy tells practically nothing about himself and only occasionally talks about his cherished dream. While at the cash register, the young man politely tells the next customer that his check will be exactly 3,200 won. The customer casually throws small coins on the counter and indifferently states that this should be enough, after which he suggests that the guy carefully count them. After the customer begins to slowly leave the store, the guy silently and patiently counts the coins carelessly thrown on the table. Observing this taciturn and rude customer, the hero of the novel, out of politeness, asks him to definitely come to their store again. Stepping out onto a busy street, he begins to chat casually with his close friend, and tells him in detail that he works in a goods store where things are going well and they are constantly short of reliable workers. He continues to talk animatedly about his intense studies and completely fails to notice the red traffic light as he carelessly steps out onto a busy city road. At the very last moment, he suddenly notices a sharp, piercing sound of brakes and a huge passenger bus rapidly approaching him. A multi-ton car instantly knocks him down, and next to the motionless guy lies his phone, from which a loud, alarmed voice of a frightened interlocutor can be heard. The novel's protagonist miraculously survives a terrible accident and finds himself in a hospital ward where two sympathetic neighbors are next to him. They try to strike up a friendly conversation and establish contact with the young man, sympathetically asking if he would like some fresh fruit. One of them quietly tells his friend that it is better to leave the guy alone and not disturb him now. He says that from the very moment he was urgently hospitalized, he did not say a single word, as if he was really terminally ill. The young man lies motionless on his hospital bed, but is not sleeping at all, and hears perfectly well how his neighbors in the ward cautiously assume that he has some kind of fatal disease. The doctor seriously tells the young man that he has been diagnosed with an extremely rare and very difficult to treat disease. She continues to talk in detail about the peculiarities of this disease, but the young man abruptly interrupts her and asks directly whether it is possible to completely cure it. The roommate suddenly falls silent as the young man begins to sob loudly and inconsolably, desperately calling his late mother by name. After which he slowly gets up from his hospital bed and resolutely heads for the exit, and his roommates politely apologize to him and cautiously assume that they accidentally woke the guy up because they were making too much noise. With the firm thought that before his inevitable death the guy will definitely do exactly what he has wanted for a long time, he confidently enters the office of the hospital's chief physician. The young man, with unexpected joy, solemnly declares to the surprised doctor that more than anything in the world he wants to sing professionally. Several days pass. The young man is on a brightly lit stage and greets the respected audience with an excited voice. Viewers unanimously believe that the guy is really very handsome, but they have not yet heard his voice and so far only appreciate the pleasant visual sensations from his appearance. The strict jury members agree that the guy is definitely handsome and ask the important question of whether he can really sing well. The young man turns gracefully and gives a subtle professional signal to the musicians waiting patiently next to the piano on stage. The female pianist gently touches the keys and begins to perform a touching melody with inspiration, lyrically titled, "I Love You." In the quiet hall, a beautiful, soulful melody can be clearly heard, after which the guy's truly magical voice is heard throughout the entire room. He sings sincerely about his deep feelings. His natural talent is fully revealed in this divine performance. The audience is captivated by the young man's divine and piercing voice, and continues to listen to the song in his heartfelt performance in complete silence. After finishing the emotional song, the audience falls into complete silence for a moment. The jury members do not make a single sound from shock. Suddenly, from behind the dark curtains, an enthusiastic female voice can be clearly heard. The girl loudly announces that the guy is simply incredibly good at his art. The young man turns around in surprise and sees in front of him a joyful and delighted girl who is waving her hands energetically at him in complete delight. She quickly runs out onto the illuminated stage and begins to rapidly approach the surprised young man, at which point the entire picture becomes blurry and murky, and the sharp focus is completely lost. Sungyeon suddenly comes to his senses and is in a state of extreme surprise from the vivid vision he just experienced. The guy wonders what exactly just happened to him. It was a completely unique feeling, incomparable to his previous experience. Sungyeon was very surprised, because at that moment he was not at all immersed in the mysterious glowing gate in pitch darkness. He immediately rushes to feverishly record his living sensations, as the world of the work has completely unfolded and appeared before his astonished eyes. The guy continues to enthusiastically write down his new novel line by line and mentally wonders why he saw Minso's familiar face so clearly. He is completely immersed in the creative process and does not want to miss a single small detail, a single important feeling from the experience. 2 weeks flew by unnoticed due to intensive work, and all this time he worked without a single break. A modest middle-aged man sits opposite the young man in the cafe and still can't bring himself to confidently start an important conversation. Sung-yun smiles happily at the stranger before greeting him in a friendly manner and politely stating his full name. The man sincerely says that he is very glad to finally meet the young man and did not expect to meet such a famous actor in person. Sung-yun carefully takes the hot mug and curiously asks how the stranger knows exactly his coffee preferences, to which he calmly says that there were certain rumors, and he knew in advance that the guy drinks exactly this kind of coffee. After which, the interlocutor confidently declares that he does not behave in this way with people who do not interest him, and begins to carefully take a thick manuscript out of his leather bag. He states that the young man's creative proposal turned out to be really interesting and promising. The action moves back 2 days, in a huge modern office where intense and busy work has been in full swing since early morning. Workers are involuntarily distracted from their daily activities because they clearly hear loud, excited sounds coming from the manager's office. The manager insistently asks the agitated leader to calm down immediately and says that he is reacting too emotionally and indecently loudly. The guy firmly states that this is not the problem at all now, and sensibly suggests that they calmly discuss this in a secluded office, after which he gently nudges the manager in the back with his hands. Sung-yun watches this scene closely, and clearly understands that the manager clearly does not want the guy to accidentally find out what exactly they are talking about. The director is very excited and nervously holds his rapidly beating heart with a trembling hand. He excitedly talks about how, over a whole decade of professional work, he has already developed a well-trained, experienced eye, but he is very surprised by the quality of the material and the development of the characters. Finally, the leader gradually calms down, at which point the manager mentally thanks the heavens for this long-awaited relief. However, such a pause does not last long, and the excited man directly asks Sung-yun when he managed to do his voluminous work well. The young man honestly answers that the entire novel was written completely spontaneously under the influence of inspiration, and this creative endeavor took only a few intensive weeks. The manager desperately tries to calm the agitated leader. The man asks in confusion how he should now act in the current situation. Not only does this attractive actor play superbly, but he also unexpectedly turns out to be a real writer. The manager looks closely at the calm Sung-yun and thinks to himself that he is a truly talented person, talented in absolutely everything. The manager desperately clutches his head with both hands and emotionally declares that it is simply impossible to be equally good in all areas of activity. After which, strong emotions finally take hold of him. He decisively pushes the young people out of his office and categorically declares that now he desperately wants to be completely alone. Sung-yun still tries to talk to the upset manager, but the man abruptly closes the heavy door right in front of the young people's noses. The manager asks the guy to leave the worried man alone for today, because he is probably seriously bothered by professional concerns. He reports that the director is very worried and anxious, because he has absolutely no idea how this might end, and reasonably assumes that Sung-yun will eventually leave acting for writing. The manager is immersed in deep thoughts about what is happening and painfully tries to understand what kind of strange and incomprehensible misfortune has fallen on his head. The manager, with a serious look, tells the guy that he is an official of their company, and therefore, as a manager, it is his duty to worry about everything that happens. After these words, he quite frankly states that, to tell the truth, he himself was extremely surprised by what happened, and asks the guy why he himself did not understand anything at all. The man sympathetically says that the manager is very worried about this whole situation, to which Sung-hyun honestly replies that he feels extremely awkward and uncomfortable. The manager tells the guy that his script is not just good, he says it is one of the most memorable works of his entire life. Sung-hyun at this moment realizes that the professionalism he chose in his past life certainly played an important role in his success. But now everything is very different from before, and he supplemented his experience with real acting. And besides this, He added to the script something that he had never felt or understood before his rebirth. Sungyun clearly understands that he has learned many important things and experienced many things during this time. The guy is deep in thought and looks closely at his own hand. He clenches his fist tightly and comes to the conclusion that he is not confident that he will be able to do acting forever. He firmly believes that he must put in every effort to ensure that his acting is absolutely perfect. Sungyun walks into the manager's office with determination and places his hand on the table, saying that he wants to do it. The man is very surprised and looks up at the young man with a look of amazement. The young man wants this work to include not only his name as a writer, but also as an actor. Having expressed his wish, Sungyun falls silent and looks attentively at the leader, waiting for an answer. The manager tries to convince the guy, although he understands his feelings perfectly well. The young man replies that he wants to play well. He states that it seems to him that the unfilled part of the inner world will be realized only through writing talent. Sungyun asks to trust him and confidently states that he will succeed in this job. Their conversation is interrupted by the voice of the manager, and the manager immediately turns in his direction. The man says that he is not doing this in a fit of anger. A lot has happened since the first meeting with Sungyun, but he still cannot completely trust him. The manager continues to think and sees that, on the other hand, the guy is insisting on his position for the first time. He tells a surprised Sungyun that given the complicated list of circumstances, he wants to believe in him. The man suggests presenting the text as the work of another writer, because in case of a mistake, they cannot afford to tarnish the image of the company's main actor. After which, he offers to reveal the truth when the director is confident in his work. Good writing skills do not make a person a writer. It is a complex profession where, in addition to fundamental skills, timing and luck play a special role. Looking back, the guy realizes that even his less-than-ideal university work was able to take off, which is why having a name in the industry is not a compelling reason. Sungyun looks at the leader carefully and thinks that this circumstance is most likely to his advantage. The guy agrees and shakes the man's hand. He decides that he will do exactly as suggested. The man states that at first, he thought it was some kind of prank or joke. A few days ago, he received a new assignment and was amazed by the fact that the acting company had written such a good work. He smiles happily and reports that the response to agree to meet with the writer was surprising. He looks at Sungyun and is surprised to think that he is next to such a famous actor. Sungyun has no intention of deceiving the man and says that they came to this compromise together with the management. The guy apologizes that perhaps he somehow offended the man, but he replies that everything is fine, and he even likes unexpected turns. The scriptwriter replies that only professionals agreed to take on this job, to which Sungyun thanks him. After which, the scriptwriter smiles and asks how to address the young man, a writer or an actor. A friendly relationship develops. The guy says it would be better to call him a writer. The screenwriter is ready to start working and wants to clarify some things. The screenwriter already knows that the company intends to remain silent about the guy's involvement in the project, and the production company will remain silent until it is sure of success. He believes that if successful, details will be revealed to the public, and he hopes that the actor's popularity will help promote the work. The screenwriter believes that there is a risk, because there is a prejudice that a work written by an actor will be bad. Sungyun has resolved all the issues with the management, and now he needs to work hard on the script. He starts working on the third chapter, which has a romantic scene with the main character and heroine. It will tell the story of the boy's development. The romantic style does not allow you to give up on this, since the first meeting leaves a strong impression on the audience. After this, the young man proceeds to the fourth scene, in which the girl secretly listens to music in the evening. Without noticing it, she begins to sing along louder and louder, surprising the young man. The guy decides to see what's going on and immediately goes up to the girl's room on the second floor. The girl notices too late that there is a guy in the room, watching her closely. He starts to scold her rudely for listening to these stupid songs again instead of studying, and says that there will be no entertainment in this house. To which the girl resolutely declares that she wants to become a professional singer. The young man takes the headphones and leaves the room in an irritated state, slamming the door. The girl looks after him and experiences a whole storm of feelings, irritation, despair, and many other negative emotions. She falls to the floor and wonders why she can't realize her cherished dream. To calm down, the novel's main character goes outside for an evening jog in the park. Having run quite a long distance, the girl stops to rest and bring her breathing back to normal. After some time, she suddenly notices strange sounds coming from near her. She is very surprised that at this time someone is singing in the park, and she notices a young man who radiates a magical aura. The girl is amazed by the young man's voice. The guy pays attention to her and notices her presence. Sunghyun is passionate about the creative process and works non-stop. He doesn't notice how many hours fly by. After a while, he dials Minso and asks the girl if she has a few minutes to talk. Sunghyun arranges to meet in a park and begins to worry about being recognized by passers-by. However, at this time, there are few people in the park, and the few passers-by do not pay attention to him. The guy thinks that he has gone too far with the disguise. After a while, Minso joins him, the girl smiles and happily waves her hand at the guy. She tells the young man that she is incredibly happy to see him again after a long break. Sunghyun greets the girl and thinks that today is a special day because there was a contract signing. A young man tells a girl that she looks the best in the world. Minso at this time takes the guy by the hand and says that they need to step away in order to talk in private. He holds her hand, feels her touch, and he experiences strange feelings that are incomprehensible to him. The girl notices the guy's strange reaction and that he suddenly begins to worry and become embarrassed. Minso tells the young man that they will really walk like this, holding hands like a real couple. The action moves back 2 months. Minso approaches a large modern building in the city center. While talking on the phone, she looks at her reflection in the large glasses and thinks that she looks pretty good today. The interlocutor asks the girl if she will really wait alone and if it would not be better to stay with her until his arrival. Minso says she understands his concerns, but thinks it's too much and says she doesn't need a driver either. The girl turns around and notices Sunghyun approaching her with a slight smile on his face. The young man smiles back and asks the girl how long she has been waiting for him here. Minso starts laughing cheerfully and says that she just arrived, but she already missed you. She takes the guy by the hand and asks why he suddenly called, if something happened to him. The girl wonders why the guy is acting so strangely, to which the young man suggests going to a cozy place. Minso smiles warmly and says that yes, of course, she is not at all against such a proposal. The creepy zombie screams loudly and rushes forward, opening its bloodthirsty mouth. Young people wearing virtual reality glasses scream loudly in delight and fear at the same time. Sunghyun takes off his VR glasses. He is very impressed and thinks that technology never ceases to amaze. Minso starts laughing loudly. She didn't know that the guy was afraid of ghosts and zombies. Sunghyun tries to recover from what he's been through, while the girl suggests playing some fun arcade games. After playing arcade games, young people approach the machine and try to win a beautiful soft toy. They have a lot of fun and start shooting at the shooting range, competing with each other. After this, the young people laugh loudly. The girl asks the guy to say the word cheese loudly so that he has a good smile. The machine produces photographs, and a girl's voice is heard asking how well they came out in the pictures. She thanks the young man for the photo they took together, because she really wanted to take them as a keepsake. She hands Sunghyun half of the photos, and with a slight smile says that they are now his, and that he should keep them. The guy suggests going somewhere else to have fun, but the girl says that she prefers to just hang out with him. Sunghyun smiles and happily accepts her offer to spend time like this. Walking through a quiet park, the girl slowly talks about how she simply loves to breathe fresh air. She asks the guy if he has caught the scent of fresh grass. She loves it most before the rain. Minso makes a guess that it will rain tonight, and then asks the guy what he wanted to ask her. Sunghyun becomes noticeably nervous and can't get a single word out. The girl calmly says that she began to suspect this from the very moment she looked into his eyes, although all this time she simply pretended not to notice anything. She starts demanding that the guy start talking faster, and she is ready to do anything, but if Sunghyun continues to drag it out, she might change her mind. The guy asks if the girl is really ready for everything. She turns and looks at him carefully. Sunghyun asks the girl not to speak so carelessly, because she still has no idea what he will ask her for. The girl sincerely believes that she would be lying if she said that she did not expect such a turn of events when she suddenly received a call from the guy. She recalls that the guy was worried when he asked if she could play well, and there was sincerity and desire in his words. She is attracted to this young man for many reasons that she cannot explain. She recalls that Sunghyun told her that anyone who genuinely challenges themselves in this way is capable of achieving anything. Minso feels that she doesn't care anymore, and she should say everything she thinks about the situation. The girl begins to tell that the guy pushed her to become better, to write better, and gave her courage and confidence so that she could try to become an actress. Sunghyun is surprised by Minso's reaction. The girl says that everything is fine and asks to give her a chance to help. The young people look at each other silently. The guy does not dare to answer her such an important question. Minso sincerely asks him to trust her and once again asks the young man to give her a chance to help him. Sunghyun remains silent for a while, then quietly calls the girl by name. He sits down on a bench nearby and asks the girl to sit next to him. The young man says that he wants to show her something. This statement surprises Minso. Sunghyun takes out his phone and shows the girl some text on the screen. She begins to study it carefully and immediately understands that this is a new job that the guy has taken on this time. She starts to quickly read the script, and a guy's voice is heard asking her what she thinks about it and whether she doesn't like the job. Minso says that this is not the case at all, on the contrary. This work is too good for the usual scenario. She begins to admit that she is even a little jealous and tells the guy that he found a good job and she is very happy for him. She feels a little ashamed of herself. Minso says that she feels as if the guy is running further and further away from her. Suddenly, the young man asks the girl what she feels, after which he tells her that he is the author of this work. Minso gets up from the bench. She is surprised. Is this really the guy's work? The young man asks why the girl is so surprised by this fact. In his past life, Sunghyun wrote a huge number of scripts. Now he thinks it is better to keep quiet about it and not develop this topic. The guy understands that he remains the same person he was before, but the experiences he had then and now are very different. Having been an actor, he has learned a lot about both acting in general and how to express a specific character well on stage. He feels that a huge meaning can be contained in every word of the hero, even in his smallest movement. Sunghyun tells the surprised girl that he had no choice but to grow internally. He stops talking because the girl says that this job is not good. A second later, she happily announces that it is simply an incredible and stunning piece of work. Sunghyun replies that Minso was ready to fulfill any request, but she changed her mind about the job so quickly. Sunghyun wants a girl to join this work and offers to complete it with him. The young man happily announces that this is precisely the reason why he asked her to meet him in the park. Minso reacts violently to this statement. She bends over and rests her face on her knees from overwhelming emotions. Tears appear on her face. She understands that she can't be so greedy, and the guy is doing all this for her sake, not for himself. Sunghyun kneels before the girl and says that the character in his work was born from inspiration from her image. Minso calms down and wipes away her tears. She didn't expect that she served as an inspiration for a character in a novel. Calming down, the girl says that it's just unbelievable. Sunghyun asks why she thinks so about it. Minso admits that she really wanted the character as soon as she saw it in the text and states that she wants to play the role. There really is something familiar to her in this hero. The girl thinks that very often she was forced to put off what she really wanted. Minso feels the guy's hand on her arms and thinks that this man has become her stimulus, and gradually their joint growth causes a feeling of déjà vu. Sunghyun, in turn, states that besides Minso, there is no other person who is able to perfectly understand and express the character of his novel. The young people continue to talk. The girl is touched by such a proposal and promises to try her best. She asks the guy who he is considering for the lead male role, to which Sunghyun replies that he himself will play it. This statement really shocks Minso, and she opens her eyes wide in amazement. Sunghyun is afraid that random passers-by will recognize them, but no one around them recognizes them. The guy thinks that he went too far with the disguise and looks too suspicious. At that moment, he hears a familiar voice and notices Minso slowly approaching him. The girl happily winks at Sung-hyun and tells him that she is incredibly happy to see him again after a long break. The guy is very nervous and has absolutely no idea how to start a serious conversation with a girl. He begins to smile and laugh, responding in return that he is mutually glad to see the girl. They continue to stand in silence for a while, looking at each other intently without saying a word. The process moved quickly, and the next day, secret discussions of the project began within the company. Sung-hyun says that the girl will give it her all and starts rehearsing her lines on the fly. He devotes every free minute to rehearsals, repeating the main character's greeting over and over again. Minso watches the guy closely and understands that he approaches absolutely all scenes with the utmost responsibility. She gets deep into thought and thinks that she simply has to show everything she is capable of. However, almost immediately, they run into a problem, because remembering lines is not such a problem, but filling them with emotions at the right moment is another matter. She is especially concerned about the part of the novel where emotions change dramatically during the kiss between the main characters. She remembers that Sung-hyun specifically wrote this script for her. At this time, she hears the voice of a guy behind her. Sung-hyun notices that the girl is nervous and asks what difficult moments she encountered with the role. The guy suggests that the girl calm down and move on to rehearsing the next scene together, hoping that this will help her feel more confident. The girl suddenly realizes that the next scene includes a kiss from the main character and begins to become noticeably nervous. Emotions get the better of her, she becomes very embarrassed and quickly runs out of the room, unable to withstand the tension of the situation. Sung-hyun watches her reaction with obvious surprise, calls the girl by name, and tries to stop her. Despite his extensive experience, writing a full-fledged script for a drama after a long break was extremely difficult for the guy. Work on the project began immediately, and the casting of actors was carried out in complete secrecy. Once the cast was finally approved, rehearsals and filming proceeded rapidly and without interruption. Sung-hyun took an active part in the process and often assisted the director with production decisions. The young man put his whole soul into the project, and due to his busy schedule, he didn't even notice how time flew by. As a result, he appeared before the public in his new work, experiencing both joy and fear. Several months have passed, and the film crew is animatedly discussing the latest events among themselves. The young man begins to doubt whether they have overestimated their strength in this large-scale project. The manager confidently promises that he will organize an excellent premiere and give everyone invitations. Sung-hyun feels that he should have paid more attention to preparation. He considers it his fault. The manager enthusiastically reminds us that today will be the first broadcast of the project, where the guy wrote the script and played the main role. He asks Sung-hyun with slight irony what else he might not be happy with in this situation. Sung-hyun smiles, trying to hide his excitement, and says that in fact, everything is fine with him. The manager says that he seriously considered launching an advertisement on the city administration's electronic billboard, but at the last moment he held back, although he believes that regardless of the outcome, this work is truly brilliant. However, despite the compliments, he notices that Sung-hyun looks tense and worried. The scriptwriter suddenly intervenes in the conversation, stating that he understands the guy's concerns, because you can never predict how the public will perceive a new project. He adds that he is confident that the work will be received very well by both audiences and critics. Sung-hyun asks how long the scriptwriter has been here, and he explains that he came earlier, but was a little late in the restroom due to nervousness. The girl watches their warm conversation and wonders at what point the young people managed to become so close. The scriptwriter and manager continue to sincerely admire Sung-hyun, which makes the guy feel slightly embarrassed. A second later, their conversation is interrupted because another person enters the room. Kam-chen greets those present. Everyone respectfully calls him elder, paying tribute to his experience and status. The young people are interested in how he got there and whether he encountered any difficulties along the way. Kam-chen starts by talking about his role as a father and suddenly says that he really likes Sung-hyun and would like to adopt him not only in the story, but in real life as well. He notes that he may be flattering too much with his phrase, but the actor asks him not to be modest and not to downplay his own sincerity. Chen explains that this is an expression of respect for everyone who has gathered here today for an important occasion. At this moment, Sunghyun realizes that the entire film crew has been watching him closely from the very beginning. He tries to lighten the mood and thanks everyone gathered for their support. However, suddenly his attention switches and he begins to look away, distracted from the current conversation. The young man notices Minso standing nearby and happily greeting him. After this, he notices two young men nearby, who also immediately pay attention to his appearance. The two turn out to be members of a famous music group that Sung-hyun had specially invited as guests of honor, and now apologizes for only meeting them now. Minso, meanwhile, notices that there is too big an age difference between the young people for them to be called real friends. The members of the popular musical group thank the guy for the opportunity to appear in a quality project and express themselves through acting. Sung-hyun also thanks them in return for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the filming. After his remark that they probably liked the project, there is a short pause between the young people and they begin to exchange glances. A moment later, one of them loudly says that it is time to start betting on the viewer ratings of the upcoming broadcast. He confidently states that the expected audience rating will definitely be 13%. He then looks at his watch and notices that there is very little time left before the results are announced. His partner supports him and says that there is no need to delay, after which he calls on everyone to make their bet. The assembled group begins to list possible ratings in the range of 10 to 15% and asks Minso to share his opinion. Minso thinks for a moment, considering the situation and listening to the opinions of the other participants. She then confidently announces that she will bet a maximum of 10%, deciding to join the cautious forecasts. The actor notes that despite belonging to different spheres, there is indeed something in common between him and Minso in terms of thinking and judgment. Then everyone turns to the guy and asks him in unison what number he will bet on. Sunghyun's answer surprises everyone present because he confidently states that the film will get 20%. This bet seems bold and daring. The others look at each other with interest and begin to take their places. The manager watches the screen with concern and looks as if he is mentally saying a prayer, hoping for a good result. Meanwhile, Sunghyun begins to watch Minso closely and notices a shadow of worry appearing on her face. Minso silently approaches the open doors, freezes on the threshold, and plunges into deep thought for a long time, without taking a single step forward. Then she goes out onto the balcony, silently looks up at the sky, and takes a deep breath of fresh air, trying to cope with her inner turmoil. Sunghyun immediately approaches the girl, joins her on the balcony, and asks her about the reason for her strong nervous tension. Minso frankly admits that he cannot explain his anxiety, suggesting that it is all about a special feeling of anticipation. After this, she asks the guy in surprise why he is so calm, because there are no signs of excitement on his face at all. Sunghyun tries to find the right words to explain his feelings and find a way to convey his confidence to the girl. He actually experiences a feeling of delight familiar to him from past times, and this feeling gives him peace. Looking at Minso, he is confident that everything was done correctly, and at this stage they have no reason to worry. Sunghyun wants to take the girl's hand, but he doesn't dare right away, so he slowly reaches out to her, not rushing to touch her. The guy starts laughing with a slightly mischievous intonation and tells the girl that if she doesn't believe in herself, she can just trust him. He confidently states that he knows her better than anyone else and can say with certainty that she did an excellent job. Suddenly, Minso offers the guy an unusual bet concerning the project's viewer ratings. She says, slightly embarrassed, that if the ratings reach 25%, they will start dating. For Minso, this confession was difficult to come by, so her words sounded especially serious and touching. Sunghyun is very surprised by this revelation, and his face shows genuine amazement. After this, they both fall silent and look at each other for a while, as if trying to process what is happening. The first scenes of the film begin to appear on the screen, and excited voices of the audience can be heard in the hall. Suddenly, One of those present breaks the silence and loudly announces that the first data on the audience ratings has already arrived. Sunghyun happily asks him to give an exact number, to which he is told that the rating is currently 13%. The result is perceived as excellent, and the entire film crew begins to shout joyfully, celebrating the success. Minso watches those around her carefully, and observing their reactions, smiles quietly, pleased with the general mood. The pilot episode aired without a hitch and immediately took first place in both its time slot and among new dramas. The audience highly appreciated not only the performance of the main roles, but also the work of the entire team that participated in the supporting episodes. The TV show host greets the audience and says enthusiastically that everyone has probably already missed the heavenly voice. As is usually the case in such cases, most of the initial reviews were positive and encouraging. However, after some time, Minso begins to notice the emergence of a large number of negative and irritated comments. Sunghyun asks the girl not to take everything to heart and confidently says that by the end of the drama, the viewers will understand her true worth. These words cheer Minso up a little, and she suddenly starts laughing loudly and joyfully, as if releasing tension. 2 days pass, and Minso, with a determined look, declares that she does not intend to give up no matter what. However, she is seriously worried about the flow of negative reviews. Because this is her first acting experience, many critics express the opinion that Minso cannot decide between a musical and acting career. At this time, Sunghyun is talking on the phone, and the other person asks if he has seen the video that was recently sent. Sunghyun enthusiastically tells the girl that the video turned out absolutely amazing, and he always believed in her. While on set, Minso mischievously asks the guy to tell her at least a little about the ending, as she is very curious. The guy categorically refuses, which causes the girl slight disappointment. However, he then admits that he was joking and promises to tell her everything. Minso asks him to hurry up with the sequel and jokingly calls him Mr. Writer. She wishes the guy a good day and says that she needs to start filming already. At this point, the manager brings Sunghyun a drink and tells him that they are filming the 8th episode. Sunghyun replies that the script material is already ready up to the 13th episode. He then tells the stunned manager that he has a serious problem that he can't seem to solve. Sunghyun grabs his head and admits that he is experiencing a creative crisis and is completely unable to come up with anything. The manager tries to calm the guy down, hands him a glass, and asks him to drink acacia seed tea, which is good for the nerves and eyesight. Despite the approaching deadline, thanks to the support of his colleagues, Sunghyun manages to give it his all and complete the work. A month passes. The director tells the young man that the time for the last shoot is almost here. Their friendly conversation is suddenly interrupted by Minso, who greets the young people in a joyful mood. The director responds to the girl's greeting and asks why she looks so tired and depressed. Sunghyun learns that Minso couldn't sleep for a long time last night because she was tormented by various difficult thoughts. He watches Minso with concern and tries to understand what exactly could be bothering her so much. At this moment, the director loudly announces the start of the filming process and asks everyone present to get ready. Sunghyun knows that Minso is feeling depressed and silently heads to the set to start work. Suddenly, an unexpected guess comes to his mind, and he believes that he has finally understood the essence of what is happening. The guy realizes that it's not about the last scene at all, and remembers his meetings with successful singers and songwriters. He tries to encourage Minso and tells her that her acting debut went without any difficulties and was quite successful. Minso smiles happily in response and admits that she is immensely happy to be next to him. She notices the guy's strange look and asks in surprise why he is looking at her so intently. Sunghyun hesitates for a long time and tries to find the right words to answer. He clenches his fist in tension and realizes how difficult it is for him to utter words of love within the context of this scene. The young man tries to overcome his indecision and at the last moment stops the girl, carefully touching her shoulder. They look at each other silently, not daring to say out loud what they have been feeling inside for a long time. At this point, the director gives the command to take a close-up to capture their sincere emotions. A second later, the director's loud, disgruntled voice echoes throughout the entire set, demanding that filming be stopped immediately and the scene be started over again. Minso looks at the young man in surprise, not understanding why he can't handle a simple take. Sungyun looks confused and upset. He asks the girl for forgiveness for his lack of confidence. After this, he also apologizes to the entire film crew, and the director orders them to start filming scene number 58 again. According to the script, the characters have feelings for each other and slowly move closer to kiss, but the director's voice is heard again, demanding that filming be stopped. The man begins to get noticeably nervous. He raises his voice and does not understand why the actors cannot play the way he requires. Sungyun ruins several more takes due to his lack of confidence, and each time he apologizes to Minso and the entire team. The director tries to calm down, asks the guy how he feels, and suggests taking a short break. The man hides his irritation, but still hopes that the next take will turn out as expected. Sungyun apologizes again for the messed up takes. The director asks him to pull himself together and focus. During the next take, Sungyun gently touches the girl's face, at which point the director asks him to act more naturally. The guy slowly approaches Minso, preparing to kiss her as per the script. Minso gets into character perfectly, slowly closing her eyes, waiting for the kiss. Sungyun suddenly feels an internal barrier preventing him from continuing the scene as the role requires. He asks the girl for forgiveness out loud and admits that he doesn't understand why he can't kiss her. These words make Minso anxious, and she begins to worry about her partner's condition. The girl tries to support Sungyun and talk to him, but the guy withdraws into himself and moves away. A moment flashes through his mind when Minso suggested making a bet on the viewer ratings. He clearly remembers her face and voice when she announced that if there was a 25% chance of success, they would start dating. These thoughts are interrupted by a loud shout from one of his colleagues, who announces that the data on the audience ratings is ready, and it is 13%. Sungyun looks at the girl carefully. She is perplexed by what exactly is happening to the guy, not understanding the reasons for his confusion. Finally, the director can't take it anymore and announces that filming is over for today, after which he suggests revising the upcoming schedule. The guy apologizes to the film crew and promises that next time he will rehearse a lot in order to play this scene professionally. The director tries to calm the young man down, says that they are working at a good pace, and informs him that they have a couple of days left. He advises Sungyun to try to deal with his emotional barrier during this time and come to his senses a little. Sungyun starts asking what the director means by the barrier, at which point the man says that as a director he can clearly see it. He tells the guy that everything is fine with the acting, and it is not at all about the ability to act the scene. After which he philosophically notes that if the guy cannot accept his own feelings, then he will not be able to find the right answer. Sungyun thanks the director for his sincere support. The man reminds him that they have 2 more days and asks him to think carefully about everything. The young people are left alone, and there is a strong, tense silence in the air, filled with unexpressed emotions. Sungyun continues to reflect on the director's words and tries to understand how he can accept his feelings and overcome his inner barrier. The guy realizes that he has to deal with this problem and clenches his fist tightly. Lying on his bed after a day of filming, Sungyun thinks that he used to act out scenes in different ways and didn't have any serious problems. But it was in that kissing scene that he felt like his heart stopped and his emotions got the better of him. He recalls the director's words that the key to resolution is accepting one's feelings. The guy thinks about who the girl really is to him and begins to remember her face. He experiences a strange feeling, because despite the fact that he is a writer who has realized his dream, he does not feel real happiness. At that moment, when he supported the girl in her endeavors, he did not know whether he was doing the right thing or simply giving in to his feelings. Previously, he thought that Minso was just a colleague and perceived her as a person who was going towards her dream. Now he remembers how difficult it was for Minso to take the first step, and his thoughts become more and more confused. Sungyun thinks for a long time and finally comes to the conclusion that there really is mutual attraction between him and Minso. Gradually, he begins to honestly admit to himself that he likes the girl much more than he previously allowed himself to think. 2 days pass, and Minso happily tells the guy that today she has complete hopes for him and believes in his success. The makeup artists don't waste a minute and fix Sunghyun's appearance while the girl continues to ask how he feels. Minso notices that the young man is clearly in high spirits today and assumes that all his internal problems have already been resolved. She informs him that the drama's ratings have dropped slightly over the past 2 days and reminds him of the bet they made before the premiere. Minso jokingly says that perhaps she was wrong to disturb the busy man with her worries and requests. Sunghyun recalls that the girl herself was very worried, and some scenes had to be reshot several times. Minso again reminds him about the falling ratings and suggests that the guy forget about the bet, and in that case she will forget it too. Sunghyun wonders what to do with the scenes in the drama, and the moment where the girl proposes to start a relationship pops up before his eyes. Minso apologizes and admits that she was overwhelmed by emotions at the time and regrets her impulse. Sunghyun interrupts her words and firmly says that she is not alone, making it clear that her feelings have not gone unrequited. He approaches the girl, is about to say something about the drama, but stops and leaves, uttering a mysterious phrase. The guy says that this drama does not belong to all viewers, but only to the two of them, the sunlight shining on his face at this moment. Minso is shocked by these words, and then the director's voice is heard giving the command to start filming. Sunghyun smiles at the girl and says that their debut was smooth and went very well. He looks at Minso, beaming with happiness, and hears from her that she is glad to be with him in this story. The girl notices his gaze and quietly asks why he is looking at her like that, as if he can't decide to say something. Sunghyun lowers his eyes, realizing that sometimes it's only indecision that gets in the way of confession, and slowly reaches out to her lips. At this moment, he thinks that after this kiss, the drama called Heavenly Voice will come to an end. The young man deviates from the script and quietly confesses to the surprised girl that he likes her. He then adds that this is not all, and openly confesses his love for her. Without her, he could, of course, fulfill his dream, but he would not be as happy as he is now at this moment. He kisses Minso tenderly and tells her that she is the only one with whom he can share his happiness. Tears appear in the girl's eyes, and the voice of a young man is heard, who says that he loves her with all his heart. The girl reciprocates his feelings, and the young people kiss each other passionately. The popularity of the unearthly voice quickly swept across the country like a powerful avalanche, sweeping away everything in its path. In addition, the songs featured in the drama took 2nd and 4th place, and their joint composition with Minso took 1st place among them. As the series grew in popularity, the songs that the girl had released earlier also soared. Sunghyun still can't forget that old conversation when the girl talked about 25%, if there will be such popularity, she offered to date. As a result, the audience ratings significantly exceeded the Minso rate that they had agreed upon at the time. Sunghyun looks closely at the girl dressed in an expensive evening dress and thinks that they don't need any more bets. The sound of a telephone is heard. The girl asks if this message is important, to which the guy replies that it is nothing serious. Now he clearly realizes that his feelings for Minso arose much earlier than the moment he dared to admit it to himself. Minso thinks that the guy has nerves of steel. Unlike her, her heart feels like it's about to jump out of her chest, and to be honest, she still can't believe that what's happening is real. He tries to encourage the girl and assures her that very soon she will be able to sincerely believe in everything and fully accept it. Minso starts looking out the car window and asks the guy if he really thinks that way. Once there, the young man carefully opens the passenger door and helps Minso, dressed in an expensive evening dress, out of the car. Stepping out of the car and raising his head, Minso freezes for a moment at the sight he sees. She states that this moment makes her more nervous than her own wedding. In turn, talk about the wedding makes the guy nervous, and he looks away embarrassedly. The young people greet numerous spectators and reporters. The guy asks the girl if this is her first time at such an event. They begin to walk slowly down the red carpet. To be honest, Sunghyun is also very nervous. He thinks in his mind that his heart is about to jump out of his chest. The combination of tension and anticipation is an emotion that is very difficult to put into words. So deep and contradictory in its nature are they. Looking into the girl's eyes, the The guy understands that if in the future someone asks him to play out this situation, he will absolutely not be able to do it with the same sincerity. Minso, in turn, thinks that she should lose a little weight before arriving, so as not to end up in an awkward position. The guy tells the girl that she looks great from any angle, which clearly pleases her and calms her down a little. She begins to laugh quietly, but in her heart she still continues to be very nervous about what is happening around her. The young people walked along a large red carpet and approached the entrance to the building. Once inside, they think about how exciting it must be to be in a place like this with famous people and to be under the spotlight of television. Sungyun considers the girl to be a first-class person and says that he vouches for this in front of everyone present. Meanwhile, the host appears on the huge stage, welcoming everyone to this wonderful evening of the ceremony. He begins his opening speech and says that his heart is beating very fast because he notices many celebrities in the hall. The host quickly finishes his welcoming speech and announces that the award for Best Actress goes to actress Seo Hyun for her role in the film I Wish You Bloom. The girl gets up from the table to loud applause from those around her. The host says that the performance of this role was a masterpiece and reminds that this was a work written by her older sister. The girl receives the well-deserved prize, after which the host declares that it was a masterpiece of a role, which reflected the feelings of a person who gets back on his feet even after a crushing blow to life. The actress thanks everyone present and says that it was only for their sake that she did not run away and was able to stay in this very place where she now stands. The girl continues to thank everyone who helped her develop, and the young people loudly applaud her in recognition. The next nomination is for a supporting role, and it includes an actress who starred in the film I Remind You of a Rose. She is also competing with Minso from the series A Voice from Beyond the Earth, which adds intrigue to the fight for the award. The competition is serious because there is a third nominee, a girl who played in the TV series Present Light. The presenter slowly opens the envelope, after which he loudly asks the winner of this nomination to accept his congratulations. The nomination was won by actress Minso from the series Unearthly Voice, which comes as a surprise to many. Everyone starts congratulating her. The girl is very surprised. She did not expect to receive this award in such serious competition. The host asks the girl to come up on stage to receive a well-deserved award and give a speech. Once on stage, Minso begins to talk about how honored she is to be nominated and to work with such great actors. In a quiet voice, she talks about taking on a new challenge and tormenting herself with doubts and fears before filming. The girl thanks her fellow actors and the director for turning this fear into anticipation and pleasure from work. She especially thanks Sungyun, who always believed in her and supported her in all her endeavors. Sungyun is happy for the girl's success and is very proud of her, watching her triumph with admiration. Crying, Minso says that it seems the actress had a hard time and suggests rewarding her with warm applause from the audience. The guy wipes the tears from the girl's face while she talks about how she felt a little lonely, probably because she was standing on stage alone today. The nomination for Best Actor is coming up, with the actor from the film Cozy Pharmacy House and Kam Chen competing. The girl looks closely at Sungyun as the film Heavenly Voice, in which he starred, is also nominated. Sungyun holds his breath as the host announces the winner of the Best Male Actor category. The host's voice is heard saying that all the actors are absolutely brilliant and they are eager to find out the winner. Unexpectedly for everyone, the winner turns out to be a young actor named Minyun, which comes as a surprise to the audience. The guy comes out on stage and, as he approaches it, begins to thank everyone present for their support. Minyun sincerely reports that he really didn't expect this, so he didn't even prepare a thank you speech. He sincerely thanks everyone with whom he worked so long and hard to create the film. The boy sheds tears of joy and thanks his mother separately for believing in him. Sungyun joyfully and loudly shouts out congratulations addressed to the young man who has won a well-deserved victory in this nomination. The guy leaves the stage as the host says the award ceremony is coming to an end. The next nomination is for the best work of the year, and the contenders include a film called Cozy Pharmacy House. A series called The Witch's Kiss, which is very popular, has a serious chance of success, Only slightly behind it in popularity is a work called The Plan Approved, which also has its fans. The presenter begins to say that the best work in the current nomination is the work. At this time, a loud drum roll is heard. The young people sitting near the stage start to fool around and imitate the drummers playing, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Unexpectedly for the young people, the host announces the winner as a series called Heavenly Voice, which comes as a complete surprise. The project manager is very happy. He reacts violently, clenching his fists and shouting with joy. The film crew did not expect to win in this nomination and are incredibly happy with this unexpected success. Minso, Sung-hyun, and the writer slowly walk up to the stage, attracting the attention of the audience with their calm and confident appearance. The screenwriter begins to tell about the day when he first saw a youth script, unusually shining against the background of the others, and immediately understood that this was the very work. Suddenly he turns to Sung-hyun and declares that all the credit goes to him, Mr. Writer. Minso is overjoyed that the public has finally learned who the scriptwriter really is. The host of the show expresses his joy, noting that watching the relationship between young people is like seeing a real family, and invites Sung-hyun to say a few words. The guy, feeling very nervous, slowly approaches the microphone, says hello, and states his name. He says that the work, entitled Unearthly Voice, was born in a moment of deep personal depression. It was then that he accidentally met a street musician who sang with a genuine expression of happiness. Even in the most difficult circumstances, this man continued to perform music with genuine joy. Then the young people bow low, expressing gratitude to the director, producer, and the entire film crew, who supported them in difficult moments. They express special gratitude to the audience, who gave them their sincere love and allowed them to be here today. Minso tells Sung-hyun that he did great and asks curiously how nervous he was. She gently takes his hand and admits that she feels truly happy. Sung-hyun thanks the girl for her support and says that now his heart is truly at peace. The host announces the long-awaited winner of this year's Grand Prix, noting the significance of the award amidst a plethora of excellent entries. Suddenly, he calls out Sung-hyun's name from Unearthly Voice and congratulates him on his victory. The guy's reaction, full of surprise and joy, deeply touches the girl and evokes sincere feelings in her. Minso claps his hands loudly and joyfully, pronouncing the word congratulations syllable by syllable. Sung-hyun feels a happiness he hasn't felt in a long time and wonders if there is a greater happiness than this. Remembering the accident that sent him back in time, he reflects on how it all happened. He understands that in his past life, of course, there was more than just pain and suffering. The boy was looking for a challenge rather than satisfaction, and he was given this fantastic opportunity to change his destiny. Now he experiences a universal joy that he could not even imagine in those dark times. He remembers the manager with warm feelings and thinks that fate gave him the opportunity to meet good people and to be loved and to love. With gratitude in his heart, he remembers these good and kind people with whom he worked recently. Sung-hyun completely loses himself in his thoughts, as if reality has disappeared before him, and thinks that he is truly happy now. He is distracted from his deep thoughts by Minso, who gently takes his hand, bringing him back to the present moment. The young man looks at the girl attentively and is unable to utter a word due to the feelings that overwhelm him. Minso laughs happily in response and invites the young man to walk with her towards their common future. Sung-hyun accepts the girl's proposal with a smile on his face, feeling like the happiest person in the world. Accepting the award from the hands of the presenter, the guy thinks that this happy time felt like it lasted forever. Sung-hyun once again sincerely thanks everyone present. The host jokes with a smile, asking if it is difficult for the young man to constantly get up and down from the stage. The guy sincerely says that standing on stage earlier, he thought that that award would be his first and last. The screenwriter feels warm feelings from the young man's words and thinks that in this film, the character played by the guy was extremely similar to him. He wanted to face the challenge, while at the same time being shrouded in fear of the unknown and failure. Sung-hyun believes that the audience enjoyed it and admits that he gave it his all in this work. The guy declares that he wants to believe in love and says a line from a character in his movie. Across the country, many people are watching the film festival live, following the action on screens. Sungkyun sincerely states that without the help of the people around him, he would not have been able to realize his dream so quickly in the end. By working on himself, he could, of course, rise higher, but then it would take him a very long time to reach such heights. The manager's eyes fill with tears when the guy says he wants to share this award with everyone who helped him. The project manager also gets sentimental when he hears from the guy that he loves each of them like family. The girls sitting near the stage are experiencing joyful emotions and laughing, knocking glasses of champagne together in honor of this moment. Sungkyun glances at the audience and immediately notices how tenderly and lovingly Minso is looking at him. Looking at the girl, the young man pauses for a moment, collecting his thoughts and feelings, after which he sincerely and joyfully tells her that he loves her more than anything in the world. Sungkyun rode a wave of success throughout the next year, and again won the Best Actor award at the prestigious ceremony. The actors who starred with the young man also gained great fame and popularity, and even began to act in American films. The latest publication reported that actor Sungkyun is filming a new popular project called Lonely Life, and the filming is going well.